The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. A spell of fair weather may fool you into thinking that winter is through for this year. But don't you believe it. There is still cold weather ahead of us. So play safe and make sure you have a good supply of blue coal on hand. It's especially wise to make sure you get blue coal, because blue coal is particularly prepared for home heating. There are many different qualities of coal, as you know. But when you order blue coal, you can be sure of getting the finest quality coal for your money. And that means real comfort plus economy. So get in touch with your neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow. Order your blue coal right away. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Offer of Death.
I can see that travel folder now, Lamont. You want peace and quiet. Come to beautiful San Luis, the island paradise.
Those tom-toms bother you, Margot?
Well, they do funny things to my spine.
Well, probably some native festival. Shall we go back to the hotel?
No, somehow I feel safer out here on the veranda.
You know, interesting thing about those islands, no matter how much modern civilization appears in the cities, back in the bush, back in the jungles, the native reverts to type.
Well, if you think you're making me feel any better, you're wrong. I thought we came to Port San Luis for a rest. Might as well try to get a rest in the subway station.
Howdy. Where places are you? Howdy.
Who's that?
One of the guests. See, he's coming up on the veranda.
Where's that reply? Howdy.
Oh, Mr. Eustace.
Eh? You called me. Who's there?
Lamont Cranston, Mr. Eustace.
Oh, yes. Couldn't see you very well in this half light. Hello, Sam.
Hello, Mr. Eustace. You look rather worried.
I am a bit. I say, look here, do you see that native proprietor around anywhere, Cranston?
Only? Well, no, I haven't. Not since dinner.
I don't quite understand all this. There's something mighty strange going on.
I knew it, Lamont. The ceremonial was never listed on the travel folder.
You're quite right, Miss Lane. The village is deserted. Not a soul on the streets, and every shop is boarded up tight. There's going to be trouble. I'd like to know about it.
Yes, we all would.
I spoke to one old man who was crouching behind the door of his hut, and all I could get out of him was one native word that he kept repeating over and over.
What was it, Eustace?
It sounded something like Gilmet.
Gilmet?
It is a rare word in Port San Luis, Miss Lane.
Well, there you are.
The word Gilmet, my friends, is not a word to be spoken lightly.
No? Well, what does it mean, Oni?
It is a native expression, Mr. Cranston, which means the night that eats men.
The night that eats men.
Is that why the natives are hiding behind locked doors?
Yes. It started, Mr. Eustace, some 10 years ago with the disappearance of a Scotch explorer and his wife named Macbeth. They vanished from this island and were never seen again. That was 10 years ago, this very night.
But these Macbeths could have just gone away of their own accord, couldn't they?
They could have, yes. But on the same night, Miss Lane, every year for 10 years past, two people, a man and a woman, have disappeared without a trace from Port San Luis. That is why the natives call it Kismet, the night that eats men.
Oh, ridiculous native superstition.
It does sound fantastic, Oni.
And decidedly unpleasant.
Look. The great and terrible Kulomo is calling for the yearly sacrifice.
What?
He means that volcanic island off the shore there to the east of San Luis.
Oh, yes.
Why, smoke seems to be rising from its crater.
But that volcano is extinct. Is the island inhabited?
Yes, by the spirits, the evil spirits, the rulers of darkness.
Now, look here, Only. I can understand these poor ignorant blighters in the village going overboard on this superstition business. But you've had the advantage of an education. Surely you can't believe all this nonsense.
In your land you have few superstitions. But here on San Luis it is different. I know. I have seen.
Well, I do know it's true, Cranston, that you can't get a native to go within 3 miles of that island.
It is death to set foot on it.
Oh, hey, what was that? Mulhava.
What did you say, Only?
Lamont is terrified.
Oh, forgive me.
Now, look, Ole, look. If you're in trouble or danger, you forgive me. Please. Well, we'll be waiting outside here for you, Ole.
Waiting outside. Oh, I know you are here somewhere. You have come for me. I am ready to die. You, stand in the window.
Rorotungo, Mulhava.
Come. I am ready.
Only's expression is like
Death, Mr. Eustace.
Oh, no, Lamont.
Who killed him?
A native, I'd say. See this tiny poison dart stuck in his throat?
Yes.
That did the job.
Only seemed to know this was coming.
Listen.
A weird flute music again.
Came from somewhere outside. Can you see anything from that window, Margot?
Lamont, there's a figure running down to the beach.
Where?
See? Look, there in the moonlight.
He's getting into a canoe.
We've got to stop him. Come on. Out this door here.
There he goes. Seems to be pulling away from shore rapidly.
Can you recognize him?
I'm afraid the moon isn't bright enough for that.
Wait. Whoever it is, he'll go around the island and land somewhere on the opposite shore.
Why do you say that, Miss Lane?
Well, there isn't another body of land anywhere around here that he could escape to, except
that volcanic island, Colombo.
That's where he seems to be headed. Eustace, where can I get a boat?
Lamont.
You're not going to follow us there.
That's right.
In spite of the legend that no one has ever returned from that island?
Yes, Margot. How about it, Eustace? The boat.
I have a slow but sturdy fishing launch, Cranston. You may have it on one condition.
Well, what's that?
To let me come along.
Glad to have you, Eustace. I suppose you'll realize that this isn't going to be exactly a pleasure trip.
I understand.
Well, then, what are we waiting for?
You too, Margot?
Well, you didn't think I was going to stay here on San Luis alone, did you? Come on, let's go.
Can you see him, Eustace?
Right. They're dead on the sail.
Good. Wish I'd thought to bring a gun with me.
I have one on the boat, Cranston. It's aft in the leather side pocket there. Miss Lane can reach it for you.
Oh, yes. Here it is, Lamont.
Thanks. Eustace, never get any more speed out of this boat. He's pulling away from the water.
I've got him wide open now. I guess he wasn't really fast. I'll say, Cranston, there's an arm of water just up ahead there that's thick with submerged reefs and rocks. The favorite hunting ground of the sharks that infest these waters. Even the native fishermen avoid it.
We have to go through that, Lamont. That man in the canoe's going around it.
We've got to, Margot. We're going to head him off.
We'll be tempting fate if we try it.
It's our one chance to overtake him.
I tell. I'll be slim when it's best.
Well, what do you say, Margot? Shall we go after him or turn back?
I know what your choice is, Lamont. And it's mine, too.
Good. I knew you'd say that. You game, Eustace?
Right, so it's a good thing I'm a bachelor.
I'm going to risk a shot before he gets too far out of range.
Don't miss. He might be a nasty customer with those poison darts.
Yeah. Well, here goes. Oh, not so good.
Well, what's happened to old Dead-Eye Dick, Lamont?
I don't know, Margot. Well, I won't miss this time.
Cranston, better conserve our ammunition. What's left in the gun is all I have.
Yes, and we don't know what we're liable to run into on that island.
Hold on. Hold on.
Oh.
There. Well, still in one piece, Eustace?
Right, so no launch may not be fast, but she's fairly sturdy.
Oh, Lamont, I could swear I saw a big shark just licking his chops a moment ago.
Take it easy, Eustace. We'll pick our way through this stretch of water. We've gained enough to afford it.
Marco.
Lamont, look. Those fires on the shore of the island.
I see it.
Oh, they seem to be moving.
Your fires are natives holding torches, Margot.
Yes, and some of the heathens are coming out from the island shore in canoes.
Well, a reception committee.
More than that, Clint. It's the fire ceremonial. The death call.
So, the hunters become the prey.
Well, let's turn back quickly, Lamont.
Those canoes are filled with savages. You know what that means.
I guess you're right, Eustace. Back it is.
Yes, and let's see if we can get a little more speed out of this launch.
Marco.
Eustace, they're coming at us fast.
Can't get any more out of this boat. I'm trying.
Uh-oh.
Well, Eustace, we couldn't have picked a better time for the motor to go dead.
It's caught in an appropriate word at the moment.
And the natives only about 50 yards away from that prey of yours, Lamont.
Well, we still have a gun. I'll
Now, don't shoot at them, Clint. You haven't enough bullets to do any good. With those blowguns and poison darts, they wouldn't have a chance.
I guess you're right, Eustace.
Lamont,
Yes, Margot.
any ideas?
Not a glimmer.
Well, we've been in tight places before.
Yes, but this one is a prize winner. Looks like we're in for it, Margot. Here they come.
In just a moment, we'll continue with Act 2 of Altar of Death. First, here's something that concerns your health, your comfort, and your pocketbook, all three. What is it? It's simply the advice to heat your home with blue coal. You see, blue coal is tailor-made for your home. That is to say, it's carefully sized and graded to fit the special requirements of your furnace. That's why it gives you even, comfortable, dependable warmth throughout the house in every room. That's why it's also such a money saver. It burns so efficiently that you enjoy real economy with blue coal. When, on top of all this, your home is equipped with the new Blue Coal automatic heat regulator, then you certainly have a modern home heating combination that's mighty hard to beat. The Blue Coal heat regulator is easily and quickly installed. Quickly removed, too, in case you move. And it's easy to operate. You'll be amazed to discover the thousands of steps, yes, literally thousands, this regulator will save you in the course of a season. Ask your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer to tell you all about it. He's listed under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Now, back to the shadow.
They're the most savage crew I've ever seen.
The native in the lead boat wants to talk, Lamont.
Huh?
You know, fight.
What did he say?
He's asking us to surrender without fighting. They evidently mean to take us alive.
They could kill us in a minute if they wanted to. We still have a chance this way.
Mr. Eustace is right, Lamont. We still have a chance.
You no fight.
Okay. We won't fight. At least temporarily.
I sent you to chief. Katomo, Kanamasa.
Largest hut in the village. Must be the chief.
I hope he likes it. Where's Mr. Eustace? He was right behind us a moment ago.
He was hauled off in another direction, Margot.
Lamont, you don't think that...
No. Let's not cross bridges before we come to them, Margot.
Talamora! This chief house. Right.
Pushing us back is hardly a formal invitation.
Yes, we haven't much choice, Lamont.
I bring prisoners. This.
Good evening. I've been expecting you.
But
You're not surprised to see a white man here, eh? But we turn up everywhere, I suppose. We'll introduce ourselves later. Meanwhile, I imagine you're rather hungry after your little ocean voyage. We'll fix that immediately. Aluba!
Yeah, now, look, all we want
No trouble at all. Aluba, Kauto, Congo. I've told them to take your friend into the village and bring food.
Why have you done all this?
Why? My subjects think you are man and wife. That is why your friend has been separated from you. You'll find the Kuti a very peculiar people, with many strange customs. They're idolaters, all of them. Worship a thing called Mulhava.
Mulhava? Then...
Aye, a rather savage deity that the natives feel requires human sacrifice. Beastly cat, Mulhava.
I don't think we're going to like it.
Well, maybe a deer.
I'm on the very best of terms with the Coulters. As a matter of fact, I shall go on ahead now and have the natives prepare for you.
You're very kind.
I'm happy to oblige.
Lamont,
Yes, Margot.
did you see the initials on the silver belt buckle he was wearing?
No, I didn't notice.
They were capital M, A-C, capital B.
Capital M-A-C, capital B.
Yes. Didn't Oni tell us that the first two people to vanish from Fort San Luis were a Mr. McBaird and his wife?
Yes, Margot. I'm afraid he did.
Well, you don't seem to mind our little adventure, Mr. Eustace.
Yes, I noticed that too, Margot.
Well, Miss Lang, Mr. Cranston, this supper our excellent host has given us is enough to bring a dead man back to health.
You're very right,
Oh.
Mr. Eustace. Now, as you were saying while I was gone, Mr. Cranston, this man, Oni, I believe his name was, told you of two people who disappeared from Port San Luis every year on this night. And shortly after telling you this, he was found murdered.
Why do you put that in the form of a question? It's evident that you've been listening to every word we've said.
Aye, Mr. Cranston. A bad habit of mine. Very bad.
Oney also mentioned a man named McBain.
I see. Are you quite finished in the ears?
Why, yes, thank you. And now, if you could let us have some fuel for our
No.
boat.
You must accept my hospitality and stay the night. Or at least part of the night. The natives are well prepared for you.
What's that?
I use this gong to summon my servant.
The natives have come in for the steam.
Oh, thank you, my dear. This is my wife. The natives took rather a fancy to her and made her a priestess. We are both devout worshippers, as a matter of fact.
Hey, what's going on here?
Your friend Oni told you about the man and woman who disappear every year from Fort San Luis. Did he name Mr. Cranston?
Yes?
It is my pleasure to inform you, sir, that you and Miss Lane are the two who disappeared this year.
What?
Aye. The native in the canoe rather lured you on, I believe. He was the witch doctor of the Coulty tribe who went to Port San Luis to murder Oni because poor Oni, he knew too much.
Oh, I see. You were behind that, too.
Aye. He had fallen away from the tribal lord. As for you see, a man and a woman must be killed in Mulhava's honor on this night. Met, as it is called on Port San Luis.
What is your part in all this, McBain?
For 10 years, I have engineered the disappearances of a man and a woman for the purpose of the Mulhava sacrifice.
But why? Why?
This volcanic island is some of the richest diamond territory in the world, Miss Lane.
Oh, that's it.
Aye. I'm paid for my trouble in diamonds, which are worth more to me than to the savages, since I can reach the American and European market. You see, it's a perfect system.
Not quite so perfect as it seems, though, you know.
No?
No. Because you've overlooked the fact that I have Mr. Eustace's revolver.
Oh.
Now, you take us to our boat and see that we can...
Oh, yes, Cranston, I forgot to tell you.
What, Eustace?
The gun is only loaded with blanks. You see, our members have given us 2 years that were actually loaded.
You're in on this, too.
Of course, Miss Lane.
I happened to make Mr. McBain's contact with his markets abroad. It was an excellent deception, don't you think? Your coming here was played very carefully.
Oh, Lamont.
Don't worry, Margot.
The natives are here.
I will speak to them, my dear.
Agato! Agato! Es tanto gori, sopas rari! Grumo! Mulhava! Agato!
I have just told my subjects to take you to the temple of the altar of death on the rim of the volcano. There, after due ceremony, you will be cast into its bottomless pit in flame as a sacrifice to our idol, Mulhava.
Oh, no, McBain. It's not going to be as easy for me, you fool.
Lamont! Mr. McBaird, your native is killed.
I couldn't deprive my people of their innocent little fun. No, I am saving you both for the fire sacrifice.
Any luck, Lamont?
Afraid not, Margot. Temple's gun seems to be hewn out of lava for me.
Will they come for us soon?
Yes, dear Margot. I don't know how they run these things.
Oh, Lamont.
Oh, now, Margot. Mustn't let that lunatic McBain enjoy himself over our fear.
No, you're right. Is this it, Lamont?
Looks like it, Margot. I don't see how it's possible without them.
Have they come?
A little flight of shadow. There's a face peering in, Margot.
It is I, Mrs. McBeard.
Mrs. McBeard?
I want to help you. As I've tried to help all the other poor souls who've fallen into my husband's power.
Oh.
Oh, I hate him. He's evil.
You hate him?
Aye.
Will you help us escape?
Oh, no. I want to, but they'd kill me if I did that. All I can do is to tell you the weak place in my husband's armor. For what you can make out of it.
Yes, Miss McGrath.
The natives fear him. They think he will have his disciples. They fall on their knees before him. They even made me serve as priests to keep up the pretense. But if they ever could discover that he uses them in their God for his own selfish ends, they turn on him.
I understand you, Mrs. McBaird, and I think I see a chance.
What do you mean, Lamont?
Margot, perhaps the shadow can find a way out. Mrs. McBaird, there's nothing I can do unless you open that door.
Oh, they kill me.
You must, I tell you, if we're all to have a chance.
If I open it, I warn you I'm armed, and if you attempt to escape, I'll have to kill you in self-defense.
I agree to those terms, Mrs. McBaird.
Very well. Just a moment.
I'm going to make a break for it, Margot. I'll be looking after you.
Good luck, Shadow.
You feel it, Lee? Nothing. It's nervous. Mr. Canston.
Where is he? He's gone, Mrs. McBaird.
Gone. Oh, no. I'll be killed for this. They're coming.
I'll help you, Mrs. McBaird. I'll do my best to help you.
Here comes my husband.
Well, Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston. Where is he? Ah, my dear. This is some of your gentle work.
Oh, she couldn't help it. He escaped. She couldn't have stopped.
What is it, man?
Cranston is gone.
Of course, we're done for. But they just won't take just a woman.
No, they will not. They insist on a man, too. But I think we can work out of that emergency. Don't you, Eustace?
Off your mate, man.
We have Miss Lane, have we not?
The best now, man.
You forget me. We have you.
Oh, the joke. You would do a thing like that. Oh, you need this too much.
I need the nickels more, Eustace. Mulhava! Coro! Hugo!
No, McBaird, no, please.
Take that man, take him! He and Miss Lane will make him a sacrifice to the mighty Mulhava! Oh, Mulhava, we bring this man and woman before your awful presence. Send us good fortune and plentiful food and the shining stones buried in the earth. Apply the torch to the man. Now, take his soul to Mulhava and cast him into the crater of Kulumo, the flaming sacrifice.
Hugo! No, McBaird, no, have mercy, have mercy.
Mulhava, receive this offering. Now, the woman, light the human torch.
Hold on, Hugo.
Drop that brand. Drop it, I say.
I heard the voice.
So, McBaird, you would set yourself up as a king.
It's coming from the idol.
Your evil reign is at an end, McBaird.
Magato, Mulhava, speak.
You, priest of Mulhava, you understand me. Let there be no more human sacrifices.
Siva! No more sacrifice.
Release that woman and set her free. Free the man who came to this island with her. And send them both from Kulumo in safety.
Yes, Mulhava. We do as you say. We obey Mulhava. Alava! Mulhava has spoken.
No, you will not do as he says. If those who get back to Port San Luce alive, they'll come for me and take me away.
Mulhava has spoken. We obey.
Alava! I'll do as I say. I'm ruler here.
Don't heed this man. Send the prisoners back to Port St. Luce. And let there never be a human sacrifice in Kulumo again.
We hear. We do the will of Mulhava.
You listen to me, ignorant savage dog. There's no such thing as Mulhava. That's just a lump of painted clay. I'm Mulhava. I built that fool idol. It's me you'll obey. Do you hear me?
You will not obey him. You will do as I have said.
Yes, we obey you.
Aluma, I'll show you that the idol's made of clay. I'll show you who's more powerful. What's this? There, it's cracked and broken, your idol, Mulhava. I guess that'll quiet your almighty highness. Well, so don't stand there staring at me.
You pray, Mulhava. You die.
Wait a minute.
Now, wait a minute. It was only a joke. A joke. I'll build you another idol. Another one. And look, come no closer to me now.
die.
Back. Get back, I say. I got a gun here. Stop or I'll shoot. Stop. No. No. No.
And as they say in the travelogue pictures, there, fading into the setting sun, we take our last look at the beautiful and... terrible island of Port St. Luce and Columo.
And it was pretty terrible, Lamont. I'll never believe another travel folder. Peace and quiet, huh?
Well, you can believe them from now on, Margot. The government is going to civilize and educate those natives. And as for McBain, well, I can't help thinking that he got a sort of poetic justice.
How do you mean?
His own death came in the form of a sacrifice to the clay idol that he had created as a weapon to hold over the heads of the natives. The god he created destroyed him.
In just a moment, we'll bring you a special feature of America at War. But first, we present John Barclay, Blue Coal's home heating expert. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, friends. At this time of year, with rapidly changing temperatures, it's very important to know how to bank your fire properly to ensure the utmost comfort. Now, there's no magic about banking your fire, but there is a right way and a wrong way of doing it. For example, many people still cling to the old-fashioned practice of banking the fire with ashes. Of course, this is wrong. It only smothers the fire, and it often causes clinkers. On the other hand, if you bank the fire correctly, you'll not only save fuel, but you'll get quick heat in the morning as soon as you open the draft. Now, if by any chance you're not quite sure of the right method of banking the fire, or if you have any other questions on the operation of your furnace, take my advice. Call your neighborhood blue coal dealer and tell him your trouble. He'll be only too glad to send his John Barclay service band to help you. This man is a graduate of our training school. He'll show you how to bank the fire properly. And he can give you many other hints on how to run your furnace so you'll get more and better heat and save fuel besides. This is an exclusive blue coal dealer service. Thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. We bring you now a dramatic episode that might happen to you.
Hello, Ed. How are you? What's new? Hiya, Mac. What are you so happy about? Boy, I'm having a good time these days, Ed. Making good money and spending it, too. Yeah, listen, fella. This country's at war. No time to throw your dough around. Oh, come on. Don't be a sourpuss. What do you want me to do with my money? Buy defense bonds and stamps. And listen, buy them regularly. Every payday.
Right. Friends, now is no time for extravagance. Now is the time to put your money to work for your country. Buy defense bonds and stamps regularly every payday. Urge your friends to buy. Talk it up among your fellow employees. Many firms already are represented 100%. For example, every single employee of the DM&W Coal Company, producers of blue coal, has subscribed to buy defense bonds regularly. Let's show the access that for nations as well as for men,
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood blue coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with blue coal. This story was produced by the DM&W Coal Company, distributors of blue coal. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
General Mills, makers of kicks, invite you to beat the band. If you can. General Mills, makers of Kix, that delicious new ready-to-eat breakfast cereal that comes in delicious round golden bubbles, brings you another session of that new novel radio game, Beat the Band, featuring Ted Weems and his music, Perry Como, Marilyn Thorne, Elmo Tanner, Pete Bielman, Orm Downs, Country Washburn, and Red Ingle, who join with Gary Moore to bring you this opportunity to beat the band. Well, today we're back home in Chicago. And now let's go to tune takering. Here's Ted and the boys with a sample of something titled Love Is. Ain't it? Well, folks, it's good to be back here and murmur little gentle words of cheer. I'm even glad to do that chore of introducing Gary Moore.
Thank you very much. Hello, Pearson, you pink-cheeked little chuck, you.
Now, Gary, wait now. Now, do you mean to say that after I've been gone 2 weeks, you refuse to be friends?
Friends? I should be friends with a guy who goes to Florida, sends me a picture postcard taken 10 feet underwater, and says, wish you were here.
Huh? Oh, well, it was all in fun, Gary. Yeah, I was just sowing some wild corn.
That's oats.
Not on this program.
Excuse me.
But honestly, Gary, those cards were just sent in a carefree moment, you know? Why, I was just as carefree as the little lambs gambling on the green.
Gambling lambs, huh? That 4 bits you got clipped, too. You should have stopped with the one about the corn.
Huh?
See? Anyhow, friends, now about our little question session this afternoon. The quizzes themselves are up to their usual standard of toughness, and each one is worth the $10 which the makers of Kix will pay to the writer of that question. Of course, those who beat the band will receive a guaranteed minimum of $20, plus, of course, a case of Kix. Now, even that sum might grow to $25, $50, or even $100. Keep that bonus in mind, will you? Because we split it evenly among those who beat the band. Now, say, why don't all of you try to beat this band of Ted's? It's fun, and it might be profitable for you to work out one or more of these quizzes with song title answers. Just send your question to Kix, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Well, now I'm ready for the pitches. The boys are having trouble with the twitches, and we hope you people will soon be in stitches, and here we go. A letter from Mrs. C. Montgomery of Salt Lake City, Utah, offers this question answered by a brand new tune with a Western motive. A nightclub proprietor, carrying the torch for one of his dancers, decides that she is too thin, and he plans a course of diet and rest for her that will plump her out considerably. With what song title did he announce his intentions? Red Ingle thinks possibly he's got the...
I'm going to round up my love?
That's what he said, sure. Going to put it on a diet, I'm going to round up my love. Go fine. Can you play I'm going to round up my love, Red? Very beautiful. That's quite enough, thank you. Very good. That's quite enough, thank you. Before you get rounded up, Mrs. C.D. Harris of Canton, Ohio, pens this panic. You might keep in mind the one common mispronunciation of New York's Great East Side. Now, Ole McSolomon, better known as Butch, was a poor boy from the Bronx. Lady Luck was kind to him, and he made millions in the oil business. Now, what well-known Schubert classic, pronounced with a Brooklyn accent, tells you what his former friends call him? Going to be a lot of time wasted here. Oh, there goes Art Winter. All right, Art, back in the trumpet section. What do they call him?
Sounds like the Oil King to me, or better known The Earl King.
The Earl King, sure. The Earl King by Franz Schubert is perfectly right. Can you play something from the Earl King? Please. Good enough. All right, that's it, sir. Thank you very much, Art. That's a blow your beanie with Toscanini. That's a killer there. Well, Cliff Hilton of Lancaster, Pennsylvania contributes this one, the answer of which is found in one of the very popular new tunes. You might recall the Englishman's habit of dropping his H's. Now, what did the Englishman, or the Cockney Englishman, say as he stepped on a toupee his friend dropped on the floor? Well, Red Ingle again, maybe. All right, Red, let's see what you can do. That's here. What did the Cockney Englishman say as he stepped on a toupee his friend dropped on the floor?
Sticking my chin out, Chum.
All right. What did he say?
I'm walking on air.
I'm walking on air.
Get
It's
it, be
right.
it.
Why, sure. Okay. Don't have to hit him in the nose with the mic. Let's hear it, will you? Oh, now, surely you know I'm walking on air, sir. That's good. Red, far be it from me to belittle your efforts, but if you ever appear and play like that in Iowa, you're going to wind up in somebody's silo. Ted, can we go... Yeah. Ted, can we go legit for one tune?
Well, that gets my vote, Gary. I'd like to advance the merits of our new arrangement of Black Eyes.
Oh, good enough, and I believe I heard Elmo Tanner humming that tune a while ago, so I'm sure we can look for a first-class job of whistling, too.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been asked this question many times. What is the best way to serve kicks? And our answer is simply this. The best way to serve kicks is to serve it often. Because the first taste of kicks will make you want to serve it again and again. It's a taste treat that you'll welcome every morning for breakfast. A taste thrill that once you've experienced, you won't soon forget. Kicks is completely new and different from anything you've ever tasted before in your life. A cereal that packs a taste thrill in every golden toasted Kix bubble. Many folks have told us that Kix has captured the delicate, rich flavor of ripe corn in a way that has never been accomplished before in a corn cereal. Yes, it's no wonder that this absolutely different kind of corn breakfast food has smashed all recent records for quick popularity. And Kix will win you two right from the first crisp, delicious spoonful of those golden toasted Kix bubbles. Be sure to order Kix, spelled K-I-X, Kix, from your grocers tomorrow.
Yes, sir, and here we come with our second quiz session of the afternoon, with so far 3 questions having been answered, and thanks to Art Winner and Red Engel, 3 have been answered. Dorothy Siglin of Cranston, Rhode Island, pens this cutie query, which is answered by a famous classic written by the composer mentioned in the question. Now, 2 brook trout looked up through the water and saw the composer Sibelius sitting on the bank angling for them. Careful, said one brook trout to the other. Don't let the famous... What? In there fits the name of a famous classic, written by the composer mentioned in the question, and here is Art Winner again. Art, why don't you and Red just settle down and the rest of you fellas go home?
Finlandia.
That's right. Don't let the famous Finlandia. Finlandia by Sibelius. Killer. All right, can you play that, please? The part that scored for 25 trombones and a vacuum cleaner in there in the middle part. Come. Where could you hear it better? Outside of Carnegie Hall. That's what I always say. Outside of Carnegie Hall. Mr. C.G. Lutz. Mr. C.G. Lutz of Los Angeles, California, wants to know what famous old song is suggested by a fat man fumbling in the dark for the drawstring on his pajamas. You know how those things are, don't you? Wants to know what famous old song is suggested by a fat man fumbling in the dark for the drawstring on his pajamas, and Country Washman had his hand up, and so did Parker Gibbs. Parker, we'll try you again.
The Lost Chord.
The Lost Chord, that's right. Sure. Strictly a classical program today, and if you could sort of knock off the Lost Chord for me on the bull fiddle. You're having trouble finding it yourself, aren't you? That's it. That's the Lost Chord. And top 2. Mrs. H. Muehlhauser of Cleveland, Ohio, writes this query answered by one of the very popular tunes of the moment. A young couple bought furniture on the installment plan, but they didn't keep up the payments. You also know how that is. After threatening several times, the proprietor of the store appeared at their house with a truck. What did he say to announce his intentions? No. Oh, all right. Let me see. There's Marilyn Thorne has her hand up in the air. Marilyn Thorne, the new songbird with the band.
It all comes back to me now.
That's what he said. He said, it all comes back to me now. Marilyn, let me hear you sing portions of that, will you?
It all comes back to me now. The starry summer sky, the laughing
Thank you very much. Terrific gal. Marilyn, smile at the audience, will you? Not too much. We don't want to paralyze him. Want to save him, keep him awake here. Keith Blake of Gloversville, New York, pens a clever bit of rhyme answered by an old favorite harmony number. A stubborn prospect was old Tom Lang. He seldom was in when a salesman rang. But even those who got as far as pen and dotted line could never clinch the sale and make what? Pete Beelman has the answer back here, as did Parker Gibbs, Elmo Tanner, Art Winner. All right?
Old Lang Syne.
That's right, too. He could never clinch the sale and make Old Lang Syne. Can you play that beautifully on your trombone, please? So we say farewell to old 1940. That was very beautiful, gentlemen. That sounds like the run-on music they used. There was the Lost Chord about 20 minutes late. That sounds like the run-on music they used to sing back in the days when Madame Butterfly was still working in the silk mill. Ted, the guys do better with teamwork, don't you think?
Well, I'm inclined to agree with you, Gary, and if suggestions are in order, let's get together on The Moon Won't Talk.
With added entertainment value in the voice of Perry Como.
My lover was taking a moonlight walk. I spoke to the moon, but the moon won't talk. I know that this silly old moon saw that midnight walk. I'm mad at the moon, 'cause the moon won't talk. I've lost my lonely heart. I fell asleep, and when I wakened with a start, he tossed my foolish heart back to the world, then kicked the world apart. I'm through, I'll have nothing to do with that moonlight walk. I hate the moon because the moon won't talk. I fell asleep, and when I wakened with a start, he tossed my foolish heart back to the world, then kicked the world apart. I'm through, I'll have nothing to do with that moonlight walk. I hate the moon because the moon won't talk.
$30,955, yeah, that's it. Approximately 30,960 words.
Say, Ford, if that commercial's that long, you start now and we'll join you the same time next week.
Oh, no, Gary, wait, the commercial isn't that long. I'm just counting the approximate number of words in this dictionary.
Oh, you certainly had me scared there for a minute. I thought you were going to cut loose and use them all to describe kicks.
Not at all, son, not at all. You see, I don't need them. In fact, I don't need a one of them. All the words in the dictionary couldn't tell the folks half as much about kicks as the first spoonful they try themselves. Oh, I'll admit, I could mention the delightful corn flavor of Kix, or I could tell them about our actual tests, which prove that Kix stays crisper in milk or cream than any ordinary flat flake cereal on the market.
You could.
And I might even toss in a phrase or two about the nutritional value of Kix, because the food energy and added food factors, why, that you'll find in Kix certainly offer another good reason why Kix deserves its amazing coast-to-coast fame. Oh, but as I say, I'd have to use some of those 30,960 words in the dictionary. Shucks, I don't need a one of them.
No, sure, Mr. Pearson, you do have something to say about Kix.
Not a syllable, my boy, not a syllable. You see, it's just like I said, the folks who try Kix tomorrow morning will get what I mean right from the first delicious spoonful. All I say is, try Kix once, and you'll agree that plain words can't express how really swell Kix is.
Yes, sir. Well, stop my chatter, look what's going on, and listen to that rhythm. It's those Jive 5 and the Gavotte. Ted Weems' Jive 5 doing their version of Georgia on My Mind. And now let's hurry on because so far, nobody has managed to beat the band, not one single person. Mrs. E. Draper of New York City pens poetry like this, answered with a brand new tune. The hare and the tortoise had a race to run. The hare went to sleep and the tortoise won. The hare was disgusted and said with a sigh, so while I was sleeping, Joe Hooven has his hand up in the air, as did Ralph Blank on the piano. All right, Joe, what?
You walked by.
So while I was sleeping, you walked by. Sure, let me hear you play that, will you? Gentlemen, and now a famous old English air about a charming miss will answer this question from William G. Turner of Oak Park, Illinois. A sweet young city girl was strolling down a country lane when she came upon a black and white kitty, which she proceeded to pet. It turned out to be the wrong kind of kitty, of course, so what could she no longer be called? A famous old English air about a charming miss will answer the question, and Art Winter's got his hand up in the air again, all-star winner.
The last was a delicate air.
That's right. She can no longer be called the last with a delicate air. Let me hear you play that in your best concert hall manner, if you will. Good God. Fine enough. All right. Now here's one from Bob Rumpel. I have to hurry along here because nobody so far has beat the band, not one person. Bob Rumpel of Fort Wayne, Indiana says, I am thinking of the largest state in the United States east of the Mississippi. How else could he have said that? All right, here's Rosie McCarg. Ralph Blank was up again, too. All right.
On my mind?
I got Georgia on my mind. Georgia's the largest state. Let me hear you play that, and everybody get in this thing, will you? Gentlemen, and now getting on to the next question here.
Time, Gary, time, fella.
What, quit now?
Yeah.
Oh, man, we're just really getting hot here.
Yeah, well, go on, run over and watch somebody get hotter than you'll ever be.
Oh, it's going to be like that, huh? Okay, Ted, take the play away from us, will you?
Here's the tune to soothe your savage spirit. Gary, it's called Cheer Up, the best is yet to come.
Hit it, boys.
Because of rain, you'll get sunshine just the same. Cheer up, for the best is yet to come. Cheer up, you missed the boat today. There's another on the way. Cheer up, for the best is yet to come. Cheer up.
Just sing a happy song, someone may come along.
Heads up, can't you see that silver lining shining? You're not a millionaire, but you've got a smile to share. Cheer up, what's the use of being glum? So won't you cheer up, the best is yet to come. Cheer up.
Man, oh man, it's happened again. For only the second time in the history of this program, not one single question managed to beat the band. Think of that. The $100 bonus, after that peppering of tough questions, remains intact. No one beats the band. Well, of course, that $100 bonus won't be wasted. I should say not. Instead, it'll be carried ahead to next Sunday and added to the bonus for that program. In other words, next Sunday, there will be a bonus of $200 to be divided among those who beat the band. Well, sir, on the rest of the scores, we've used 10 questions for which the makers of Kicks will pay $10 each, or a total of $100. Who shares that $200? Well, be with us for sure next Sunday, because someone's really going to collect.
Oh, brother, and you ain't kidding at all. We say goodbye for another week now, friends. Also, we say thanks for this pleasant little visit, and we invite you most cordially to come to Try to Beat the Band next week when we'll again be in Chicago. Only one more bit of unfinished business, and that is send those questions to us addressed to Kix, K-I-X, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Goodbye now.
Beat the Band is a game, and we want everyone to participate and have fun. There may be many similar questions with identical answers, and of course payment will be made only to that person whose question is actually used. All questions become the property of General Mills, and any resident of the United States is eligible to send in a question. Naturally, your entry should involve song titles which we're licensed to play. Why not write one of those crazy questions with song title answers? It's fun, and you might show a handsome profit. Just address your question to Kix, K-I-X, Kix, Minneapolis, Minnesota. This is Fort Pearson speaking to Gary Moore, Ted Weems and the band, and General Mills, inviting you to join us again next week. In the meantime, try a breakfast that will give you something really new in a taste sensation. Try Kix, K-I-X, Kix. By the way, you'll like the way this brand new ready-to-eat cereal stays crisp in milk and cream. And remember, make that try to beat the band.
Announcing the winner.
And here it is, Kix, K-I-X, Kix, the cereal that has smashed all recent records for quick popularity. And there are mighty good reasons for the amazing popularity of Kix, because never before has there been a ready-to-eat cereal like it. Not in looks, taste, or crispness. For Kix is not flakes or shreds, but tiny little corn bubbles, toasted a rich golden brown. Never before have you seen a cereal like that. The delicious flavor is absolutely unique. Completely new and different from any other cereal you've ever tasted. So by all means, try Kix real soon, won't you? It's a taste treat for breakfast that has pleased millions, and Kix is sure to win you too, right from the first crisp, delicious spoonful. Order Kix in the new Crisp Assured package that has 3 separate tightly sealed cartons specially designed to keep Kix fresh at all times. Don't wait. Start tomorrow the modern way with Kix, K-I-X, Kix. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Chicago, WMAQ, 12 seconds till 6 p.m., BULOVA, Bulova Watch Time. Bulova, gift of a lifetime. WMAQ.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as the Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. Spring has come to a certain home in Summerfield. Spring with its bright colors and its new flowers. And here on his hands and knees in the hallway, tacking down a new bright-colored flowered carpet, is our friend, the Great Gildersleeve.
The moon shines bright, it's light all night, deep in the heart of Texas. I'm stuck, Leroy, because my boy, I'm short of carpet taxes.
The coyote's wine, take some of mine, deep in the heart of Texas.
Well, thank you, son, I'm almost done. Oh!
Gee, Unc, what did you do?
If I hit the wrong nail.
Here, let me finish it for you.
All right.
There we are.
Thanks, Leroy. You certainly knock with a knack. I'm tired. Let's sit down on the steps for a while, huh? Oh!
What's wrong, Unc?
I just discovered I wasn't out of taxes after all.
Say, what's going on out here? You getting the carpet down, Uncle Mort, or is it getting you down?
Yeah, hello, Marjorie. I had misplaced some tacks, and I just found them the hard way.
You better take them out of your pocket before you ruin your trousers.
Oh, this is really just an old pair, but I'll unload the tacks anyhow. Yeah, there. Oh, well, what do you know?
What is it, Unc?
Why, here's my lucky $50. So that's where it was. No wonder I haven't been getting the breaks lately. Yeah, but you watch. Things are going to be better now that I found it again.
Really, Uncle, you believe in the most childish superstitions. How indifferent, huh?
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but here's a telegram that just came for you.
Oh, thank you, Bertie. Telegrams fascinate me. Well, listen to this. Dear Mr. Gildersleeve, congratulations. The Gentlemen's Fashion Guild of New York has selected you as one of the 10 best-dressed men in Summerfield. Well, signed J.C.B. Holchester, President.
Why, Uncle, that coin does bring you luck.
One of the 10 best-dressed men. By George, I can hardly believe it.
Neither can I, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hey, why not?
Well, just look at yourself in them old work clothes.
Huh?
It's a good thing there ain't no television to telegraph. They'll say to elect you the 10 worst-dressed men in town.
Someone had better remind Uncle Mort of his appointment downtown. Do you know where he is?
Yes, and he's standing in front of the mirror in his room, no doubt, trying to decide which one of his neckties harmonizes best with the rest of his haberdasheries.
Oh, do you think so?
Indubitably. He's been that way ever since he got that telegram.
Oh, you mean the one from those fashion experts?
That's right. And making him one of the best pressed men in town is making me one of the worst worked women in town. I'm wearing myself down to a shadow.
Well, on you, it doesn't show. In fact...
good morning, Marjorie. Hello, Bertie. Say, how do I look? Does my cravat blend with the rest of my ensemble?
Yes, sir. But I was sure you was going to ask us if your tie harmonized with the remainder of your clothes.
Yes.
Uncle, you look as if you just stepped out of a bandbox.
Now, don't kid me, Marjorie. Whoever saw a bandbox big enough for me to step out of?
Where are you going, Uncle?
Well, Mr. Holchester's in town. He's invited me to meet him at the Ritz Summerfield.
Oh, you mean the men's clothes designer?
Yeah, I hope I look my best.
Oh, you do.
Oh, that must be Judge Hooker. Send him right in, Bertie. We're saving rubber by riding downtown in his car. Oh, good morning, Judge.
Hey, look at those duds. You'd look like a tailor's dummy, Gildersleeve. You didn't talk so much.
Yes. I'm sorry if my sartorial splendor disturbs you, Judge. But as one of the 10 best-dressed men in Summerfield...
Who, you? Who says so?
The Gentlemen's Fashion Guild of New York.
Never heard of them.
Yeah, from the looks of your clothes, you've never even heard of gentlemen's fashions. As Mr. Holchester said to me this morning...
Who's Mr. Holchester?
Mr. Holchester is a famous style authority. He's the man who picked me and the other 9 snappiest dressers.
How'd you do it, over the telephone?
Yeah, over the telephone. He's stopping at the Ritz Summerfield. I'm going down to meet him.
Say, I'd like to meet him, too. You mind if I come along with you?
Not at all. That suit of yours should give Mr. Holchester a good hearty laugh.
What's wrong with this suit?
Oh, nothing that a rock, a rope, and a river couldn't cure. Come on, Judge.
Mr. Gildersleeve, come in, come in.
Oh, this is a pleasure indeed, Mr. Holchester. This is a friend of mine, Judge Horace Hooker, close friend. Judge, I want you to know Mr. Holchester.
Oh, everybody knows Mr. Holchester. Glad to meet you, sir.
I'd like both of you to meet Mr. Leslie, one of New York's leading tailors. How do you do?
It's a pleasure.
Me too.
Mr. Leslie makes most of the clothing I design.
Oh.
Mr. Gildersleeve here was on our 10 best list for Summerfield.
Ah, yes. Excellent choice.
And I think he has a very good chance of making our first team.
You mean...
Yes, the 10 best-dressed men in America.
Oh, no. But then, why not? How do you make your selection?
Oh, on a number of counts. Taste, style, figure, carriage.
Gildy could win on the last 2. He's got a figure like a carriage, all right.
Ignore him, Mr. Holchester. He's just jealous. He's so skinny, his tailor has to put pads in his trousers so his knees will bag. Yeah, go on, sir.
Well, another big point is extent of wardrobe.
Oh.
Gildy should win that one, too. His wardrobe extends farther out than...
No, see here, Hooker.
Are nice clothes your hobby, sir?
Oh, yes. Mr. Leslie, it always has been. You see, I was elected the best-dressed fellow in my class at college.
after I introduce peg-top pants and yellow button shoes.
I'd like to see some of your ensembles, Mr. Gildersleeve. I suppose, of course, you have a country squire suit in Orkney twist.
What?
Orkney twist.
Oh.
You know, that new hand-woven suiting. Very popular in New York this season.
Yes.
Have you any of it with you, Leslie?
Under that bolt I was taking out to Hollywood. I'll bring it in.
He's a master with the needle, that Leslie. Oh, they're mad about him in Hollywood.
Gentlemen, probably the last bolt of Orkney twist left in America.
Pretty loud material, isn't it?
That just shows your lack of taste, Judge Hooker. That orange diagonal stripe is just what the chocolate background needs to set off the little blue dots.
Well, you're right, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's the rage.
Yeah. Mr. Leslie, I just had an idea. How would it be if you made me a suit out of that Orkney twist, huh?
Don't be foolish, Gildersleeve. How can they get a suit for you out of that bolt? Well, there can't be more than 12 or 13 yards there.
Hooker, I only require 5 yards of cloth. But if you keep butting in, you're just going to need 6 feet of dirt, and that's all. Well, gentlemen, what do you say?
I think it might be arranged.
Oh, splendid.
Gildy, are you sure you can afford it?
Afford? Why, the question of payment doesn't enter into this, Judge Hoople.
Hooker.
Thank you. If Mr. Gildersleeve is taken with this material and wishes a suit whipped up, he shall have it at no expense.
What? Oh, that's wonderful. No, I couldn't let you do a thing like that.
But, my dear man, we'd be delighted.
Oh, no, at least let me pay the cost of the material.
You needn't do anything of the sort.
But I insist.
Oh, well, all right, if it'll make you any happier.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
How much is the material?
Oh, why, speak of it. A mere nothing.
Huh?
What is it, Leslie?
Oh, it didn't cost us much. 35, I think.
$35? Why, that's very reasonable.
Yes, you require 5 yards, don't you?
Yeah.
5 yards at 35 a yard. That makes $175, doesn't it?
It does? If 9 goes into 7, oh, my goodness, it does.
Mr. Halchester speaking.
Hello. This is the man who was just up there with Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, hello, Judge Rooker.
Hooker, Mr. Alchester. I wonder if you could make me a suit just like Gildersleeve?
You want the same suit?
Yeah, but not the same size.
Well, I thought you didn't like that material.
I didn't at first, but the colors sort of grow on you.
Well, I'm not sure we have enough of that Orkney twist.
But I don't take much, only about 2.5 yards. Say you'll do it, Mr. Alchester. I'm not going to take a back seat to Gildersleeve, that bold Brummel with a big bumper.
Well, maybe.
You will? Oh, fine. When do you want to take my measurements?
How about tomorrow morning?
I'll be there. Meantime, I'll send a check right over to seal the bargain. Let me see, 2.5 yards, $35, $87.50, isn't it?
Yes, $87.50 for the cloth and the same for the tailoring. Comes to exactly $175.
What? Oh, the tailoring. Oh, I hadn't figured on that. Well, you didn't charge Gildersleeve anything for tailoring.
Oh, that's true. But Mr. Gildersleeve is a prominent man with a style following.
Poppycock. Who'd ever be dumb enough to follow that big buffalo Styles?
Well, for one, you.
Oh, I never thought of that. Well, I'll send the check over this afternoon. And Mr. Alchester.
Yeah?
Have you selected anyone as the best-dressed judge in town yet?
No.
Well, I hope that my buying this suit won't influence your decision.
Why, that old... Hey, Leslie.
Yeah, what is it, Chesty?
Another sucker just hooked himself.
Yeah, who?
That judge who was here with the fat chump. That makes 11 best-dressed boobs we catch in this town.
Chesty, I gotta hand it to you. This is the sweetest switch on the suit racket I ever heard of.
It sure is. Now, what size would you say we should get for the little squirt that just formed?
He'd take about a 32 in a boy's suit.
Okay, then. Wire Joe to airmail us 132 boys and one big one. Say, 48 stub.
Okay.
And tell him to leave the seams open.
Sure. Say, what's the real name of this horse blanket material?
You mean Orkney twist?
Yeah.
At the factory, it's known as backstretch burlap.
We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. But first, I wonder how many of you good housewives indulge in that neighborly American pastime, the chat over the back fence. It's a swell way to swap cooking hints and recipes as well as other news. Well, we at Kraft certainly approve of the custom, because it's one way the news gets around about parquet margarine. the delicious spread for bread made by Kraft. You see, discovering a grand-tasting product like Parquet margarine is the sort of thing you housewives like to brag a little about, because it's smart to be wisely thrifty these days. And using Parquet margarine makes you just that. Yes, Parquet margarine is a wholesome spread for bread that tastes mighty good, yet costs very little. Why, that family of yours is sure to love its delicate, satisfying flavor. What's more, it's a wonderfully nutritious food, one of the best energy foods you can serve, and a reliable food source of important vitamin A. So I'll bet you'll want to brag a little, too, when you discover the economy of Parquet's delicious, wholesome goodness. But it's easy to find out. Tomorrow, just ask your dealer for Parquet, Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's return to the Great Gildersleeve, who is preparing to return to the Ritz Summerfield for his first fitting.
Hello, Pulteney. No, if you want my opinion as a style expert, you should wear a white mesh jacket. Yes, with a black bow tie. That's right. Oh, no trouble at all. Call me anytime you need sartorial guidance. Goodbye, Pulteney.
Isn't it just a little too early to be wearing a white mess jacket, Uncle?
No, not for Pulteney, my dear. He just got a job as a soda jerker. Well, I got to amble along now. By the way, what's the time?
Haven't you got your watch?
No, if I carry it in my vest pocket, the bulge might ruin my silhouette. Isn't that silly?
It certainly is.
Yeah, I read it in a fashion magazine. I wonder if Bertie has pressed my top coat yet. Oh, Bertie!
Yes, it's Mr. Gildersleeve. And I put a nice flower in the buttonhole, too.
Oh, thanks. A geranium. Well, that's better than no flower at all, or is it?
My, Mr. Gildersleeve, it sure is a chore valeting for you.
Huh?
But when I sees you strutting down the street, I nudges myself and I says, Bertie Lee Coggins, you may work hard, but the result is worth the effort.
Oh, thank you, Bertie. And just to show my appreciation, here, you can have back the geranium.
For me? Well, thank you.
Hi, Unc. Say, did you see the big write-up about you in the paper?
You mean all about Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, the well-known businessman being selected by a famous New York fashion designer as one of the best-dressed men not only in Summerfield, but possibly in the entire country?
Yeah, that was it.
No, I didn't see it.
Then how do you know all about it, Uncle?
Well, one of the reporters on the paper happened to be talking to me on the telephone, and I guess my clothes just sort of crept into the conversation.
Was that why you was trying to call the newspaper all morning?
If no, Bertie, I was it. Has anybody got the time?
Yeah, it's 1:10.
Oh, I'll have to hurry right down and try on that new suit Mr. Halchester designed for me. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I know it's going to look nice on you, Uncle.
Yes, and lots of luck, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, I hope you have a perfect fit, Unc.
Oh, yeah. What? Oh, I see what you mean.
Hello. Who? Mr. Gildersleeve. Well, send him right up.
Okay, let's trot out that 48 stub.
I got it. Looks too big. Probably fit him like the skin on a raisin.
Then you better do a good alteration job. Now, watch your step. And remember, you ain't back in the tailor shop at Leavenworth, or else you will be. Oh, come in, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Mr. Halchester. Hello, Mr. Leslie. I hope I haven't put you two gentlemen to a lot of trouble.
Oh, no, Mr. Leslie's a very fast worker.
Oh.
Why, he's practically made that suit fly.
Oh, how nice. Could I try it on now, please?
Of course. Just slip out of your coat.
Yeah.
Now, slide into this one.
Thanks. I can hardly wait.
There. Now, button it. What do you think, Mr. Leslie?
It fits him just like the skin on a grape.
Oh.
Yes, sir. You're going to get a lot of comments on that coat.
Don't you think it's a little too roomy?
Well, for some people, maybe, but not for you. You're the type that can stand a little room.
Oh, can I? Well, what do you think of the sleeves? Are they wearing sleeves over the knuckles this year?
Well, not quite. They should be taken in.
Oh, and what about the lapels? If I move my head, the points tickle my ears.
Well, they should be taken in, too.
Oh, and the way it droops, I mean drapes in front, I can't tell whether it's a loose sack suit or a tight double-breaster.
Well, in that case, you should be taken in.
I hope I'm not giving you too much trouble, Mr. Leslie.
Oh, no, not at all. When I sized you up, I must have been using a rubber tape measure.
Oh, very good.
Now, if you're ready to try on the trousers, Mr. Gildersleeve, here they are. Just step into the next room.
The trousers. All right, thank you. Yes. I'll be right back, gentlemen.
Oh, brother. Gee, that's the worst-looking botch yet. I don't know how I'm going to fix that coat up.
Now, don't worry. All we got to do is send to the factory for a 44 long.
Yeah?
And when it comes in, use the back of this one and the front of the new one.
What do you mean?
Well, this guy's got a tricky shape. He's a 48 stub in the back and a 44 long in the front.
Okay, but aren't we taking a little loss that way?
So what? These suits only cost us $9.75 wholesale.
I know, but why should we... Here he comes. Whatever you do, don't let him get a look at himself in a mirror. He'll jump out the window.
I'm afraid these trousers are a trifle too tight.
Holy smoke, you gave him Judge Booker's pants.
Come in.
Yeah.
I know, Mr. Gildersleeve. In fact, I'm a bit disappointed with the way the whole suit has come out.
Oh.
So I'm going to have Mr. Leslie recut the entire garment.
Oh, say, I don't want you to go to all that trouble for nothing.
Well, let's not say for nothing. Say for a slight alteration fee of $9.75.
Oh, well, that's awfully nice of you.
Oh, don't mention it. I always welcome the opportunity to make a little change whenever I can.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Is Mr. Gildersleeve home?
Yes, and who is it to see him?
I am.
Excuse me, but who's you?
Mrs. Salisbury Twitchell.
Oh, the Mrs. Twitchell. Well, come right in and rest your umbrella.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, I have the honor to announce the arrival of Mrs. Strawberry Twitchell.
Who? Well, I wonder what that old... Mrs. Twitchell. I was just saying, I wonder what that old friend wanted. Will you have a chair, Mrs. Twitchell?
That isn't what I wanted, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh?
I'll explain my visit simply so you can grasp it without too much of a struggle.
Oh, thanks.
Mr. Hopalong Cassidy, the movie star, arrives in Summerfield in 2 hours to aid our big defense bond drive.
He does? Why, he's my favorite movie star. I'd like to meet him.
You will have that opportunity. One of the members of my welcoming committee dropped some milk on his foot and cannot attend.
Why should dropping a little milk on his foot keep him away?
If I must go into detail, he's got a broken toe. The milk was condensed in cans and in a case. Therefore, Mr. Gildersleeve, in order that we are not faced with the situation of a welcoming committee consisting of 13 members, will you join us?
Yes, gladly. Incidentally, whatever made you think of little me?
Well, it was that story in the paper regarding your selection as one of the best-dressed men in town. Newspapers exaggerate so, don't they?
Oh, well, you mean this old smoking jacket. Well, don't worry. You'll really be bowled over when you see my appearance at the station.
Mr. Cassidy's train arrives at 5:52.
5:52.
Now, please try to be there on time. And if any photographs are taken, kindly refrain from waving your handkerchief at the cameraman. Goodbye.
That old...
Gee, Uncle Mort, I couldn't help listening. Hop along Cassidy. That's Bill Boyd.
Yeah.
Can I come along and see him, huh? Can I?
Why not? I know why not. I have to stop at the hotel first and change into my new Orkney Twist ensemble.
But you aren't supposed to pick it up until tomorrow morning.
Well, if they promise it for then, it's essential it'll be all ready now. And I needed to impress Hopalong Twitchell and Mrs. vice versa.
But why can't I just come along with you, huh?
Oh, I guess you can at that, if you wait downstairs in the lobby. Come on.
Coat fits all right, Mr. Halchester. But don't you think the style is a little too juvenile for me?
Oh, not at all, Judge Snooker.
Hooker, sir.
Pardon me. No, I purposely designed that suit along boyish lines to bring out the Mickey Rooney in you.
Oh, yes. I hadn't pictured myself that way lately.
Oh, you're the Mickey type, all right.
With this suit, I sort of feel like I should get a free baseball bat. For the price I paid, you should throw in a pitcher from the Dodgers.
Excuse me. Yes? Who's on his way up? Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh?
Thanks.
Did I hear you say Gildersleeve is on his way up here?
You heard the man.
Oh, he mustn't find me here. I'm trying to surprise him. Can't I hide someplace until he leaves?
Why, yes, right in the next room.
Oh, thank you. Let me know. Let me know when he's gone.
Hey, what's Fatso doing coming around now? He isn't due till tomorrow. By then, we should be on our way to Florida.
Oh, he don't worry me. But there's a guy from the Better Business Bureau waiting in the lobby.
Uh-oh. Let's get out of here.
Now, take it easy. We got our bags all packed. All we got to do is take an earlier train. Where's that timetable?
Here, I got it marked. The streamline will leave in 30 minutes. Can we make it?
Yeah. Only what are we going to do with that judgy in there?
Or Pudgy out there.
Now, hide the judge's trousers in your suitcase. We'll work the old pants trick on both of them. Enter, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, I hope you'll excuse me for coming so early, but I wonder if I could get my suit now.
Oh, of course, Mr. Gildersleeve. Only first, there's one little detail.
Oh, yes.
We'd like to compare the measurements of the trousers you're wearing with the new ones.
Of course.
Would you mind taking them off?
Oh, not at all, not at all. You don't know how nice it is of you to do this for me. Yeah, here you are.
Thank you. Now, if you'll kindly wait in the next room.
Oh, anything to oblige.
Just make yourself comfortable in there.
Yeah, don't worry, I will. La-dee-da-dee-da-da-doo-da-doo. Deep in the... Judge Hooker! What are you doing hiding in the corner? And without your pants?
Same thing as you are. Being fitted for one of those Orkney twisters.
Oh, getting a suit behind my back, eh? That's pretty low, Judge. And by George, I'm going to complain. Mr. Howchester, Mr. Leslie, that's Peculiar. They're not here.
Not only that, their bags and clothing aren't here either.
What?
Hey, I don't see my pants anywhere.
My pants are gone, too. Yeah, this is going to be one of my bad days.
Now, don't get in a panic, Gildy. Maybe they just stepped out into the hall. Come on, let's look.
Yeah, let's look in the hall.
Well, you go first, Gildy.
Okay, you think it's going to be all right?
No, it isn't all right.
Judge, there's something awfully funny looking around here, and I don't mean us.
How about phoning downstairs?
No, I can't. The telephone wires have been cut. Look.
No question about it, then. They were crooks, all right.
Yeah.
Fine people you introduced me to, Gildersleeve.
Yes, and a fine judge you are, Hooker. You can't even recognize a crook when he steals your own pants.
Oh, my goodness, my pocketbook was in my trousers.
It was? Well, they never get mine. Look, I always keep it in my coat. The old jumping jeeps, they did get my lucky $50. What's that?
Hear that?
Huh?
Maybe it's all just a joke.
Why, of course.
Yeah, that's it. Come on in, boys.
Yes, come on in. Leroy, what are you doing here?
Gee, I'm glad to see you, Unc. I was waiting in the lobby, and when Mr. Howchester came down and checked out, I didn't know what to think.
You checked out? Where'd he go?
When he passed me, he was telling another man they'd have to go like 60 if they wanted to catch the Florida train. Say, where are your pants?
On their way to Florida. Judge, we've got to stop them before they pull out of town.
How? We can't dash down to the station in our shorts?
Couldn't we pretend we're running in a marathon race?
Not me, brother.
Oh, yeah.
I got an idea, Unc. Just take the blankets off this bed, wrap one around each of you, and go to the station that way.
Take the blankets. You're a bright boy, Leroy.
But we'd never get past the lobby.
Well, how about sneaking down the fire escape? There's a taxi stand right below.
A taxi. That's it. Come on, Hooker. Grab a blanket.
But we can't get away with this.
Sure we can. When we get to the railroad station, I'll pass you off as a couple of Indians looking for a Pullman reservation.
Stop! Wait for us!
It's no use, Gildy. We'll never see our pants again.
Yes, nor my lucky $50 either.
Well, what was lucky about it?
Say, Unc, you better be careful. Your blanket's dragging.
It is? Oh, goodness.
Yes, Gildy, you look like one of the 10 best-dressed beds in town.
Is that so? Why? Oh, hello, Mrs. Twitchell. Fancy meeting you here.
Don't speak to me, Mr. Gildersleeve. Just because we are here to welcome a cowboy star doesn't mean that you should come dressed as Sitting Bull.
I never did like her.
Come on, let's get out of here before it's too late.
It is too late. Hello, officer.
What are you guys doing running around here in blankets? Come on, get into the station master's office here before you attract a crowd.
But, officer, we were just chasing a couple of crooks who stole our pants. There they are. Well, Mr. Hal Chester and Mr. Leslie, so they got you too, huh?
Hello, Fatso. Hiya, Judge Crooker.
You poker!
Fine work, officer. I don't know what you're talking about. One of these birds tried to pass a counterfeit coin at the ticket window.
But, officer, it wasn't mine. It belongs to this guy.
Who, me?
Is this yours, buddy?
A counterfeit? Oh, my goodness, it's my lucky $50.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, what makes good cooks good? You know, I think it's their sense of flavor. They've learned the knack of preparing good food because they thoroughly enjoy eating it. Well, that's probably why so many really good cooks use Parquet margarine these days. They found that Parquet margarine's delicate, satisfying flavor is pretty hard to beat, and they certainly ought to know. You see, outstandingly good flavor is what makes Parquet margarine so different from old-time margarines. Yes, spread Parquet margarine on bread or toast or rolls, and one taste will tell you the big difference. And that goes for cooking, too. Parquet tastes so wonderfully good, it's a real flavor shortening for baking, and just about perfect for pan frying. But flavor isn't the whole story. Parquet margarine is a wholesome, highly nutritious food. It's one of the best energy foods you can serve. And if you're vitamin conscious, you'll be glad to know that every pound of Parquet contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So why not take a hint from the thousands of good cooks who use Parquet margarine and try a pound or two yourself? Yes, tomorrow, sure. Ask your food dealer for Parquet, Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
Sorry, but our time's up. Good night, folks.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis A. Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with I Am an American.
Year after year, Jell-O keeps getting better and better. And today, Jell-O is richer, more delicious than it's ever been before. The reason for this extra goodness is a new Jell-O process that locks in Jell-O's famous flavor and makes it even more tempting, even more enjoyable. Jell-O is a beautiful dessert, radiant with color and glistening with goodness. And its swell flavor, so tangy and refreshing, makes you think that you're actually tasting the ripe, juicy fruit itself. Yes, Jell-O's marvelous flavor is gloriously good, a flavor that everybody loves. And now that it's locked in, Jell-O's grand flavor reaches a new peak in pleasure. But prove it for yourself. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no sweet, fruity odor, no telltale aroma to warn of escaping flavor. Then dissolve the tiny Jell-O particles and notice the way Jell-O's captive goodness comes pouring out with a rush of delicious fragrance and flavor. Ask your grocer tomorrow for several packages of Jell-O. You'll find that Jell-O is better and richer than ever now that its flavor is locked in.
American played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, next Tuesday, March the 17th, is St. Patrick's Day. So instead of my usual hackneyed introduction this evening, you can sit down now, Jack. Sit down.
Oh,
So instead of my usual hackneyed introduction, it gives me extreme pleasure to bring to you a young Irish lad who has become a great success on this program.
Irish? I wonder if he means... No, he told me to sit down. Could it be...
Jack, will you please keep quiet?
Okay.
And here he is, folks, that golden-voiced tenor from the Emerald Isle, Dennis Day.
Well, take a bow, Dennis.
Thank you. Jello again. This is Dennis Day talking. And sure, 'tis a grand pleasure to be addressing all you lovely people.
Listen to the blarney.
And folks, right now I'd like to tell you a little story about Pat and Mike.
Oh, fine.
Well, Pat and Mike were walking down the street when all of a sudden a parrot flew out of a pet shop right in front of them.
A parrot, eh?
And Pat turned to Mike and said, "My, hasn't that thing got beautiful feathers? What do you suppose it is?" So Mike said, "Sure, I don't know. Let's go and catch it."
So
they chased it, and finally the parrot turned around and said, "What the heck do you guys want?" And Pat tipped his hat and said, "Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. We thought you was a bird."
Very good, Dennis, very good. Now, go and sit down.
Sit down? Gee whiz, Mr. Benny, I thought I was going to do the whole program tonight.
No. Don thought that on account of it being so close to St. Patrick's Day, it would be a nice gesture to introduce you first. But that's all.
Oh.
You see, Dennis, you haven't had enough experience to handle the whole program. Well, let's get going. Jello again. This is Jack Benny talking.
What are you trying to do, hold me down?
No, I'm not trying to hold you down, kid. But for heaven's sake, you can't be master of ceremonies. You're too young. Jello again. This is Jack Benny talking.
He hates me because I'm young.
I don't hate you, Dennis. I simply can't take the chance of letting you handle this program. You might be a flop.
But, Jack, on the other hand, he might be very good.
Don, either way, I'm taking a chance. Now, let's drop it. Jello again. This is Dennis Day talking. And sure, folks... Oh, nuts. This is all your fault, Don Wilson. You had to introduce the kid. You had to be topical.
Well, I thought it was a good idea, Jack. After all, our listeners may be tired of the same old thing week after week.
Oh, so now I'm an old thing. Well, Mr. Wilson, I'd watch my step if I were you, because the time of year is fast approaching when your contract comes up for renewal.
I'm glad you brought up the subject, Jack, because I may not be with you next season.
I'm sick and tired of it.
Oh?
You may not be with me?
Oh, now, here's the situation. I've had a splendid offer to do the announcing on the Baxter Beauty Clay program.
Beauty clay?
Yes. They offered me a very nice salary and all the mud packs I can use.
Well, Don, after all these years, if a little mud can come between us, well...
There's a difference in salary, too.
Mud or money, you ain't loyal. That's gratitude for you.
Hello, Jack. How are you?
Hello. How do you think I am?
Well, what's the matter with you? You look like somebody just stole your rubber heels.
They better not, sister. I've got my license number branded on them. I'm taking no chances.
I'll bet your hot water bag is safe, too.
And so is my teething ring. I can go along with a gag. Anyway, if you want to know why I'm upset, it's because I've discovered that my pal Don Wilson is a traitor. A big, fat traitor. He wants to leave me for the Baxter Beauty Clay program.
Well, why not? They made us a swell offer.
What do you mean, us?
They want Don, Phil, Dennis, and me.
What?
Can we put in a word for you, Mr. Benny?
Keep out of this. Well, Mary, all I can say is that's fine appreciation after all I've done for you.
After all you've done for me?
Yes, when I first met you, you didn't even have a pair of stockings.
What are you talking about? There was a whole counter full.
I mean of your own. And another thing, young lady, who put you in show business? Who started you out in vaudeville?
I started in vaudeville with my sister Babe.
What an act that was. Tumblers, the bouncing Livingston. A lot of us helped to kill vaudeville, but you and your sister jumped on it.
Now, wait a minute, Jack Benny. You never even saw our act.
I did, too, and I'll never forget your sister, Babe. She was so nearsighted, she used to take bows with her back to the audience.
She knew what she was doing.
Oh, yeah?
And furthermore, she's not nearsighted.
She's not, eh? Well, I'd like to have a nickel for every weighing machine she said hello to. Fine name she picked out, Babe. She looks more like Babe Ruth. Well, we got a program to do tonight, and as long as you're all working for me temporarily, you might as well do your song, Dennis.
Okay, I'm going to sing The Garden Where the Praties Grow, and I dedicate it to Mr. Baxter and his beauty clay who is listening in.
Baxter's beauty clay. What burns me up, I've been using that clay for years.
You must have been growing radishes in it.
I tried it on my face, too. Anyway, I'm talking about friendship and appreciation and gratitude from my own cast.
Should I sing now, Mr. Benny?
Wait a minute, Dennis. I just happened to think of a little poem that fits this situation to a T. It's entitled Loyalty and was written by Otis J. Cribblecobbler. Now, let this sink in. Loyalty. Ahem.
Hey, where's that music coming from?
Like in the movies, it just comes. Loyalty. Real friends are few and far between. They'll never tarnish or turn green. They'll stick with you through stormy seas. They'll go through heat or even freeze. So when you've a friend who is a friend, do not kick him in. The end. Now remember that, all of you, before you think of deserting me for another program. Sing, Dennis. That poem didn't sink in very well. Maybe I'll have to give the gang more money or something. I don't know.
Have you ever been in love, me boys, or have you felt the pain? I'd sooner be in jail myself than be in love again. For the girl I loved was beautiful, I'd have you all to know. And I met her in the garden where the praties grow. She was just the sort of creature, boys, that nature did intend to walk right through the world, me boys, without the Grecian end. But is she where is she yon? I'd have you all to know. And I met her in the garden where the praties grow. Says I, my pretty Kathleen, I hope that you'll agree. She wasn't like your city girls who say you're making free. So see, I'll ask me parents, and tomorrow I'll let you know if you'll meet me in the garden where the praties grow. She was just the sort of creature, boys, that nature did intend to walk right through the world, me boys, without the Grecian bend. Now did she fire a sheen on, I'd have you all to know. And I met her in the garden where the praties grow. Oh, the parents, they consented, and we're blessed with children 3. 2 boys just like their mother, and the girl the image of me. And now we're going to train them up the way they ought to go, for to dig right in the garden where the praties grow. She was just the sort of creature, boys, that nature did intend to walk her through the world, me boys, without the Grecian bend. But is she where is she yon? I'd have you all to know. And I met her in the garden where the praties grow.
The Garden Where the Praties Grow, a special St. Patrick's Day song sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, that was swell. Stick with Uncle Jack and you've got a brilliant future.
Well, I'd love to, but Mr. Baxter has made me some wonderful promises.
Promises?
If it's promises you want, you're with the right guy now.
I deliver the goods, too. Dennis's contract called for a raise this month, and he got one.
Some raise. You put high heels on his shoes.
A raise is a raise. It all depends on how you look at it.
Gosh, I turned my ankles 10 times this week.
Well, watch it. Don't be so clumsy. Anyway, Dennis, you better think twice before you listen to anybody else's promises. You know, they don't always... Here comes another traitor. How do you do, Mr. Harris? Feeling fine, I trust?
Mr. Harris, why all the formality?
If you mean formality, Phil, which is my guess, The reason for my frigid attitude is because I found out that you're a snake in the grass.
Well, I haven't even seen grass for 10 years.
Well, you've seen snakes. That I know.
Snakes, are them those wiggly things that come just ahead of the elephant?
I don't know the order of their appearance, but that's what you are. Imagine leaving me for Baxter's beauty clay.
Jackson, I wouldn't leave you for all the beauty clay in the world, and heaven knows I'm a mess.
What?
Hey, Phil, you mean you're not going to walk out with the rest of us?
No, sir. Look, Jackson, I got it all figured out. We don't need the rest of this bunch at all.
We don't?
No, next season we'll have just you, me, and a 100-piece symphony orchestra.
100-piece orchestra?
Yeah, you lead one end, I'll lead the other, and let them bump.
Well, it's a novel idea, Phil, but offhand, I don't know of 100 musicians that would stoop that low. No, if my gang wants to leave me, I'll just quit radio, that's all.
Are you sure you don't like that symphony idea, Jackson?
No, it stinks, Phil. But thanks just the same. I'll just quit radio.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I think this has gone far enough. We did have an offer from Mr. Baxter, but we're not going to accept it.
Not much.
That's the truth, Jack. Why, we couldn't leave you or Jello. We're all locked in together.
That's a plug if I ever heard one.
Oh, wake up, Jack. The whole thing was just a gag.
Oh, a gag, eh? God, you fellas really had me going. I've heard about your other offer. You had me so worried all week, my hair was falling out. See?
I thought that thing was guaranteed.
Good, Mary, good. Well, let's get going on. Let's get going on with the program, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, immediately after a number by Phil Harris and his orchestra, we're going to present a special surprise attraction in which we will definitely expose for the first time... Excuse me. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
I'm busy now, Rochester. What do you want?
Well, boss, I got to send in my income tax by tomorrow night.
Yes?
And I'm a little short of that green stuff that ain't grass, yet it ain't hay.
Why, Rochester, do you mean to say you have to pay tax on that small salary you get?
I better. Mr. Morgenthau sent me a blank with RSVP on it.
RSVP?
Rochester Thin Velvet Tonsil.
Oh, I see. Well, Rochester, tell me, how much does your income tax amount to?
That all depends on my dependents. Is it okay if I put my brother down as a dependent?
Well, I don't know. Can your brother work?
He can, but it's nauseating.
Oh, well, look, maybe your brother can't work. Maybe he's incapacitated.
Beg your pardon?
I said maybe your brother is incapacitated. He's too weak.
Boss, any man that can stack up sirloin steaks and eat them like flapjacks ain't in for anything.
Well, and in that case, you cannot deduct him as a dependent. In fact, Rochester, I wouldn't bother with any deduction. If I were you, I'd just send in a check for the full amount.
A check?
Yes.
Well, can you suggest a good bank that can go along with a gag?
No, but I'll be happy to lend you enough to pay your tax, Rochester.
Thanks, boss. So long.
So long.
Oh, say, boss, Mr. Benny.
Now what?
Can I deduct for the stock market losses?
Why, of course. Wait a minute. What stock did you have?
Well, I took an awful beating in African Cubes Incorporated.
You can't take off for dice. Goodbye. That guy is always in trouble. Play, Phil, and then we'll have our big surprise of the evening. that was I Said No, played by Phil Harris and his Biltmore Bowlers. Biltmore meaning the hotel where the boys are working, and bowlers meaning they should play in an alley. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Gee, thanks for the plug, Jackson.
You can't insult the guy. It's amazing. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our surprise feature attraction. No doubt a few of you heard Fred Allen's program last week, in which Mr. Allen very modestly devoted most of the show to his own life story.
Oh, I thought it was very funny.
We won't go into that. Now, when Mr. Allen presented this soggy saga of his miserable life, he completely overlooked one very important incident which marked the turning point in his crummy career. Now, in order to bring to light this hidden chapter of Mr. Allen's drab existence, we are going to present the life of Jack Benny.
What's that got to do with Alan?
Because I'm the guy that... Be patient, Mary. We'll come to that. So here we go, folks, with the life of Jack Benny. First, I am born. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
The scene, ladies and gentlemen, is the little farmhouse of Mr. and Mrs. Zeke Benny, located on the outskirts of Waukegan, Illinois. The date is February 14th. The year...
Let's go! Goo goo.
Well, what is it, nurse? Boy or girl?
Congratulations. Congratulations, Zeke. It's a bouncing baby boy.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's bounce it.
A fine start I got.
Years later, and Jackie Benny, our hero, is now a handsome little fellow with big blue eyes and long gray curls.
They were golden, and they came way down to my ankles.
You must have looked like a weeping willow.
Quiet.
We find Jackie practicing on his violin while his old music teacher stands by with a look of rapture on his face.
How was that, Mr. Lindsay? I said, how was that? Am I getting any better? I said, am I getting any better?
Oh, have you been sick?
Oh, well, someday I'll be a great violinist.
10 years later.
I'm playing it by heart now, folks.
And then came 1917, the World War, somewhere in France. Later, and Jack Benny starts his vaudeville career as a concert violinist.
I thank you.
Wait a minute. What's all this got to do with Fred Allen?
We're coming to that. Continue, Mr. Wilson.
The scene changes. It's a cold winter's day in 1927. And Jack Benny, now a vaudeville headliner, is appearing at the Electric Theater in St. Joe, Missouri.
St. Joe. They love me there. Yeah.
As Mr. Benny is about to enter the stage door, a ragged, unkempt stranger with icicles on his adenoids approaches him and says,
Pardon me, mister, but would you please give me a nickel for a cup of coffee?
A nickel?
Yes, sir. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten for days. I'm starved, I tell you, starved.
Then a nickel won't help you, my good man. Here's a $10 bill.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you.
Oh, stop kissing my hand. It's nothing. Poor boy.
Oh, but I'll never forget you for this. Never, never.
Don't wipe my shoes. It's quite all right. Tell me, my good man, what is your name?
Sullivan. Fred Sullivan.
Fred Sullivan.
Remember that name, ladies and gentlemen.
And that voice.
Remember that Jack Benny gave him $10 when he was starving.
And remember his words when he said, I'll never forget you for this.
3 years later, and Fred Sullivan is now Fred Allen, a successful juggler in vaudeville.
See why I told you to remember that name, folks?
And it's a cold winter's day in New York City, and Mr. Allen is about to enter the stage door of the Palace Theater when a ragged stranger with a long black beard and a tin cup approaches.
Pardon me, sir. Would you please give me a nickel for a cup of instant postum?
Please, get away from me, you bum, or I'll take my gold-handled cane and give you 2 lumps for your postum.
See what a rat he was, folks? But I'm hungry, starved, I tell you, starved.
Out of my way, you derelict. Fink's mules are just taking their bow, and I'm on next.
Very well, but I'll tell Variety about this. Mr. Sullivan?
Sullivan? Who are you?
Wait till I pull off this false beard. All right, who am I?
Jack Benny.
That's right, the man who gave you $10 when you only asked for a nickel. And the man who's going to beat you to within an inch of your life. Take that, out, and that, out, and that.
Leave me alone.
And that.
I'll get the money
and
back.
That. Help that, out. Well, have you had enough, Alan? I knocked him silly, folks. And that's how Fred Allen became a comedian. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the incident Mr. Allen was ashamed to reveal on his program last week. Playfill.
Here's a grand Jell-O treat, friends, that will really bring you compliments galore. A good-looking, swell-tasting dessert that you'll be proud to serve again and again.
It's Cardinal Pear Mold, rich, juicy pears embedded in a shimmering mold of bright red raspberry Jell-O. And what a tempting treat it is. A dessert that looks gloriously gay and inviting, and in taste, downright delicious. Yet it's so simple and easy to make. All you do is just dissolve 1 package of Jell-O imitation raspberry flavor in a pint of hot water and chill until slightly thickened. Then fold in canned sliced pears, mold, and serve plain or with whipped cream. It's a dessert that will lend color and enjoyment to any meal. A bright, shimmering dessert, simply full of delightful flavor. Try it and see what a big hit it makes with everybody. Tomorrow, make up this tangy combination of juicy canned pears and beautiful red raspberry Jell-O. Remember, Jell-O's new locked-in flavor makes Jell-O extra rich.
This is the last number of the 24th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday at the same time.
Say, Jack, did you really give Fred Allen a $10 bill when he only asked for a nickel?
Oh, I It may have been a 20 or a 50. Who knows? I couldn't see very well. It was snowing.
You mean to say you took off your shoe in the snow?
I carried a wallet then. Good night, folks.
The Jello Show is written by Bill Maher and Eddie Beloy. The part of Fred Allen was interpreted on our program tonight by the RKO player Peter Lind Hayes.
Remember this name, friends, Jello puddings. It's the name of 3 grand puddings made by the same folks who make Jello. There's Jello vanilla pudding, a smooth, luscious pudding with the delicate, creamy flavor of real vanilla. Jello pudding is not only swell as a pudding, but ideal for cream pies, tarts, or as a cream filling for cakes. So when you order Jello puddings in all 3 flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Jello puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. KF. The National Broadcasting Company presents Plays for Americans by Arch Obler. As a further contribution to the war effort, NBC brings you a special series of new plays dedicated to people of goodwill everywhere who believe in the inherent dignity of man, who fight together now for a better world for all. This is a war of men and ideas, and these are the plays of the men and ideas that make up our America and our world of today. As the 7th of this series, the National Broadcasting Company has the pleasure to present Lieutenant James Stewart in a new play, Letter at Midnight.
I'm going to read you a letter. It's from my son. And it reads, Dear Father, I started to date
this letter December 6th, and now I see it's half an hour after midnight. And I remember how meticulous you were about times and dates, so I changed the date line. Now it's a warm night. One of the many subtropical nights down here that have steamed away all memory of my good New England ancestry. Oh, now, please understand me. I'm not ashamed of the long generations of us who had to break ice from around the wells. But, oh, it's good to be warm and quite alive. And it's about being alive that I want to write to you, Father. In your last, you made a wish for me, do you recall? Well, let's talk about the question first. It's a very simple question, and one I know you've wanted to ask me for a long time. Son, why did you do it? It's funny, isn't it, Father? For 2 years you must have wanted to ask that question, and so help me, for 2 years I wanted to tell you, but somehow I haven't been able to until right now. So here goes. Why did I do it? Why did I suddenly 2 years ago do a backflip out of all the things I'd known in life? Well, let's start at what I was 2 years ago. No, I can hear you say you know. Oh, no, Father. Now let me tell you. Tom Greer III, last year in college and the biggest mouth this side of El Duce. What a mouth. Opinion, 2 cents a dozen and on credit. Subject, any subject.
Telling you you're crazy.
Oh, you're no authority.
It's not theory, it's fact. Who's your authority?
Oh, stop making so much noise.
I said it, you heard me. Academically speaking, but be practical.
All right, fellas. Now, listen to me. Now, human nature is human nature. Lord Brooks said it. Oh, what a sad condition of humanity. I'll tell you, it's a condition based on the innate nature of man. The nature of his bones, his bloodstream, and his brain cell convolutions. the nature of all he's been as he climbed up out of the slime. Now, only evolution will change that, not preachment, nor law, nor moralizing. Yeah, Father. Opinions of everything along the line. A year ago, I even knew all about women. Well, now, I'll tell you, Charles's friend, there's no such thing as an intelligent woman. Now, understand me, right? I'm speaking purely from a philosophical standpoint, of course. But it's been my experience that women can be divided into two classes. Speaking purely from personal observation, of course, I should say that both classes are equally divided. Well, I'll put it more simply. Now, what the average woman wants out of life can be stated in just a very few words. Very few words. But the subject I could talk longest and loudest on, Father, was, of course, the world situation. I saw the whole thing as clearly as if it were a 5-ton truck coming down an empty road. The war, well, that was just history repeating itself. The money bags were on the loose again. Imperialistic stuff. The have-nots trying to grab what they didn't have, and the haves trying to hold on to what they had. Well, they weren't going to rook any of us young fellas into their little game. No, sir. Not as long as I could be chairman of committees and subcommittees and resolution committees.
Well, fellow students, we had a hard time getting this assembly hall. You could think this was the Dark Ages instead of the year 1939. Certain of our university authorities tried to stop us. But anyway, here we are, and as our first speaker, let me introduce to you the chairman of the Peace Committee, Tom Greer.
This is indeed a historic occasion in the history of this university. I say historic because this resolution we are about to adopt will make history. We say, keep America out of war. Keep her out of war at any price. We deny that America will ever find reason to enter into this war. And we deny that America's enemies are awaiting without. Oh, I tell you, Father, I knew all the answers. And the first of every month, waiting for me in the mailbox outside the fraternity house was a nice check with your name on the bottom of it for $200. Yes, life was quite a thing for me 2 years ago. And then, all of a sudden, it wasn't. It wasn't because there was a girl. No, you don't know about her. Well, let me tell you.
What a day, huh, Tom?
Yeah.
Campus sure is quiet today.
Well, it's Saturday.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Tennis?
Look, wait, let's relax. Just relax.
Okay. Yeah, that's what grass is for. Cows and golf greens. And just sitting on. You know, Tom, I was thinking. Sunday, if it's a nice day, why don't we roust out a couple of females and go on a little picnic in the country?
Wait a minute.
What?
Hey, who's she? That girl walking this way. Who is she? Who is she? That began very simply, Father. A girl walking across the campus past the place where Hal and I lay warming in the sun. I thought I knew all the girls, but not this one.
Oh, I don't know who it is, honest, I don't. Hey, wait a minute, that must be... Yeah, I know. Bill Royce was telling me. She's in his Nutrition 103 class. Some kind of a refugee foreigner. Yeah, she's sure got something, huh?
I don't know why to this day, but I found myself going around the campus asking about her.
She's only been on the campus a couple of weeks.
Listen, Wolf, I tell you, she just won't talk.
Yeah, I'm in one of her classes, but that's all, brother. Sure, her name is Lisa Edling. Lisa Edling.
I found out very little. Lisa Edling, her name, that was all. Oh, a refugee girl taking courses at school, so what? So what? So, inside of a week, I found myself signed up for Nutrition 103. And sitting in the class, not hearing a thing, just looking at her.
Research on the bee complex has been accelerated tremendously during the past few years. The success in isolating B1 will unquestionably be a great determining factor in the isolation of other filtrate factors. In the course of yesterday's lecture, I mentioned the name by which B1 is now commonly known. Mr. Greer, will you give us the name, please, and describe the substance? Mr. Greer?
B, brown hair, blue eyes. Oh, gosh. Well, Father, I think they call the process falling in love. That's a laugh, isn't it? Me down here and telling you how I fell in love. But it's all one piece with what I did, why I did it. Lisa Edling. In spite of the fact that I thought I knew all the answers, I didn't get a chance with the questions. She just wouldn't talk. I'd do an off-tackle play right after class in corner and try a few bright and scintillating remarks. She'd smile and murmur something about being very busy and then do a quarterback sneak out of the door. Every day I had to go to that nutrition class and hear cute little whispers of vitamin B1 has brown hair and blue eyes. Father, the strain on my ego was something quite terrific. But Lisa Edling went her way and she wouldn't talk to me. I wanted to talk with her, but all she had to do was just look at me and say, well, no, I'm very busy, and my tongue would all tie up, and that was that until the next time. And so it went until the night we had our great peace rally. As usual, I was chairman.
And now, fellow students, it is my privilege to present to you another member of our student body who needs very little introduction, the leader of the Demosthenes Debating Society, Frank Colbert.
Fellow students, we've had just about enough words. Now the time has come to act. We, a handful of the far-seeing students, must put into dynamic action that which we believe. And we must tell it to America in unmistakable terms. The war that is going on in Europe is not our war. No part of it touches upon our lives. If we keep the American ideal shining brightly, no one will ever dare attack us. We, as the future leaders of America, demand that nothing be done to jeopardize our future.
You fool! You young fool!
Tom, call the meeting to order. Tom, what are you just sitting there for? Call the meeting to order. Bang the gavel. Call the meeting to order.
Well, I didn't call the meeting to order. All I knew that she had been there, and now she was going. And then somehow I was out of the place and running after her down the dark campus parkway. Lisa, wait a minute, please.
What? Who?
Well, it's Tom Greer.
Oh.
Lisa, I mean, Miss Edling, I've got to talk to you.
Why?
Well, I just said it. I want to talk to you.
What are you doing here? You should be back with them.
Look, will you slow up? I'm here, not there. Now, so talk to me.
You are the chairman. You belong there.
I belong where I want to be.
Why did you follow me?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe to ask you a question.
A question?
Well, yeah. Why did you jump up suddenly like that and call Frank Colbert a fool?
Because he is.
What, Phi Beta Kappa, and you call him a fool?
I called him a young fool, and he is.
Well, all right. Why?
You don't really want to know.
Well, now, wait a minute. I do. Why else do you think I'm doing this marathon after you here?
You are interested in women, not the truth. Do not follow me. Please go away and do not follow.
She was a smart girl, Father. Sure, it was part of my line. I didn't really care what she said. All I cared was that she just said it to me.
I think I am the fool, letting you talk me into coming to this place.
Well, really, haven't you ever been in this black hole before?
No.
Well, why, the Beanpot's a campus institution. Hey, come on here, a little service here.
No, nothing for me.
But you said...
Mr. Greer, I came here only because you were most convincing that you really wanted me to tell you why I interrupted at the peace meeting.
Oh, all right. Do you mind if I catch myself a double Coke?
No, of course not.
Did you want something?
Yeah, Oh, hello, Judy.
How's your double pneumonia?
Huh?
What'll you have?
Hey, I was really sick last night, Judy. You can give me a double Coke.
Yeah? 2?
No, just one.
Yeah. And a jigger of carbolic.
Jigger carbolic, yeah. Oh, that's another campus institution.
I want to ask you a question.
What about her?
Oh, no. Tell me, please. Do you believe that nonsense the other boy was saying?
Nonsense?
Yes. He said that the war that is going on in Europe is not your war, that no part of it touches your life, but of course that is nonsense.
Well, now, wait a minute. I believe that. Well, England and Germany are fighting one of their old imperialistic wars.
No, Mr. Greer.
No what?
This is not a continuation of an old power war. This is a fight for the survival of an ethical civilization. In plain words, a fight for the survival of the individual to live in a world of truth and honor and justice.
Here's your Coke.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome, Mr. Pneumonia.
Mr. Greer, do you think that your American freedom, your freedom could go on living in a world that belongs to Hitler? Do you think that in his world you could have this wonderful university where you could go to learn as you pleased and what you pleased? Where you could speak wisdom or nonsense, where the final decision as to your part in life was not a political bureau's orders, but your own to make, to work for, to fight for?
No, that's where I disagree. On that last point.
What?
Well, I don't think there will ever be any occasion for fighting if we keep clear of the fight.
Oh.
Oh, you shiver?
Yes.
Why?
I once heard my own brother say what you just said. Please, I want to go now. I want to go now.
Well, Father, after I left her that night, I tried to figure out how I felt. I liked her, oh yes, more than ever, but she puzzled me. She's certainly not like any girl I'd ever met before. She's pretty, young, and yet, how shall I say it? Not young. Yeah, that was it. Younger than I was, and yet every look of her, every word she said, it was as if she was carrying the whole world right in the middle of her back. All those things she'd been talking about, sure, they were important, but they weren't that important. Yeah, I said to myself, I'll have to teach her to look at all the issues of the day in the proper perspective. Well, I was chairman of this group and sub-chairman of that group, and we talked peace and war and the part of youth and the major issues, but oh, nuts, that was part of our college activities. Yeah. Well, I decided I'd have to teach Lisa Edling that all that was just part of our young lives and not all of it. We had a date the next Sunday.
The water is wonderful, no?
The water is wonderful, yes. Hey, you laughed. I'll take you speedboating every Sunday.
Oh, no.
Gosh, if anybody had told me a couple of days ago that today would find me in the middle of New York Harbor going 30 miles an hour with Lisa Edling, well, I'd have told him to go kiss a psychiatrist. So.
You want to go back?
Oh, no, of course not. We're going straight for that island you seem so determined on getting on. I hope the skipper knows where to find it. I certainly don't remember any such place. What'd you say the name was?
I think Bedloes Island. Yes, that is the name of it. Bedloes Island.
And so, Father, we went to this island, Bedloes Island. Did you ever hear of it? I hadn't. Well, it turned out to be the piece of ground that they put the Statue of Liberty on top of. Well, I thought to myself, that's typical immigrant stuff. Okay, Bedloes Island, Central Park, Park Avenue West. Tommy Greer III is going to make full use of that Sunday afternoon, believe you me.
Oh, no. No, Mr. Greer.
Oh, now, Tom.
Tom, I could not go up there. I would like to see the Statue of Liberty from the inside, yes, but to climb so high, oh, I would get so dizzy. Come, we'll just walk around.
Okay, it's your day.
Oh, she is beautiful.
Who?
She.
Oh, yes, yes. I bet she's got big feet.
No, please.
What's the matter?
Please do not make fun of such things.
What do you mean? Well, that's just the American way.
What?
Well, we make fun of our most sacred institutions. Why not? That's the grown-up way. To have the proper perspective on things. To have fun in life.
Fun? Is there not a time for fun?
Well, yes, now.
Oh, no.
Well, why not?
Because there's great danger.
What, on Bedloe's Island? What are you talking about?
I was talking of America.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Now, we're not in any war yet.
Oh, yes, you are. There's a war going on for the spirit of America.
What?
Yes, I tell you, it is true. The Nazis and the friends of the Nazis are trying to change the spirit of America. They are trying to change it into something that is selfish, that thinks only of its own comforts, its own fun. They are trying to make young men like yourself believe that the struggle in the world is something far distant, something only to be talked about, the way you talk about history. But this is happening, Tom Greer, flesh and the screams of little children and the blood of men dying to hold back darkness. When the Nazis marched into the little town in Austria where I lived, they stood my father and my sister against a wall and shot them. My brother had been as you are, Tom Greer. The things that were happening in the world had always been things to be talked about, but he had never done anything about it. When the Nazis came for my father and my sister, my brother tried to fight them with his bare hands. Then it was too late. Much too late.
Father, we stood there by the Statue of Liberty, and she talked to me. And suddenly, somehow, I was really listening to her.
I've not been fair to you, spoiling your holiday, telling you of these unpleasant things. But I had to say them to you. For you, not the old men, but you are the hope of a world of people who cannot die, who must not die.
It's sundown. They're lowering the flag.
Oh, Tom. Tom, help them. Make sure your wonderful flag will always rise again in the morning. Help them.
Father, I've almost come to the end of your question. I took her home. I said, goodbye, I'll see you in the morning. But in the morning, when I was back at school...
Hey, Tom. Tom Greer. Have you heard? That girl you once asked me about, the foreign one, you know. Well, my sister's in the dean's office, and she just told me that this Lisa Edling, or whatever her name is, quit school and left town this morning to go join some kind of Free Austria movement. Going back to Europe. Some kind of a dangerous project or something. You were asking about her once, so I thought maybe you'd like to know.
She'd gone away. Back there. I heard the words, Father, and I kept on walking. I tried to think of the way she had looked the last time I'd seen her, but I couldn't. I could only remember words. Her words. And then one of the campus buildings, a crowd around it, and the students carrying posters.
Hey, Tom. Tom, where have you been? We've been looking for you. Our committee, we've got to picket this place. Can you imagine the nerve of the dean? Letting those fellas in here? Yeah, an Army Aviation Examining Board setting up headquarters right on the campus to get students to volunteer to join the Air Corps. And guys are actually joining. You could think we were in a war or something. Hey, Tom, what are you going in there for? Tom, what are you going in there for?
That's all there is to it, Father. The answer to your question as to how it happened. I walked in to where they sat, a major and a captain, and I just told them I wanted to enlist. That's all there is, Father. And yet, not quite all. For there's the matter of the wish you made in your last letter to me. Do you recall that, too? You said that no matter what my reasons were for joining with the Air Corps, you wished that I could have in this, my 23rd year, the life you knew when you were 23. And then you filled 5 solid pages with memories of that year. The glorious turn of the century, you called it. America, after long years of struggling, was sitting down to enjoy her new richness of soil and forest and mines. The accumulation of all the hard work of all her little people. And men like you built their homes and raised their families and put their money in the banks. And life outside was bright and glistening. And men wrote about when knighthood was in flower and sang of daisy bells and read of David Harum, applauded actors playing Beau Brummel and Monte Cristo and Ben-Hur, the Floridora, the glorious 1900s. Yes, and America was rich and growing richer, and everything would always be that way. For we indeed were quite the wisest, and there was no world but our world, and there were 2 broad oceans all around us. And life was good and safe. Safe. Everlastingly safe. And that's why you wanted to give me your old world, Father. To give me safety. But now I tell you I don't want it. For in that safety was a decay that grew and grew. A rottenness of men who thought security could be bought with strong beams in their houses and thick vaults in their banks, who talked of Christ and who applauded evil when it grew powerful, who thought that the world of their family was more important than the world of men. That safety, Father? Oh, no. Not at the price of a world where men grew fat and children hungry. Not a world where every 50 years they blast and bomb and burn your churches. Where power feeds itself on persecution. Where deviltry of self stands upon the throats of all the little people. I don't want that world, I tell you. This is my world. And this is my day. For now, at last, men fight. And know that they are fighting against the miseries you forgot in your world. Good and evil, clearer than ever before in the history of man, stand facing each other across the blood and the tears. This is my day, Father. Our day, our fight. I may die, but I'll be fighting for my world. And even dead, it'll be my world. A world of people living in the peace that will come, that must come. The peace of all the brotherhood of men together at last in common decency, in simple justice.
That is the end of the letter from my son. Dated December 7th, Pearl Harbor.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard Lieutenant Jimmy Stewart in Letter at Midnight, a new play by Arch Oboler. This was the 7th in a special series of plays for Americans brought to you by the National Broadcasting Company as a further contribution to the war effort. Included in the cast were Lieutenant Stewart, Mercedes McCambridge, Byron Kane, Gloria Blondell, Lou Merrill, and Byron Palmer. The special musical score was composed by Meredith Wilson. The orchestra was conducted by Charles Dant. A special word of thanks to Major General Ralph B. Cousins, commanding officer of the West Coast Air Corps Training Center. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who have written in requesting scripts will be pleased to know that a new book of 13 radio plays by Arch Oboler titled This Freedom has just been published. Included in this book are 3 non-royalty plays for school and amateur theater groups. Next week, NBC's Plays for Americans will bring you a new play titled Have You Seen Him?, starring Miss Edna Best. Next week, then, Edna Best in Have You Seen Him?, the 8th drama on Plays for Americans. Plays for Americans originate in Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
It's 8:30 in time for the Gene Autry Melody Ranch Show, sponsored in part by Mountain Dew. Hello, sunshine. Hello, Mountain Dew.
Saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lonely I am no Rancho Grande, I am de Vivia. You know rancherita, que alegre me decía, que alegre me decía. Te voy a hacer tus canciones, como las que usa el ranchero, de los comienzos de lana, de los cabos de cuero. I'd love to roam out yonder, out where the buffalo wander, free as the eagle flying. I'm roping and a tying, I'm roping and a tying. Give me my ranch and my cattle, far from a great city's rattle. Give me a big herd to battle, for I just love herding cattle. I am no Rancho Grande, I am de Vivia. Había una rancherita que alegre me decía, que alegre me decía. Well, thank you, friends and neighbors, and welcome once more to Melody Ranch. And now, for all of you who've written us, asking to hear it again, here is one little candle.
When the day is dark and dreary, and your way is hard to find, don't let your heart be weary. Just keep this thought in mind.
It is better to light just one little candle than to stumble in the dark. Better far that you light just one little candle. All you need's a tiny spark. If we'd all say a prayer that the world would be free, the wonderful dawn of a new day we'll see. And if everyone lit just one little candle, what a bright world this would be.
It is better to light just one little candle than to stumble in the dark. Better far that you light just one little candle. All you need is a tiny spark.
If
we'd all seem right, that the world would be free. The wonderful dawn of a new day we'll see. And if everyone lit just one little candle, what a bright world this would be.
Patrick, old boy, here we are back in good old Chicago, the Windy City.
Yeah, you think it's windy now, just wait till them political conventions get here next month.
But you can say that again, brother. Say, by the way, Patrick, I imagine that Chicago is quite a bit different than your hometown, isn't it?
Oh, you can say that again, Mr. Artery. Back in my hometown, Winston County, there ain't much to see, but what you hear sure makes up for it.
Oh, I see. Folks really like to gossip, do they, kid?
Do they? They never stop. In fact, as Papa used to say, we know whose checks is good and whose husband ain't.
Well, now, incidentally, speaking of checks, Patrick...
I shouldn't have mentioned it, too.
The bank just returned that last one that you gave me here about 2 years ago for $200.
Good. Now you can spend it again now, can't you?
No, I can't spend it again. The bank says that you're overdrawn.
Well, so try another bank. They can't all be overdrawn.
Now, look, Bud, don't get so smart. For your information, your check came back marked no funds.
Well, you're lucky. Most of them come back marked no bank. That reminds me, Mr. Artery, I got to look up my cousin Jerome while I'm up here in the big city. He's sort of the black sheep of the Buttram family, you know what I mean.
Black sheep, huh?
Yeah, the rest of us just kind of a dull gray. He's black.
Well, now, what's wrong with Jerome?
Well, I'll tell you, when he was just a kid, he'd swipe things, little things, you know, but he'd always take them back. But now it's different. You've really got to give that kid credit. He's a crook.
Where does he live?
In Joliet. They accused him of stealing a watch, you know.
Well, didn't he?
Not according to Jerome, he didn't. Seems he had a good lawyer and a good alibi. There was only one little weak spot in his defense.
And what was that?
They found the watch in his pocket.
Poor Jerome.
Yeah, well, I forgot. I got to get going here. You see, I met a girl here in Chicago, and I got a date tonight.
Oh, I might have known. Where are you going to take her?
Over to Soldiers Field.
Now, wait a minute. Oh, that'll be nice. Say, there isn't anything going on at Soldiers Field tonight.
Don't worry, Bud. They will be when we get there. So long, Mr. Ray.
Out in the valley so low, late in the evening, hear the wind blow, hear the wind blow, hear the wind blow, late in the evening, hear the wind blow. Me a letter, send it by mail, send it in care of Birmingham jail. Love sunshine, violets loved you, angels in heaven know I love you, know I love you, know I love you.
it's storytelling time here at Melody Ranch again. I'd like to get right on with the business at hand, which, in this case, happens to be a yarn about a little western cattle town known far and wide as Skeleton Pass. At any rate, I was nowhere around when this story actually began, but as Sheriff Jim Brewster later told me when he filled me in on the details, this is how it all started. Sam Owens, chairman of the Skeleton Pass Town Council, called a meeting in his office one night, meeting to discuss, among other things, the undesirable civic influence of one Dan Ferguson.
All right, then. Quiet, please. Quiet down. Now then, suppose you get right on with first business at hand. Now, before we begin, however, I want it clearly understood by everyone present that what I have to say is no reflection in any way upon our good and capable sheriff, Jim Brewster.
It sounds to me like you're getting ready to run against me in the next election, Sam.
No, I wouldn't have a chance, believe me. But seriously, though, Jim, us folks here in Skeleton Pass are facing a mighty serious problem. As you well know, this town is fast getting to be overrun with lawlessness, and we've got to do something about it.
That's right. I'm afraid that's mighty easy to say, Sam, but saying it and doing something about it are two different things. Especially when it concerns a gang like Dan Ferguson's got.
You're absolutely right, Jim. I have no argument with you there at all. So look, here's what I propose. Now, let's bring a man into Skeleton Pass with a reputation that'll put the fear of God into those crooks. Someone who can really give you a hand.
It listens good, Sam. There's just one thing wrong with it. Where are you going to find a man like that?
Already have. Matter of fact, most of you probably heard of him. His name's Gene Autry.
Gene Autry? You mean the guy that owns that Melody Ranch spread about 30 miles north of here?
That's the one, Jim. He's assured me of his help, and he's ready to come at once.
Well, then what are we waiting for? I say let's get him over here as fast as we can.
All right, let's go.
And so that's how it all happened. At any rate, 5 days later, I rode into the town of Skeleton Pass, checked in with my friend Sam Owens, then decided to do a little browsing around town just to sort of get the lay of the land. By then, it was 8 o'clock in the evening, so I reined up in front of a place called Dan Ferguson's Palace of Joy, dismounted and walked in.
Mister, what'll it be?
How about a glass of water?
Huh? What did you say?
A glass of water. That is, if you don't mind.
Why should I mind? You're drinking the stuff, not me. Here you are. Oh, excuse me a minute. Yeah, Ramrod, what'll it be?
Nothing right now, I reckon, Toad. Just wondered if you heard the news.
You mean about that stranger, Gene Autry, coming in to clean up the town?
That's exactly what I mean. Just watch the fireworks start now. He'll make this bunch of amateur gunslickers around here hunt for cover and fast.
No kidding. You know him, Ramrod?
Do I know him? Why, I saved his life once.
Is that a fact?
I'd say it's a fact. It was down in Pecos country a few years back. Autry walks into this here saloon, and before he knows it, about 20 guys jump him.
No.
I could see they had him cornered, so I whipped out my 245s. While Autry's plugging what's in front of him, I was plugging them that was bent on shooting him in the back. Anyway, after the smoke had cleared away, we walked out of that place without a scratch.
Bet he sure appreciated what you've done for him.
I say he did. He says to me, he says, Ramrod, old partner, I reckon I owe my life to you.
No kidding. Oh, excuse me, stranger. Something else I can do for you?
Well, yeah. You might give me another glass of water if you don't mind.
Did you say water, mister?
That's right. Why?
Well, no special reason. Only this guy I've told about, Gene Autry, he used to drink water all the time, too.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah. Say, by the way, you're new around Skeleton Pass, ain't you?
Yeah. Just got here this afternoon.
Well, now, is that a fact? What's your name?
Autry. Gene Autry. Incidentally, Ramrod, thanks again for saving my life. Poor Ramrod. He didn't have a chance after that. Anyway, getting back to the story, the next morning, Sheriff Brewster officially deputized me. 2 hours later, we started putting up signs all over town, saying that beginning at noon the next day, it would be illegal to carry a gun on the streets of Skeleton Pass. Then, just to emphasize our point, I had a big barrel moved out in the middle of the town square. Well, sir, by noon the next day, I was mighty surprised to see how well my plan was working out.
It's a good idea, all right, Autry, if everybody turns their guns in. But what about Dan Ferguson's guns?
Now, wait a minute, boys. Don't worry about him. Don't worry. They'll be shown the same courtesy as anyone else. If they voluntarily turn them in, fine. If they don't, then I'll go after them.
Well, in that case, I'm with you. Here's my gun. Here's mine.
Well, thanks, boys. Thanks a lot. By the way, mister, what about you?
The rest of these punks can do what they want. My gun stays where it is till Dan Ferguson gives me orders to take it off.
Hey, listen.
I'll ask you just once more. Put your gun in the barrel.
And what happens if I don't?
Well, I'll tell you. In a case like that, I generally walk over to the man that questions it. I get what I asked for.
Dan Ferguson ain't gonna like this, cowboy.
Then I suggest you tell Dan Ferguson to lump it. Because if he and the rest of his gang don't have their guns in the barrel by sundown, I'm coming after him. And go after my head. Because sure enough, come sundown, not a single one of Ferguson's gang had voluntarily followed the sheriff's orders. So just shortly after 8 o'clock, I tightened up my gun belt, once more headed for Dan Ferguson's Palace of Joy. I take it you're Dan Ferguson.
You take it right. Funny thing, I didn't think you'd be around so soon.
I don't like to keep a man busy as you are waiting.
Well, now, that's mighty nice of you. Incidentally, I hear tell you've gone in the gun collecting business.
That's right. And after looking around your place here, I find I need about 10 more before my collection's complete.
I see. Bart.
Yeah, boss.
Step out here in the middle of the floor, will you?
Right.
Autry, this is Bart Hawkins, a man who's forgotten more about guns than you'll ever learn. Let's see you add his gun to your collection.
Okay. Give me your gun, Bart.
I'm afraid you'll have to do better than that, cowboy.
All right, I will. Hawkins, if you haven't reached for your gun by the time I count 3, you'll wish you had.
Start counting, sucker.
1, 2, 3.
Oh! Got it right out of his head. See that?
Pretty handy with a gun, aren't you?
Handy enough?
There's just one small thing you're overlooking.
Yeah? What's that?
How long do you think you can get away with this?
How long I get away with it isn't important. But one thing's sure. When I feel there'll be somebody else coming along to take up where I left off.
Why,
you haven't dropped your gun, Ferguson. Or maybe you'd rather reach for it. Which will it be?
Telling you, Gene, it's unbelievable. Why, you've only been here a little over a week now, yet this whole town's as peaceful as a kitten. Most of Ferguson's gang even left the county. We can't begin to thank you enough.
Oh, forget it, Sam. The main thing for you and all your fellow citizens to do now is to keep Skeleton Pass the law-abiding community that you all want it to be.
Oh, don't worry about that. From here on in, we won't have any more trouble on that score.
I hope not. And you won't. You just remember this. Every day, There are thousands and thousands of peace officers throughout this great land of ours who risk their lives to protect our families and homes against the forces of crime. The star they wear is a badge of courage. The trust they hold, a legacy of faith. Their devotion to duty, an inspiration to freedom-loving people the world over. So look, the way I figure it's this. The least folks like us can do is cooperate with these men and women by obeying the law. In that way, and in only that way, can we ensure for our children a healthy and strong America. You know, when you mention the name of Cole Porter to most folks, they immediately associate him with some of the greatest music ever written for the Broadway stage. But strangely enough, his favorite, and the song that outsold all the rest, was a tune he wrote about the wide open spaces. Remember?
Let me roam the wide open range.
Oh, give me land, lots of land under starry skies above. Don't fence me in. Let me ride to the wide open country that I love. Don't fence me in. Let me be by myself in the evening breeze and listen to the murmur of the cottonwood trees. Send me off forever, but I ask you, please, oh, don't fence me in, just turn me. Let me straddle my old saddle underneath the western skies. On my coyotes, let me wander over yonder till I see the mountains rise. I want to ride to the ridge where the west commences, gaze at the moon till I lose my senses. Can't look at hobbles and I can't stand fences. Don't fence me in.
Just turn me loose, let me straddle my old saddle underneath the western sky. On my cayuse, let me wander over yonder till I see the mountains rise.
I want to ride to the ridge where the west commences, gaze at the moon till I lose my senses. Can't look at hobbles and I can't stand fences. Don't fence me in.
Well, good friends, that seems to be the last rung on the old ladder for this Melody Ranch party. But we've got another swell get-together lined up for you at this same time and over these same stations, so try and join us then, won't you? Meantime, this is Gene Autry asking you to keep thinking of us until we're back in the saddle again. Out where a friend is a friend.
Listen again each Saturday night at this time for Gene Autry's Melody Ranch Show, sponsored in part by Mountain Dew. Hello, sunshine. Hello, Mountain Dew.
Riding the range once more, toting my old 44,
where you sleep out every night, and the only law is right, back in the saddle again.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. To the millions of American men and women who have labored, and today labor still with hand and mind and heart to build and to preserve a great free nation, the Cavalcade of America proudly dedicates the unending story of a new way of life in a new world. Ladies and gentlemen, to our Cavalcade microphone as special guest comes Alexander Wolcott, who from time to time since the fall of '29 has, as the town crier, been ringing his bell at the crossroads of the world. On this program of the Cavalcade of America, he'll give you the biography of a masterpiece, telling its story with the help of the noted composer Deems Taylor, who has composed and will conduct the original musical score. Ladies and gentlemen, Alexander Wolcott on the Cavalcade of America.
This is Wolcott speaking, the town crier coming to this network to serve as a courier on a journey not through space, but through time, backward through time. 100 years ago, or nearly that, through the magic of a man of genius, there was given to an immortal named Scrooge, a friendless old miser named Ebenezer Scrooge, a chance at a change of heart, a chance while still in this state of life to be reborn. It came to him because on a certain Christmas Eve, he was allowed to go back through the years and see himself as he used to be, was suffered to stand invisible and look through a grimy schoolhouse window at the lonely little boy he used to be. The change this wrought in Scrooge is one of the ageless miracles that warm the heart. What would it do to us? Not to you and me as individuals. What would it do if, in this anxious hour, we, the American people, could go back through the years and see ourselves as we were, to look at the people we used to be? Shall we try? I propose that all of you, who have in your hearts a concern and a wonder about our country, should journey back and eavesdrop on a momentous night in American history, a night long ago which saw the birth of a masterpiece which is still one of the most treasured of our possessions, an incalculable part of the national wealth. Shall we start back now? Are you ready? Let's go. In another moment, the years in reverse will be whistling past us, back through the Depression, back through the boom, Armistice Day 1918, the World War, the Spanish-American War, the gay 90s, faster, 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 the 80s, the 70s, the 60s. What's that I hear? The crack of a pistol? Why should anyone be firing a pistol in the box of a theater? Oh, so that's who it was a moment ago, that man on horseback we saw riding through the night as though the devil were after him. It wasn't the devil. It was the verdict of history, implacable, forever unforgiving. But we cannot stay to watch. You and I must hurry, hurry, hurry. Appomattox, Gettysburg, 1862, 61, December, Christmas, November, November 61, Thanksgiving, November 10th, 9th, 8th, 7th, November 7th, 1861. We're there. Look around us. We're standing, you and I, on a ledge outside of time, holding our breath. Will they hear our heartbeats? Looking at the world as it was on a night in November 1861. Let's look at the world from where we stand. Face west, that ocean, the Pacific, and those little islands, Japan. That's the harbor of Yokohama. Tall ships with towering masts and great white sails. One flies an American flag, another English. Japan has just been pried open by the eager world outside. Such a fascinating little people, so amusing and picturesque. Now face east. Beyond the Atlantic lies Europe, at peace for a change, but not for long. Europe, a continent 10 days away from us, 10 days away for battleships, 10 days away for words even, 10 blessed days away by the fastest boat afloat. On the throne of England, Victoria, young Victoria with Albert still beside her, but not for long. Before this very year is out, she will enter upon her tremendous widowhood. Gentlemen, the Queen. Next, Germany. Planning a little war with Austria. Germany. Who's that on the floor of the royal nursery? A 4-year-old boy with a shriveled arm playing with soldiers. The mischief in that arm and in those soldiers. For contrast and comfort, let's turn back and look at another boy. The 5-year-old son of an obscure household down in Georgia. They call him Tommy. These two boys, Tommy Wilson and Willie Hohenzollern, will never in this world come face to face, but they'll meet in history head on. Willie Hohenzollern and Tommy Wilson. Later, Tommy will use his fancy middle name, Woodrow. Woodrow Wilson. November 1861. Where are we standing? What is this city spread at our feet? Sprawling, countrified, filthy. Geese, ducks, and goats roam its footways. Pigs root in the mud of its streets. Open sewers befoul the air. The crazy, broken promise of a city. Here and there a marble temple half built amid miasmic swamps. Yet surely that stately dwelling with the white columns, that white house just across the way, is the White House. Can this be Washington? It must be Washington in 61. Then that street there with pigs rooting in the mud must be Pennsylvania Avenue. Pennsylvania Avenue, a country lane with pigs rooting in the mud. Washington in 61. But where's the Capitol? That fraction of a building with a skeleton dome, is that the Capitol? But the monument, the Washington Monument, where's the noble shaft that for remembrance should stand forever silhouetted against the sunset? Now it's just a stump, its memorial blocks still in their packing cases scattered on the ground. This is November 61. The White House. Let's look inside. Who's that standing there at the window? That tall, shambling figure standing at the window. He's looking across the Potomac at the stars and bars, the rebel flag snapping defiant in the breeze. Now he's turning toward us. Do you recognize him? This lanky Midlander with haunted eyes? Of course, Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln with his great work still to do. Will he do it? Will he have time to do it? How many years has he? 3? 4? No, not 4. Lincoln. See, he's walking toward his desk. He's sitting down. He's writing. Notes. Notes for a speech? For a message? Can you look over his shoulder as he sets the words down? Perhaps if you hold your breath, you can actually see the words. Try. We shall nobly gain or meanly lose the last best hope of earth. November 61. All day and all night. The tramp of marching feet. Hoofbeats of cavalry. Rumble of artillery. Troops from the north. Troops from the west. Indiana. New York. Massachusetts. The 20th Massachusetts. Parades. McClellan on horseback, while pretty ladies in crinoline ride out to watch him and applaud. Open carriages, tilted parasols, fluttering handkerchiefs. How handsome he is. McClellan. Little Mac. All eyes are on him. And on Lincoln? Oh, no. Nobody looks at him. Nobody notices him. Nobody thinks of Lincoln. Not yet. November 61. If we wait till sundown, we shall see a myriad lights winking in the meadows round about. Tents pitched in vacant lots. White tents ghostly in the moonlight. Pickets on duty. The watchfires of 100 circling camps. It's the Army of the Potomac. Young and undaunted, most of them, but untrained. Marked for disaster, most of them. Defeat after defeat at first. Is it always so at first? Must it always be so when a free people goes to war? A democracy limbering up. Good troops, fresh troops, young troops, but untrained, inexperienced, unequipped, unled. The Army of the Potomac, it must have a leader. Are all the able officers on the southern side? In all the north, is there no one to match thee? The Army of the Potomac, it must have a leader. All right, let's get one. Where's Pershing? Oh, there he is. Out on a farm in old Missouri. John J. Pershing. What's he doing? Can you see? Yes, you're right. He's lying in a cradle and sucking his thumb. This, remember, is 61, and Black Jack Pershing is under military age. He's only 1 year old. Sherman, then. Where's Sherman? William Tecumseh Sherman. Oh, home in Ohio, having the jitters in Lancaster, Ohio. Sherman has kept squawking about the poor second-hand muskets issued to his troops, kept insisting that the South would be mighty hard to beat, even kept saying that the war between the states might last for several years. So the bigwigs in the War Department have packed him off home. Poor Sherman, they said. He must be crazy. The Army of the Potomac and no one to lead it. Where's Grant? He's the man. Where is he? Where's Grant? Oh, out in Kentucky. A mere brigadier and glad of the chance. Why, only a year ago he was a clerk in a leather store, shiftless and shabby in an Illinois town. A few weeks ago he was miserable in civilian clothes with only a red sash and a sword to show he was an officer. No uniform, no money to pay for one. But a great soldier, Ulysses S. Grant. Why doesn't Lincoln send for him? Why doesn't he send for Grant? I'll tell you why. He's only just heard of it. He'll hear of him again this very week. Grant is just around a bend in the road of history. But this, remember, is 61. November 61. Only 3 months ago was Bull Run. Only the other day, the bloody skirmish of Ball's Bluff. Bull Run, defeat. Ball's Bluff, defeat. Pretty bad, but worse is yet to come. Worse? Oh, look ahead. The Peninsula, Fredericksburg, Chancellorsville. The blood that will be spilt in the next 3 years. Blood and pain. Pain and blood. Well, never a child is born without them. Ball's Bluff. When it was over, rookies who had paraded here in Washington only the other day were bodies floating down the Potomac. Dead bodies in blue floating down the Potomac. Only today, one of them was cast up on the shore here in Washington itself. Look at him lying there, just a kid, a youngster in blue, the red stains gone from the blue, his uniform washed by the Potomac. An unknown soldier, no papers in his pocket, just a testament and a lock of hair. Well, down to this wartime city we've just been looking at, there came in that long ago November a visitor from Boston. Up there, the governor had asked the great Dr. Samuel Gridley Howe to check up on the care of the Massachusetts wounded, and with him on his mission he took his wife. She had been a Miss Ward of New York. Thus it befell that Julia Ward Howe arrived in Washington in November 61, lodging at Willard's Hotel, calling upon this uncouth Mr. Lincoln in the White House, visiting the 100 circling camps, talking with the pickets along the road and hearing everywhere she went, in every camp, on every road, from every detachment, slogging through the mud, the song the troops liked to sing, John Brown's Body. The soldiers had fitted words of their own to an old camp meeting tune. No one knew then, no one knows now who wrote it. What a tune, said Mrs. Howe wistfully. Ah, said a friend, if only you could find the right words for it. And she replied, I have often prayed that I might. That night, while she slept, her prayer was answered. In the hour when the dawn showed gray at the window, she awoke with the words on her lips. Such words are the stuff that dreams are made of and can vanish like the dew with the rising sun. Before these could vanish, before there was light enough for her to see what she was doing, she rose and put those words down on paper. They were there, legible enough for her to read them, when the day broke, and pretty much as you and I know them now. They are part of our great inheritance. Oh, yes, you know them. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. Thus was born the Battle Hymn of the Republic. When she had finished it, she sent the manuscript to the Atlantic, then edited by a neighbor of hers named James Russell Lowell. He accepted it, and in a lavish moment paid her $5. It was published in the February issue. In no time, it was hers no longer, but common property. The whole North knew it by heart. Today, it is part of the national wealth. The battle hymn will be sung in this program, not for you or me, though we may listen in, but for a single listener, a woman now sitting in the gentle firelit living room of a house in the state of Maine, a yellow house that stands at the top of a hill in Gardner, Maine. This listener's name is Laura E. Richards. The English-speaking world is thronged with her friends, friends who may never have seen her in all their lives, but who are greatly in her debt, for it was she who wrote Captain January. She wrote that dear story more than half a century ago, but to this day it comes to every boy and girl who reads it as a personal kindness. Yet that is not why we honor her tonight. This serenade will be sung under her window because she is the daughter of Julia Ward Howe. Are you listening, Mrs. Richards?
Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. I have seen him in the watchfire of 100 circling camps. They have builded him an altar in the evening dews and damps. I can read his righteous sentence by the dim and flaring lamps. His day is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His day is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory,
Let me tell you one fact about Mrs. Richards. She has reached that point in her journey where no woman minds if the neighbors know her age. Frankly, she is going on 91. On her birthday last February, she insisted on having 3 parties, and so help me, she had them. The third was held in the dusk of the winter sundown with all the clan gathered about her, the great cake ablaze with 90 candles. The birthday messages, which poured in from every corner of the country, were too much, she protested, for one small and ancient woman. In answer, she was content to quote the words her mother had said when she was 90. I want you to hear the message Julia Ward Howe sent on her 90th birthday. Indeed, I've come to this microphone just to pass those words on to you. When she was 90, the author of the battle hymn said this: I march to the brave music still. I march to the brave music still. Can you and I say the same? Under every American roof from coast to coast, in every anxious American heart today, those words stir a question. The answer to that question also lies just around a bend in the road of history. The next few years, perhaps the next few months, will bring that answer. Do we march to the brave music still?
glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
The Battle Hymn of the Republic. Born in the dark of a troubled night nearly 80 years ago. Born to become a common heritage of the millions cherishing our ramparts of freedom. Born to the America of the Mississippi River and the Gettysburg Address, where the fires of liberty are glowing in a world of darkness. This is the spirit of the Battle Hymn of the Republic. The spirit we salute on the Cavalcade of America.
Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on.
The Cavalcade of America thanks Alexander Wolcott for his radio presentation of the Battle Hymn of the Republic and for being our guest on this special program. And to Deems Taylor, who composed and conducted the original musical score, our deep appreciation. And now the DuPont Company brings you its story from the wonder world of chemistry. America is being built out of time and out of the hearts of men. And those of us who go up and down the country into the many places where the business of America is carried on know that we build on a sound basis. In the DuPont rayon plants, there is a phrase that guides every hand, a challenge that helps to fashion every small strand of yarn, and it is the integrity of our yarn. And this integrity is as much a part of it as the molecules of which the threads are made. It is this integrity of manufacture that has carried American rayon yarns to a top place among the yarns of all nations. The integrity of our yarn. What an encouraging symbol this is of the care and pride with which American products are made. Again, on a sun-bleached strip of sand in southern Florida is a battery of colored panels tip-tilted full south at an angle of 45 degrees so that they have maximum exposure to the blazing sunlight. On these panels are DuPont paints and finishes. Among them, day after day, research chemists walk, noting the effect of continuous exposure. Periodically, the panels are removed and sent into the laboratory for a complete checkup on their resistance to the ravages of sun, storm, and wind. Once again, integrity, building into a can of paint some householder will use, the sure knowledge that it will give full measure of service. Another example of this watchfulness, this zealousness, is to be found at the plant in which neoprene, the new chemical rubber, is made. The gases, liquids, and finally the dough-like solids taken from various points along the production line are subjected to constant and meticulous tests to make sure that DuPont integrity is maintained. DuPont chemists have busied themselves in the orange groves of Florida and California, in apple orchards, where is grown wheat, corn, and rye, among all the green things nurtured from the good brown earth, treating the seed, fertilizing the soil, guarding the growing crop against pests, protecting it in storage bins and en route to your table. The chemist's work follows it patiently and surely through all the days of its growth and its harvesting. Up and down and across America, you will find numberless duplications of this watchfulness, this zealousness. Let no one say unchallenged that America sleeps, that this republic is not moving steadily forward, advancing on all fronts with an integrity of mind and purpose and will to do that inspire all the world. It is this integrity that stands behind every product bearing the DuPont oval, behind all the workers of DuPont, who are ever diligently striving to bring you better things for better living through chemistry. And now the star of next week's program, Ray Collins of the Cavalcade Players.
Ladies and gentlemen, next week the Cavalcade of America pays tribute to Theodore Roosevelt. Our radio play, The Big Stick, is the story of a fearless hero. As Rough Rider and as president, Teddy's courage and brilliance were the great legends of his era. But to our time, he has entrusted an even greater heritage, the security and strength of the Western Hemisphere. I am honored to portray the role of Theodore Roosevelt on our broadcast next week. Thank you.
On the Cavalcade of America, your announcer is Clayton Collier, sending best wishes from DuPont.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
fiery over The Lone Ranger. During the years when great herds of cattle were driven north to the railroad towns from the southern Texas ranches, the Lone Ranger led the fight for law and order in the range country. Rustlers and hostile Indians attacked the honest ranchers constantly, and it was only through the strength and courage of the masked rider of the plains that peace and security were brought to the frontier. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of a great horse, Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're headed for Tomahawk Basin! Well, Silver!
On the day Breed Gomez, the Tomahawk foreman, was to be tried, the courtroom in Leadville was crowded. Everyone knew it was the Lone Ranger who had obtained the evidence against him. But so far, Benjamin Steele, who had said nothing for or against his former employee. Would he stand by him or condemn him? The question remained unanswered when the judge rapped for order.
Case of Jim Carey versus Breed Gomez. You got all the witnesses lined up, Sheriff?
Your Honor, I object.
Who's that?
Benjamin Steele. I hold this trial is illegal.
What do you mean by that?
This, what's the charge?
Oh, you ought to know that. Poisoning a water hole.
And who brought the charge?
Why, Jim Carey here.
He's got no right to bring charges. The water hole was on my land. If I don't want to bring charges, nobody can.
Now, wait a minute there. He poisoned my water hole, too.
You just figure he did. You've got no proof.
Well, he must have.
You got any evidence?
No, we caught him at your water hole, but I said...
That still goes. I'm the only one who can bring charges.
Your Honor, you know how all this happened. Breed was really trying to kill off my cattle. He sent word to me that I could use Steele's water hole. I got that message after he poisoned.
Now, hold on there. Did Breed give you that message himself?
It was Ted Bailey brought it, but Breed told him to.
You got any proof of that?
I got Ted's word.
Is that enough, Your Honor?
Not unless there was witnesses. Steele's right about the legal part of this case, Carey. He's the only one who's got the right to bring charges. But I want to tell him here and now it's his duty to do it.
I get an answer for that.
Well, out with it.
Breed's worked for me for a long time. He's a good foreman. And I need him to run the Tomahawk. I'll admit he made a mistake, but most of us do every now and then. Not even the Lone Ranger would stop an honest man from getting a second chance.
An honest man?
That's what I said. Breed figured you ought to sell your land to me for your own good. You got sort of obstinate about it, and he just figured out this little trick to make you change your mind.
It was crooked.
It was wrong, I'll admit. But I'll answer for him to everybody here in this courtroom and everybody in the Tomahawk Basin. That he won't try anything like it again. That's why I'm not bringing charges against him. Your Honor, I'm calling on you to throw this case out of court.
I object. Well, rightly speaking, there is no case. Objection overruled. Release the prisoner. Court's adjourned.
Gracias, senor. You will not be sorry for what you have done today.
I know that, Breed.
Sure you do. And every small rancher here knows it, too. You think you put one over on us, but you haven't.
Breed isn't going to jail, Carey. The Lone Ranger didn't accomplish anything by getting him arrested.
Oh, yes, he did. He's forced you to put your cards on the table.
You can't pretend to be friendly to us anymore. You're trying to drive us all out of the basin. And from now on, it's war.
From now on, it's war. Yes, Tonto. Gary told the truth.
Tomahawk outfit plenty strong.
Strong as all the other outfits put together. And Steele is smart. Instead of breaking the law, he'll use it. He'll use his money to force the small ranchers into bankruptcy. He'll try to frame them for rustling and then send them to jail.
Him plenty bad.
But he won't attack them openly until everything else has been tried. We must make sure his plans fail, Kimosabe. Afterwards, when he's turned his back on the law, then we'll have a chance to put him where he belongs.
And make him pay.
For everything. For every head of cattle. For every ranch he's stolen. And most of all, for something we can't prove.
You mean Black Arrow?
Yes. He'll pay for his treason.
My plan is simple, Breed. The thing I like about it is that it's legal.
Legal?
Yes. How are the other ranches coming with the rounders?
They'll just about started.
And us?
Yeah, it's the same with the Tomahawk.
We've got to finish first, that's all. You haven't got nearly enough men.
Oh, si, senor, we have plenty.
Not for what I'm planning. Let Whitey take charge for a few days, and you head down to San Antonio. Hire every man you can find and get back here by the end of the week with 100 at least.
100?
At least. And as many more as you can find.
He's loco, senor.
How many men would you need to drive a trail herd of 50,000 to market?
Oh, we will not have 50,000 head. 5,000 maybe, but 50,000, no.
50,000, yes.
Senor.
And what's more, they have to get to market before any other cattle from the basin. You'll have to move fast, Breed.
I am beginning to see. If you sell them 50,000 head, the buyers will have enough. They will offer little or nothing for the other cattle from the basin.
I'm hoping it'll be nothing. This will be a bad year for the small ranchers. They won't have enough money to run until next year. They'll have to borrow. And if they can't borrow, they'll have to sell out at my price.
It's so simple. You will lose some money yourself, of course. 50,000 head at one time. You cannot hope for a top price.
I can afford to lose money to get the land I want.
See, I congratulate you.
Don't bother to do that yet. We've got to move fast if it's going to work. You get down to San Antonio and hire those men pronto.
Get up, get up!
That's Breed, Tonto. Steele wouldn't have bothered to get him out of jail if he didn't have some work for him.
That's right.
It's strange that he should be leaving the basin just when the roundup is getting underway.
What do you think, Kimosabe?
I don't know. I don't like the looks of it, though. You better follow him, Tonto.
Maybe him go a long way.
Well, it doesn't matter. Follow him wherever he goes. Follow him until you find out what he's up to.
Tonto do that.
And then, when you learn anything...
Tonto come back plenty fast.
Good luck, Kimosabe.
Get him up, Scout.
One night, a week later, the Lone Ranger reined up in front of Jim Carey's ranch house. A great yellow moon was rising above the western hills that rimmed the basin. The distant lowing of the cattle and an occasional whinny from the mustangs in the corral were all that disturbed the silence of the night. The range country seemed at peace. But as he climbed the steps of the ranch house, the Lone Ranger's face was grim beneath his mask.
Steady, big fella. Good evening, Carey.
Well, I'll be dogged. The Lone Ranger. Come on in.
Thank you.
Too bad Abby and Ted aren't here. They've gone to a shindig at the Bar M.
I was afraid you might be there, too.
Nope, I had a lot of figures to go over. Roundup time, I hardly ever leave the home range.
Then you don't know what's going on over at the Tomahawk.
Going on? You mean Steele's up to some funny business again?
Just answer me this. How do you split up your herd during the roundup?
Why, 3 ways, of course. The cows and the calves that are going to be branded, and the ones we're going to drive to market, and the others.
The Tomahawk crew are only splitting their herd in 2, just cutting out the cows and calves. And they aren't doing any branding at all.
Only earmarking them, huh?
Not even that.
They'll have to.
Well, they aren't doing it now. It looks to me as if they're getting a trail herd together as fast as they can.
Well, what's the sense of it?
Carey, it will be a trail herd such as the West has never seen. You know how many head Steele has. Half of them would run the total to nearly 50,000.
But they can't drive that many to market.
No, not altogether.
There's no trail crew can handle more than 5,000.
They can split it up 10 ways.
But that would mean 10 crews, and Steele doesn't have that many men.
He doesn't now, but he may be able to hire them.
Well, not around here.
Breed rode south last week.
He did?
And he rode a long way, because Tonto followed him, and he hasn't come back. There are plenty of men in San Antonio.
Yeah, but I can't figure it out, though. Why would Steele want to sell 50,000 head? He's got plenty of grass and water, and I doubt if the buyers in Clarksville would...
Would what?
50,000. $15 a head we're getting now.
You're beginning to realize.
That's $750,000. Why, a drive like that would break the market wide open.
How many were you planning to sell this year?
1,000 head.
And all the others in the basin.
Outside of Steele, you mean?
Yes.
Well, altogether, we'll have about 6,000 head.
And you've got to beat Steele to Clarksville, or you won't get anything for them.
But we hadn't planned on starting yet.
Well, you've got to. Now, most of the small ranchers are over at the Bar M tonight, aren't they?
Yeah, I guess so.
Then go there.
It'll be hard to convince them Steele's up to a trick like that. You aren't sure.
That doesn't matter. They'll have to admit there's a chance of my being right.
Yeah.
And if there is, it means you have to act.
I'll talk to him. I'll give it to him straight. We'll get a part of the herd started tomorrow morning.
The sooner the better.
Someone just rode up.
Yes. It's Tonto. You'll have news of Breed.
Kimasabi, me follow your trail from camp.
You had a long ride, Tonto.
And scalp plenty tired.
What did you find out?
Breed go to San Antonio. Him hire many men, maybe 100.
You hear that, Carey?
Them get here by morning. All men wear 2 guns, many killer.
That's the sort of men Breed would hire. Did you hear what he told them?
Tonto here. Breed promised them get much money.
But are they going to stay at the Tomahawk Ranch?
No. Them drive big herd to Clarksville.
100 men, Carey. Steele has nearly that many working for him already. Do you need any more proof?
I sure don't.
Can you get all your cattle on the trail tomorrow?
We can try. I'll make it to the Bar M in a half an hour. And when I get there, the party will be over. Now listen to me. I haven't finished. You can't be too careful about this. You can't weed out your cattle the way you usually do. We gotta move fast.
All right.
Now just make up your mind how many heads you want to send. Cut them out tonight and drive them to the flats along Banjo Creek. That's where we start from tomorrow morning. Now don't waste any time and talk. Get into your saddles and head for your home range pronto.
Hold there, hold.
Boss, where are you?
What's the matter, Jake?
They're on to your game.
What do you mean?
Just what I said. I heard a lot of excitement at the Bar M Ranch.
Having a party.
They was having a party, but they aren't anymore. I could hear Jim Carey talking to him. I saw him start riding away.
What'd he say?
Almost word for word what you told the boys yourself.
I suppose you've been blabbing it all over the range.
Oh, they haven't. It was a Lone Ranger figured it out and passed the word along to Carey. Besides that, the Indian, what's his name, Tonto, he followed Breed to San Antone. Your new men will be here tomorrow morning.
That's fine.
It'll be too late. You might as well send them back. Carey's herd will be on its way.
They can start. But I'd like to bet they never get to Clarksville.
Huh?
Now listen to me. Listen close and get everything straight. Afterwards, you're going to climb aboard that mangy cayuse you call a horse and hightail it for the roundup camp.
By sunrise the next morning, the small rancher's herd was taking shape in the flats near Banjo Creek. Hard-riding cowboys hazed the wild longhorns into one great milling mass. Hours passed as they rounded up the strays, but at last the herd was quieted down. Carey was about to give the word for the drive to begin when the Lone Ranger and Tonto raced up to him.
Steady there, Silver. Steady, boy.
Yeah, we're all set to go.
You'll have to wait.
What's that?
Steele has 3,000 head moving already. They'll reach the pass before you can.
Doggone, we'll have to wait until they get through.
You can't start your drive until this afternoon.
This is going to be bad. One herd in front of us, and Steele's sure to start another moving as soon as he can. It's like being between two fires.
Yes, Carey. It's 400 miles to Clarksville. And there'll be trouble every foot of the way.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When Breed reined up in front of the Tomahawk Ranch house with the men he had hired in San Antonio, he slipped from the saddle and ran up the steps.
Senor.
Welcome home, Breed.
Yeah, I am too late.
You think so?
It's true. Carrie and the other small rancher, they have the trail herd ready to start. We see it near Banjo Creek.
Sure, Breed, but we got 3,000 head going through the pass right now.
3,000? Was to be 50,000.
Don't get excited. We've had to change our plans. The Lone Ranger got wise.
Oh, the Lone Ranger.
He's smart. You got to give him credit for that. But I hold all the trumps in this game, and I know how to play them.
You will explain, please. I do not understand.
It won't take me long. And you and the boys out there can go to work.
Carey's herd was driven through the pass late that afternoon. The Lone Ranger had been scouting the trail ahead. Carey found him waiting on the far side.
Oh, boy. Oh, there. Well, or two.
Yes, Carey.
Yeah, still light. We can cover a couple of more miles before we have to bed the herd down.
You can't go any further tonight.
Why not?
Because Steele's herd is less than 2 miles ahead of you. The crew's made camp.
Huh? You mean to say they started before daybreak and didn't get any farther than that?
They didn't want to get any farther.
Didn't want to?
Now they're trying to hold you up. You can't go on because if your herd ever got mixed up with theirs, well, it would take you days to separate them.
Oh, I know, but what good will it do to hold us up? They'll be just holding themselves up, too.
There's more to it than that. I've sent Tonto back to the pass. I'm afraid he'll be bringing us some bad news before long.
Here he comes now. What kind of news?
It's simple, Carey. Steele's going to start another herd as soon as he can.
Well, what of it? He can't move any faster than we do. He'll have to keep back a couple miles.
No, he doesn't.
What?
He might even stampede this next herd right into yours.
Leaping cactus.
What did you find out, Tonto?
It's like you think. More cattle on the way to pass now. And move plenty fast.
They're coming through the pass tonight? We've got to go on, then. We've got to keep ahead of them.
You can't go on.
We've got to do something.
Yeah, there's one way out.
Name it.
Drive your cattle to the east for 20 miles and follow the Merrick to Clarksville.
That's twice as long. If we do that, we lose.
You want your herd to be stampeded? You want to lose most of them?
No, but
the Merrick's your only trail and only chance. If you drive 20 miles a day, you can get to Clarksville first.
20 miles a day?
If you stay here or try to drive through or around that herd up ahead, you'll never get there.
Doggone, I guess you're right. Boys, swing that point to the right. We're heading east for the Merrick Trail.
Three nights later, Steele and Breed were camped with one of their trail crews on Spanish Creek. The rancher was in a bad temper.
Why hasn't Jake got back yet?
I do not know, senor. He has gone since last night.
Sneaked up to Leadville.
If he has done that, I will beat him off good. I tell him to locate the Carey herd and report back at once.
Pour me another cup of coffee.
See. It's too bad they slip out of our trap.
What did they gain by it?
Nothing. The Merrick Trail is too long. We get to Clarksville first, and that is all you want. But just the same.
Just the same what?
It's hard to forget the Lone Ranger rides with him. He's not a man to be trusted.
Give me that coffee.
Si, senor.
Hello!
That is Jake.
It's about time.
Rusty. Well, where have you been?
Just wait till I get my breath, and I'll tell you.
Why have you taken so long to ride a few miles?
A few miles, nothing. I had to ride all the way to the Sweetwater before I caught up with them.
Sweetwater?
It's not possible. They could not have got that far. They would have to drive 20 miles a day.
That's just what they're doing. I never saw a trail herd move so fast. I followed them along the ridge for a while. That masked man was everywhere. You should have seen him.
Reed.
See?
20 miles a day and they win.
Yeah, that is so.
You got to stop them. Tomorrow night, you'll take 20 of the best men you got from San Antone.
It's cloud up. There may be storm tomorrow night.
That ought to help. Just make sure that herd is scattered so they'll never be able to round it up again.
See.
That isn't all. From now on, we drive 20 miles a day ourselves. I'll pass the word along.
The following night, the Carey herd was bedded down north of the Sweetwater. Just before dawn, the Lone Ranger rode up to the dying campfire. Carey was rolled up in his blanket beside it, sound asleep.
Steady, big fella. Carey.
hello there. It isn't 5 o'clock yet, is it?
No, I've just been taking a look at the herd.
Don't you ever sleep?
There can't be much more sleep for any of us tonight.
Oh, something wrong? Oh, a storm, huh?
Yes, it'll break any minute. Cattle are getting restless.
Well, I can hear them.
You're night riders.
What are they shouting for? There's no way to quiet cattle.
Gunfire. Steele may have sent some men after us. Here, Silver.
Roll out of your blankets, boys. We've got a storm and a parcel of coyotes to deal with.
Whoa, Silver!
Before the Lone Ranger reached the herd, the gunfire had stopped. In the flash of lightning, he saw a band of horsemen disappearing over the ridge. There was no time to follow them. The cattle were already milling, and at that moment the storm broke in all its fury. Almost at once, the longhorns started to run before the driving rain. Jagged streaks of lightning cracked toward the earth. Great balls of fire played above the heads of the terror-stricken cattle. On they raced. A stampede.
You give the orders, masked man.
All we can do is run with them. The storm leapt up. We'll try to turn the leaders.
Chino!
Come on, Silver!
The cattle ran for 10 miles before the last of the thunder rumbled away in the distance. Then the Lone Ranger directed the cowboys in the desperate work of getting the herd under control once more. Hour after hour of hard riding followed. The sky cleared. The sun rose high in the heavens. It was nearly noon when the last of the strays were rounded up and the herd was started back.
10 miles back to where we left the chuck wagon. We won't get there until dark. Whole day lost.
Yes, Carrie.
I'd like to lay my hands on the skunks that started the stampede.
They're back with their own herds by now.
We just can't win, masked man.
Carrie, it isn't like you to give up.
They know where we are. They know how far we've gone. That means they'll get along a lot faster themselves.
Otto.
Uh-huh.
You and I are riding on to Clarksville.
You're leaving us?
Yes, Carrie. We'll be back. Meantime, keep driving as hard as you can. Now, come on, Silver. Help! Big fella. Oh, fella. Clarksville at last, Kimosabe. Well, we have 3 hours before dawn. Are you sure this is John Bennett's house?
That's right.
Well, his door won't be locked. We'll walk right in. There's a lamp on the table.
Who's out there? What the? Masked man and Indian.
You're covered, Bennett. Don't have to call for help.
Hey, what's the idea?
Get into your clothes. You're leaving town with us.
It was over 2 weeks later that Steele and Breed rode into Clarksville at the head of their first herd. There was no sign of Carey, and the rancher congratulated himself as he walked along the main street toward John Bennett's office.
Yeah, we put it off, Brady.
Si, senor.
Cat'll be pouring into town all this week. When Carey shows up, he won't get a dime for his steers. Here, this is the place.
Senor Bennett will be surprised when you tell him how many head are on the way here.
Mr. Steele. Hello. Where's your boss?
You mean Mr. Bennett?
Yeah, where is he?
I don't know. Nobody knows. He just disappeared about 2 weeks ago.
Disappeared?
Yeah. He left the office one night and went home, and the next day he wasn't anywhere to be found. Sheriff's had a posse looking for him.
You must have found some trace.
No, he didn't. He didn't say anything to anybody about leaving town, and we haven't had any word. Well, we don't know what happened to him.
Well, I got 3,000 cattle down in the corrals. They want to sell them.
Well, there's other buyers in town. I
They're
can't...
not big enough to handle this deal. The 3,000 are only a start.
Yeah, it's better we go to the sheriff, maybe.
If this deal goes wrong at the last minute just because Bennett takes it into his head.
Wait a minute. Yeah, somebody stop us. Hey, it's Mr. Bennett.
What kind of a yarn are you trying to make me swallow?
I told the truth, but look who's with him. A masked man and an Indian. You better get the sheriff. He's the Lone Ranger.
Hello, everybody. What's the meaning of this, Bennett?
Where have you been?
If you don't mind, masked man, I'd like you in town to stick around a little while in case there's any trouble.
We'll be glad to. There won't be any trouble.
Now, Steele, what can I do for you? Where have you been?
Oh, just taking a little business trip. Been seeing an old friend of mine.
That's a likely story. Bud here says you've been gone 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's right. Any objections?
I want to talk to you alone.
No, thanks. You've got anything to say, you better get it off your chest right now.
All right. I want to sell some cattle.
Uh-huh. About 50,000 head, isn't it?
The masked man told you.
He's told me a lot of things.
Well, what do you give me for them?
Market price, $15 a head.
Have you gone local?
Nope, $15 a head. But only buy 10,000.
Now, wait. You'd take the whole 50 if I offered them to you at, let's say, 5.
10,000's all I can handle. I've already bought 6.
You what?
Yeah, from Jim Carey. Rode out with a masked man and met him on the trail.
Senor Steele. That's it. I'll break you for this minute.
Yeah, and how do you plan to do that?
I'll tell you how. I'll sell all my cattle to the other buyers around here at $5. 2-1, I don't care. You'll never been able to get rid of that 6,000.
No sale, Steele. I'm talking for all the buyers in town. We'll take 10,000 from you and not one
There's
more.
the double cross.
Yes, a double cross, Brady. Yeah.
You loco, Bennett. I'm offering you a chance to make a fortune. You're turning it down.
Don Bennett doesn't figure the same way you do, Steele. I've told him that you're trying to ruin every small rancher in Tomahawk Basin. If that happens, he knows he'll have to deal with you alone.
And I'll be the one to get ruined. No thanks, Steele. All us ranchers, and we're going to stick together and play along with the small guys. The market price for beef stays where it is.
Well, if we only sell 10,000 head, what we do with other 40,000?
You can rent some range land and winter them around here.
When I sold them in the spring, I wouldn't make a cent.
Right, Steele. This drive has cost you a lot of money. Let's go, Tonto.
So long, masked man. I enjoyed the trip.
You'll never regret your decision, Bennett. As for you, Steele, we'll see that Jim Carey's herd gets here safely. And Tonto and I are riding back to the basin. We'll meet again.
Yes, we'll meet again. And the next time, Breed, I promise you, the tables will be turned.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Edward G. Robinson, Marlena Dietrich, and George Rapp in Manpower. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The hurricane blows, the lightning strikes without warning, sleet cuts down like a knife, and the lifeblood of the nation, electric power, is cut off. Night or day, in any kind of weather, manpower goes into action. Perched high in the air, inches from death, the line crews do the jobs that keep the wheels of defense plants rolling, that keep the lights burning, that keep your radio alive this very moment. Somewhere in America, right now, they're fighting a storm. So tonight, we salute these soldiers of the night with a play adapted from the Warner Brothers picture, Manpower, starring Edward G. Robinson, George Rapp, and Marlena Dietrich, the same fine players who made it a hit on the screen. George Rapp, incidentally, is busy producing shows himself these days, boxing and wrestling shows for the boys in the armed forces. As the new national sports chairman, of the Hollywood Victory Committee, he's enlarging his sports program to reach every camp in the country. Manpower is a drama at high tension, a story of men who live on a diet of danger, and a woman who finds her destiny at their side. Exciting, certainly, but real, too, because excitement like this makes the world go round. I think Manpower is a play you'll enjoy, but don't let the title fool you. Manpower wouldn't get very far without woman power. I don't think we would either. The hand that rocks the cradle also raises the curtain here in the Lux Radio Theater by buying Lux toilet soap. Woman power is getting to be evident in every department of American life, taking its place beside manpower in 100 jobs, from the aircraft plants of California to the ammunition factories of New England. The women that run the homes of America are doing a defense job just the same as the others. And Lux toilet soap must be good to get a vote of confidence from women like these. There's the curtain signal for the first act of Manpower, starring Edward G. Robinson as Hank, Marlena Dietrich as Fay, and George Rapp as Johnny.
Power Patrol Car 3, calling Power Patrol 3. Topanga power line gone out. Find the break. Patrol Car 3, calling transmission. We found that break. Yeah, line's down 2 miles east of Boston. Repair crew is on the tower now.
Crew is on the tower. 60 feet above the ground, they cling to the steel skeleton. Black silhouettes against the jagged streaks of lightning. Lashed by the wind and rain, they match their strength against the storm. While all around them, high-tension wires, hot as a blast furnace, hum a song of death in their ears. The ground crew gazes up with anxious eyes. They know the power of those thin strands. One mistake, one misstep, 30,000 volts will flash in the night, and a man will die.
Who's up there on that tower, Pop?
Johnny and Hank. They've been up almost an hour.
What's taking them so long?
They're working right in that hot wire. I don't like it, Mr. Sweeney.
Well, we can't kill the circuit now. Cut away that wire, you guys, before it kisses you off.
It was a night like this that I got it. You can't trust hot wire. Like a cobra, it strikes you down without warning.
Shut up, Pop. What do you say, Johnny? You want me to send up food and blankets? Take your time, Sweeney. If you think you can do any better, come on up and we'll come down. All right, all right. Just snap into it up there, that's all.
Hey, Omaha, send up those flyers.
Coming at you.
You know, Johnny, I still can't understand it.
Understand what?
I can't understand why that mouse wouldn't kiss me tonight.
Are you still hopping on that? Grab those pliers, Hank.
Oh, I danced with her all night, and I bought her plenty of feet, too. I don't get it.
What's the way you move in? I never seen a guy like you. You're with a dame 2 minutes, and she wants to bat your brains out.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I've known plenty of gals that went completely off their nut about me.
Who are you kidding? Why, every time I ever seen you up at bat, you strike out.
Yeah? Well, as soon as we fix this break, I'm going back to that little mouse.
The joint will be closed.
Oh, so I'll open it. Move over a second, will you? I'm going to cut this wire away.
Headache! Wire coming down. Hey, Hank, don't lean out that way. Hook your safety belt on.
What do you think I am, a window washer?
Headache!
Let her go!
Watch out, sucker, you'll get your hair singed.
Well, as long as it ain't a permanent wave, I ain't worried. Yes, sir, Johnny. The next time I catch up with that mouse, I'm going to try a new approach on her.
You better keep your mind on what you're doing, or you'll approach her on the third bounce.
Well, come on, there's just one more piece to snip. Right up there.
I'll take care of this one, Hank.
Move over, will you?
Go on, sit down, amateur.
Hey, what do you mean, amateur? I was cutting away loose wire when you was cutting teeth.
All right, big shot, cut away. But watch that loose end. The wind's whipping around like a cat's tail.
Headache!
Look out, Hank.
Wire coming down.
What's that end, Hank? Look out. Hank!
How did Hank leaned out to cut some wire and it whipped around the hot stuff. Yeah? Johnny held on to him until we got a hand line up.
How's he look?
Bad. Johnny's been working on him for 3 hours. Artificial respiration. How's he coming, Johnny?
He ain't breathing yet.
One way or the other, he won't do any more climbing with that leg.
Hank always said he'd sooner be a corpse than a cripple.
He ain't a corpse yet. I'll pull him through if I have to pump him for a week.
I was out for 6 hours before I breathed. It cooks you, that hot wire. Your blood boils inside of you. I know what it's like. The night I got
Shut up, Pop. Swing. Look. He's breathing by himself.
He's coming around.
Give me that ammonia water. Come on, Hank. Open up. Oh, that's the fella. Come on now.
Hey, you pulled him through, Johnny.
How do you feel, Mug?
Well, Hate to disappoint that little number I got lined up for tonight, Johnny. Tell her I had a date with a nurse. Yeah, and you come at night sometimes and see the night nurse I got. Now there's a sweet mouse.
I bet she don't come within 10 feet of you.
Oh, is that so? Listen, all I got to do is push this little button and they come in jumping.
You mean they go out jumping?
Did you ring?
Yeah, that's right. Hey, you're a new one, ain't you? Oh, not bad either. How come I get a different nurse in here every time?
Well, for this room, we always draw lots. This time I lost. What can I do for you?
When do I get my supper?
You just had your lunch.
You see, all I got to do is ring.
Oh, when is the doc checking you out, Hank?
Oh, about a week. But the leg will never be right. I got to settle down on the ground like a squirrel with a gout. So you think maybe the company will give me a job downstairs?
Nope.
Well, maybe they'll hand me an inside job, licking envelopes or something.
Not a chance.
Well, why not, say? They can't throw me away like an old insulator. Wait till I get down there and tell those brass hats a few things.
I'll take it easy before you blow a fuse. You can't have any of them jobs. Because the company's making you foreman of the gang.
Well, they can't push me around. I'll tell them. Foreman? Hey, you're kidding.
Nope. Here's the letter.
Chief, we salute you. Now we don't have to come to work anymore.
Well, Mug, what do you say?
Foreman? Well, say, what do you think of that? Yeah, but if you guys think you're going to put anything over on me, you're climbing up the wrong pole. I know all the tricks because I pulled them myself.
Oh, Hank, I got to beat it. Pop's waiting downstairs for me.
Okay, coming back tomorrow?
Oh, sure. All set, Pop. Get the car.
How's Hank, Johnny?
Oh, he's doing fine.
Did you tell him how I can't stand to go into a hospital, Johnny?
He knows how it is. He don't like it himself.
Johnny, I'm glad you're coming with me. It isn't easy, this, for me.
Oh, you're just making it tough, Pop. Your daughter made a little mistake. She did a year for it, and now she's coming out. So what? Some of the best families get their mail at the cooler.
But it's not that simple, Johnny. Until Fay wrote me from this prison, and I went to visit her, I hadn't seen her in 15 years. And when a man is a good father, he doesn't...
Oh, you don't have to go into that again, Pop. The girl wound up being pinched in a Frisco ginger for clipping a sucker's wallet. Well, that wasn't your fault.
It wasn't Fay's fault either. She was innocent.
Oh, now, come on, Pop. You told me. But everything's going to work out okay. You and her are going to be the happiest father and daughter in this neck of the woods.
I hope so. But, Johnny, none of the other boys are ever going to know Artie.
I gave you my word, Pop.
Thank you, Johnny. There she is. That's her, coming out now.
Yeah, good-looking girl for you, Pop.
I don't know what to say to her, Johnny.
Well, think fast. Here she is.
Hello.
Hello, Faye. I came down to pick you up.
Thanks. Got a cigarette?
No, I don't smoke much. You look very good, Faye.
Don't kid me. I just got a peek at myself in the mirror.
A little pale, maybe.
It feels good to be out of that hen house.
I bet it does. Oh, this is Johnny Marshall, the fellow I work with.
Hello.
Hiya.
Johnny helped get you out, Faye. He knew a fellow on the parole board.
Thanks. Have you got a cigarette?
Yeah, sure. Take them all.
I must look like something that came in with a tide. I sure could use some powder and lipstick.
Sorry, I left mine home. Oh, there's a drugstore across the street. I'll go over and get you some. Wait here.
Yes, sir? What can I do for you, sir?
I want a lipstick.
A lipstick? What shade?
Anything as long as it's red.
We have a wide assortment of shades, sir.
I take vermilion.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Well, what's the matter? Don't you trust me?
What new face powders you've got?
Well, we've been selling a lot of Andre.
I take a box. And one of those combs, and a card of bobby pins, and a box of cleansing tissue, and a carton of cigarettes.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, ain't there something you'd like for after dinner?
Don't strain your wallet, brother. I'll pay for it.
Oh, forget it. Figured as a little coming out present.
After a year in that birdcage, I don't feel like wisecracking about it. I need a good overhauling.
You're not kidding.
What do you mean?
Oh, that hello you gave your father. Why, you thought he was the DA who dropped you behind those bars.
Now, listen, Mr. Marshall. You handle your family, and I'll handle mine. I'm just as unimportant as you are. Leave me alone.
Okay.
Got a cent?
Sure. That ain't going to pay the bill.
I want to get weighed.
Oh, here you are.
Thanks.
You're getting your fortune with it. Bargain day.
Mm-hmm. I could use a couple of more pounds.
Just about a couple.
This thing tells great fortunes. Listen to this. Your future will be as bright as your past.
What are you going to do in Los Angeles?
Oh, I get by one way or another.
Why don't you try the other way for a change?
Because there's too many guys like you crawling around.
Coming back, huh? Hey, said he was. Hello? Hey, I can't hear you. Hey, shut up, you guys. I'm on the phone. Hello, yeah? Okay. Who was it? Transmission. Everybody's got to stick near the phone tonight. We're making a call. Hiya, Mug. Oh, hello, Hank. Just got a call from transmission.
Yeah, we figure that.
Hey, Johnny, how'd Hank do with them Berlet scouts tonight?
Hank's girl had a headache. We sent him home early.
Yeah, Hank must treat his dames rough. They all get headaches. What do you do with them, Hank? Club them?
Now, listen, you're talking to the guy who finds them, feeds them, and forgets them.
Who you bulling? You've been turned down so often, you're beginning to look like a bedspread.
Now, if you don't shut that flap of yours, you're going to be spitting teeth all over the room.
Now, lay off, Hank.
I get all the dates I want, anytime I want them, understand? Oh, take it easy, Hank. Cut it out. Yeah, sure. I'm sorry, Cully.
That's all right. I was shooting my mouth off.
Well,
How about a few hands of poker, guys, huh? What do you say? Get the cards out.
Johnny, guess I was out of line again, huh? Yeah, way out. I can't figure it. That's what makes me sore. I like the dames, but they don't go for me. I'm strictly cold wire in that department. For every guy in the world is a dame. You just gotta wait. Yeah, I'm waiting. But I want to whisper I love you with my own teeth. I'll get it. Oh, if that's your blonde friend, are you in or out? Well, if it's her, I'm in, and I'm ready to go out. Hello? Yeah, this is Johnny. Okay, I'll tell him. Trouble? Yeah, some lines up in the mountains are icing. The insulator's broke. Come on, you monkeys. Everybody out. And wear your red underwear. Hello? Transmission? Well, this is Hank McHenry. Yeah, we fixed that break and put the juice through. Yeah, look, tell Sweeney we lost a man tonight. Well, the wire fell. Yeah, the last guy in the bunch you'd expect to get it. Old Pop Duval. File card. In case of accident, notify Faye Duval, daughter. I never knew Pop had a daughter, did you? Yeah, I knew. Ever see her? Once. Well, guess I'd better go tell her. Yeah, I ain't very good at handing out that sort of stuff. Johnny, will you come with me? Oh, well, you're the boss. I don't want to horn in on her. Come on, Johnny, will you? Okay, but I won't be any help to you. Thanks. This must be the apartment. Ring the bell. Hey, how does those dames stack up? What you like? A dame.
Well? Oh.
Hello.
What do you want?
Oh, this is Hank McHenry.
Yeah, I guess you know who I am, Miss Duval.
Never heard of you.
I'm a foreman at the Power and Light Company. Your father used to work for me.
So he used to work? What do you mean, used to work for you?
Well, your father had an accident.
He got tagged by a hot wire.
Yeah, we brought his clothes and stuff.
Put him down over there.
But it wasn't nobody's fault, miss. He just didn't get out of the way.
Maybe he didn't want to get out of the way. Sometimes I don't want to get out of the way myself. He tried to be kind the last few weeks.
Is that the best you can say for your old man?
Yeah. I'm afraid that's the best I can say.
That's great. Come on, Hank. I need some fresh air.
Hey, Johnny, wait a minute.
Oh, let him go, and you better go, too.
Don't mind Johnny. You see, he knew Pop better than most of us, and, well, I guess he feels that you,
Yes, I know. He thinks I ought to break down and get hysterical over a father I hardly knew.
Oh.
I'm sorry he's dead. But that doesn't make me forget what he did to my mother.
Well, if there's anything I can do, if you need something, you can get me at the office.
I wouldn't need you. Thanks anyhow.
Well, you got a job?
Yeah. I'm working at the Midnight Club. Big attraction, I am.
Yeah, I bet you are.
Well, maybe I'll drop in to see you sometime.
It's a clip joint.
Well, that's all right. I'm a big boy now.
Well, thanks again. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
So you did come, didn't you?
Oh, hello. Yeah, I was just going to ask for you.
Well, we saved a lot of time.
Yeah, well, sit down.
What's on your mind?
Oh, not a thing. Say, I thought maybe you was the cashier here or something.
No, I'm just one of the entertainers. Want to dance?
Oh, no.
It's a relief to find one guy who don't think he was born with wings on his heels.
Say, I used to burn up the floor. I got a room full of dancing cups taller than you. But since I tangled my foot with a hot wire, I ain't quite as good as I was.
Sorry I brought it up.
That's okay. The real reason I came here was on account of finding out that your old man had a little insurance. And the company asked me to bring it to you. Here, it's all yours.
What's your angle?
What do you mean, angle?
What's this bait for? My father didn't have any insurance.
Well, he worked for me, didn't he? I ought to know what he had. He had insurance. Not much. $150 worth. Here, put it away.
Don't horse me, mister. What have you got in mind?
Well, all right, you will. But I just figured you might need the dough. You've probably got a lot of bills piling up on you.
I got a few. But you don't look like any captain of finance.
Oh, say, I got plenty, and no one to spend it on. Except dames, of course. Got a lot of them on the string, but that still leaves me plenty of Mazuma. Bet you ain't getting rich in this flea bag.
You're right there. I don't get anything out of this joint but tired. I could use a few bucks.
Well, take it all.
No, just 50. And thanks. You get it back.
Well, I ain't worrying.
You're a new kind of a guy for a dump like this. Now, you better lock that wallet in your pocket and get out of here.
Look, I told you, I came here to talk to you.
This is a clip joint. And after 3 drinks, every tick of the clock will cost you $1.
What time do you blow out of here?
About 5 tomorrow morning.
5? Well, you dames got a pretty loose union, ain't you? How about me picking you up when you're through? Look, I got a date with a little redhead, but I could try to lose her about 4:30, then come over here. We could go someplace for ham and eggs.
Oh, I'll be tired then. Let's save it for another time.
When?
Oh, whenever you have some time off.
All right, I'll call you. Check here. Good night, Faye.
Night. You okay?
Well, thanks. You too.
Hey, Hank.
Oh, hello, John. Say, what are you doing out here?
I'm waiting for you. Why do you waste your time with a dame like that?
She seems all right. You just didn't give her a chance. I wanted to see if she was fixed all right for dough.
I'll tell you how she's fixed. As long as there's one guy left in the lure with a little loose dough in his pocket, she's going to do okay.
Cut it out, Johnny.
She's strictly a no good.
I said cut it out.
Okay, Hank. Okay.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Edward G. Robinson, Marlena Dietrich, and George Raft, will return in Act Two of Manpower. And now, here's a young man not getting the phone number he wants.
Operator, will you try that number again, please? Maine 1234. Well, of all the luck, Mary's line is always busy.
Yes, Mary's popular. And no wonder, for Mary is a Lux soap girl. A girl whose complexion is so fresh and radiant that everyone says, "Isn't she attractive, though? My, but she's pretty." Well, you know, there's something about a soft, appealing skin that makes people say just that, whether a girl's features are perfect or not. Now, if someone should tell you a simple complexion care that famous Hollywood stars depend on to help keep their skin soft and lovely, you'd want to try it, wouldn't you? Well, right in your own home, you can take the Lux Soap Active Lather Facial that screen stars take every day. Here's what Loretta Young says about it.
Lux toilet soap has such wonderful creamy lather. I pat it lightly into my skin, rinse with warm water, then a dash of cool. Then with a towel, I pat my face gently to dry. This Lux Soap facial leaves skin feeling beautifully smooth.
Try Loretta Young's Active Lather Facials for 30 days. Compare the smooth, rich lather Lux toilet soap gives with that of other soaps you've used. You'll like the way this fine, soothing lather caresses your skin. Get 3 cakes of fragrant, white Lux toilet soap tomorrow and see what this gentle care with Hollywood's beauty soap can do for you. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Manpower, starring Edward G. Robinson as Hank, Marlena Dietrich as Fay, and George Raft as Johnny. Hank isn't being very smart about Fay Duval. Every night for weeks, he's been sitting in the club where she works. And every night for weeks, when he comes home, Johnny eyes him quietly and says nothing. But now Hank is buying presents for the girl, and Johnny is losing patience.
Come on, Johnny. Well, you got better taste than me. Pick something out for her, will you? You'd know what Fay'd like.
All I know is that you're seeing too much of that dame.
Now, let's not get into that again, will you? She's a good kid.
Yeah, I know. Fresh out of finishing school.
Well, she's had tough breaks.
Oh, a bargain basement turns on the crying act, and you mop it all up. Why, if you buy her so much as a chocolate soda, you're being a sucker.
Well, she rates the best I can buy.
Now, wait a minute. You're not going into that hearts and flowers routine over that dame, are you?
Oh, me? Yeah, I'm strictly a love 'em and leave 'em guy.
Oh, stop it. This is me you're talking to.
Oh, well, anyway, I'm just buying her something out of remembrance to her old man.
Well, before you're getting any deeper, there's a couple of things you better know about that dame.
I know everything I want to know.
Oh, no, you don't. Well, I wasn't going to spill this, Hank, but I guess I better.
You mean about a year in the cooler?
Who told you?
She did. Now, you see what a straight-shooting dame she is?
All I can see is that she was smart enough to beat me to the punch.
Well, it's all yours, Fay. Happy birthday.
Who said this was my birthday?
Well, someday's got to be your birthday, so I'm either early or late.
You're never going to get rich buying things for me.
Well, that's all right. I get a kick out of it. Here, it's one of those things, a negligee.
Oh, it's beautiful, Hank. It's expensive, too.
Well, what's money for except to be spent?
What's going on? What is on your mind?
Nothing. Yeah, does a guy have to have something on his mind when he gives a dame a present?
Come on, Hank. You can tell me.
Well, you're a swell girl, Fay, and like I've been telling you, you oughtn't to live here alone.
So you're suggesting I ought to move in with you?
Yeah, will you? Now, how about it? We can take out a license tomorrow morning.
License?
Yeah, well, don't blame me. It's a state law. You know, they make you get one before you can get married.
Hank, you want me to marry you?
Sure. What did you think I meant? Oh, I know. I ain't no bargain, but I'll always be in there trying. I'll take care of you good, and I'll do the best I can to make you happy.
Well, Hank, before you get wound up any tighter, let me tell you this. I'm wrong for you.
Well, first we'll get married, and then we can talk about it.
But look, Hank, bouncing around clip joints ain't the best build-up for a wedding march.
Well, you ain't done anything I haven't.
I'm not in love with you, Hank.
Well, that's all right. I'll have enough of both of us. Now, look, honey, you gotta marry me. Now, I bought you that negligee thing so I could see you in it.
You're a pretty sudden guy, Hank. You've caught me without an answer. I gotta think about it.
What do you got? Okay, I got 3 Johns.
3 10s. He does it to me every time.
Oh, hiya, Hank. Want to sit in?
Yeah, pull up a chair, Hank.
No, not tonight, boys. Say, I got a little news for you. You fellas ever hear the old saying, the two can live cheaper than one?
Yeah, but it's worth the difference to me to stay single.
Well, I'm going to give it a chance and see how it works.
Hey, what are you talking about?
You mean you're going to get hitched?
No one else, boys. The little babe has been chasing me hard, so I finally gave in. You're all invited to the wedding.
Well, who's the dame?
What circus did you get her out of?
Yeah, what are you going to do about her beard?
I knew this was a mistake, telling you guys anything.
You don't know what a mistake it's going to be.
Well, come on. We can
Oh, whose deal is it?
What'll it be this time, Fay?
The usual, Mike.
Make mine a beer.
Right.
How many of these can you handle a night?
Well, do you think I'm dope enough to drink anything strong around a dame like you?
All right, Diamond Jim. What are you selling?
I ain't selling, I'm buying. How much do you want to leave Hank alone?
How much are you offering?
I got $200 that says you don't marry him.
Ha, what a weak voice you have, Grandpa.
Don't con me. You've never seen that much loose dough all at once. I'm telling you to leave Hank alone.
How do you know I'm not mad about him?
Look, sister, don't bull me. You've been in circulation a long, long time.
You got a lot of gall crawling in here and setting yourself up as the old family lawyer. I don't know whether to laugh in your face or bat it in with a bottle.
Well, you better stick to the laughing. I duck fast and swing faster. Hank ain't very bright, but he's my friend. And if he hooks up with a dame like you, he's tying into a lot of headaches he never figured on. I'm on to your racket.
You got the blueprints all drawn, haven't you?
Yeah, you got a line, sister, but it ain't what makes a wife for a right guy. So I'm telling you straight. Forget you ever seen him. Here's your dough.
You can take that money and put it back in your pocket. Go buy yourself some manners.
It's a waste on you?
Now listen, mister. Before you came in here, I was worrying about Hank. I'd figured I wouldn't marry him, because he is a regular guy and he has been swell with me. But now I'm gonna marry him whether you like it or not. Now get out.
Come on, everybody. Kiss the bride. Come on, kiss the bride, Johnny. What is the last chance anybody's going to get?
You're not very enthusiastic, Johnny.
Should I be?
Hey, Hank, kiss your drink. Hold it. Hold it.
Well, now that you've got Hank, what are you going to do with him?
Now, look, mister. Even if I was all you think I am, I'd be smart enough to play ball.
All I got to say to you is keep your nose clean. You got the hook in him, and don't let me catch you twisting it around.
What makes you think I couldn't be on the level with a guy?
You can't even be on the level with yourself. You got that clip joint in your blood, and you'll never lose it.
Have you ever been fooled?
Uh-huh. But not by a dame like you. Come on, Hank. Just a few more steps.
Just a few more steps. Happy New Year.
Can you get him in all right?
Sure. Come on, Hank.
This is the first time I ever heard of the groom being carried over the threshold.
Where do you want him?
On the couch.
Easy, Hank. That's the boy. Sleep it off, fella.
Does he do this often?
Not too often. I'm used to taking care of him if you want me to.
Thanks for the offer. But I signed up for a job today, and it's never too soon to start learning.
Oh, you sure you won't get absent-minded and lift his bankroll?
This is your station, mister. You get off here. Good night.
Well, I'll give you my phone number in case you need any help.
I know what I have to do, and I'm not asking for any help or advice from anyone. I made a deal. Bad or good, I'm going to work it out.
Yeah. That sounds all right. Maybe you've got sense.
Not too much. Good night.
Good night.
Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? All right. Come on, step on it, Joe. We ain't got all day.
Where are we heading for, Hank?
Central Airport. We're pushing the lines back so they can land them big bombers.
Well, why don't they build the fields right in the first place?
So guys like us can have jobs fixing them up again.
Yeah, well, I don't like planes. In fact, I don't like traveling. I'm strictly a homeboy.
Yeah? Who's home? And is she blonde or brunette?
Am I particular?
Now, can't you guys ever talk about anything but dames?
Well, how do we know? We never tried.
Hey, listen to Hank. He gets married, so you don't have to talk about him anymore.
Hey, Hank, your wife's still waking at the clip joint?
What do you mean?
He didn't mean anything, Hank.
What do you mean, Cully?
Nothing, Hank, only...
Only what? Cut it. Come on, Hank, forget it.
Hank! Not in the trunk. What's the matter with you? I'll get over there. Sit down and cool off.
Yeah. It's because Faye's had a tough time getting the groceries, but ain't any reason for wise guys to be making cracks. That goes for everybody, understand?
Oh, forget it. You all right, Cully?
Yeah. Gee, Hank, you oughtn't to get that sore. You're going to kill somebody one of these days.
Well, you're both all wet. You ought to put some glue on that mouth of yours, Cully. And Hank, you better keep them hands in your pocket. You're way out of line again. Way out. Come on now, you guys. Shake hands.
Sorry, Hank. I didn't mean to get you on your ear.
I didn't mean to put you on yours. Sorry, Cully.
That's okay.
How's it going up there, Johnny? Tighten up a little more. Cully, tighten up. Hold it. Headache. Hey, watch out where you're dropping that stuff. I yelled headache, didn't I? Coming down. Okay, shake it up. Hey, Omaha, we're moving up to the next ball.
All set up there, Hank. Oh, boy, this fog's getting awful thick. You can't even see the tops of the poles.
Yeah, well, how'd you like to be up in the plane in this soup?
The ground's good enough for me. I was born on it, and I'm going to live on it. Stick in this racket and you'll be in it. Hey, look at that plane up there. Look at it. It's a wonder they don't tangle with them wires every time they take off.
Oh, they've been combing my hair for me all morning.
Well, get the boys moving to Omaha.
Okay. Come on, you guys. Hop it up.
Well, hiya, Hank. All over the heat wave?
What do you mean?
Oh, the way you went after Cully before, I thought you were going to finish him.
Oh, that? Yeah, say, I got to watch my step, huh?
But good. You know, Hank, Cully said something after you socked him. He said you ought to watch out. You know, you might kill somebody someday. Maybe he's got something there.
Yeah, I know. I just can't help it, you know. When I get ribbed like that, something happens inside of me. Something that isn't even me at all. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
You know, and I can hear something in my head saying, kill him, kill that guy. And the next thing you know, I could kick myself all over the lot for it. And you think Cully's still sore?
Nah, he's okay.
Well, I'll invite him up to the house for dinner or something. Say, what about tonight? You coming?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, come on. What's the matter with you? Faye's expecting you.
Oh, look, it's getting to be a habit, Hank.
Well, so what? Don't you like the food?
Oh, sure I like it, but if I show up there again this week, Faye will be calling the cops. After all, you're practically still on your honeymoon.
Well, I'm asking you for supper. Faye's making one of her corned beef and cabbage dinners, you know, and one of them omelets with all that junk in it, a big salad, and my favorite pie. Huckleberry.
What? No pudding?
No, I'm on a diet.
Yeah.
Okay, Hank.
Let's finish this thing. Come on, Johnny, up that pole.
Okay.
Cully, rig that winch line. Ready and waiting, Hank.
Anything running hot up there?
Upper and lower circuit.
Well, Johnny, watch the upper and lower, will you? They're hot.
Okay.
Hey, Barney, Russ, go down and clear the wires off that other pole.
Hey, Hank, you think maybe we ought to quit?
Quit? What for?
Barney says he can't even see the ground from up top. It's like working in the dark up there.
Well, we only got 2 more, and the office is yelling. Okay, Johnny?
Yeah.
Well, we got the winch line rigged.
Anytime you're set.
Hand line coming at you, Johnny.
Let's have it.
Hey, where's that plane?
I don't know. Sounds like it's coming this way, though.
Well, I hope he knows where he's heading. He sounds kind of low.
Yeah, they've been missing the poles by inches all day.
Johnny, come on down.
What for?
Never mind, come on down.
Hank, there he is.
Johnny, he's heading for the pole. Johnny, keep going. Johnny, keep going. Well, how you feeling, Johnny? Got all them ribs out of your liver yet?
Oh, I'm okay, I guess. Hey, you were right about that night nurse. Oh, she's a pip.
You bet.
You're looking fine, Johnny. When does the doctor say you'll be out?
Oh, he says I got to give them ribs plenty of time to patch up.
Well, they ain't going to patch you up in this joint. You're going to come home with Faye and me.
Oh, wait a minute.
You ain't going to stay cooped up here in this bandage factory. We got a nice room for you. And there ain't a nurse in the whole joint that can match Faye. Any way you look at it.
Oh, it's too much trouble for you.
Won't be any trouble at all, Johnny. And you'll be much more comfortable than here.
Oh, I'm a rotten patient. I squawk about everything.
Well, we'll shut you up. I ain't forgot how to use a spud wrench.
Oh, hello.
Are you up again? You're supposed to be an invalid, Johnny.
Oh, I'm fed up with that invalid routine.
What's the matter? Don't you like the service around here?
Oh, you're up the wrong pole. Why, you've been swell. My own mother couldn't have taken care of me any better.
Oh, forget it. Someday when I fall off a tower, you can take care of me.
Hiya, family. Well, our son's getting pretty big, ain't he, honey? You know, you need a shave, Junior.
Hiya, Hank.
Well, here's the groceries, honey. Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
I'll pick him up. It's good I didn't tell you to get eggs.
Sorry.
Oh, what's new on the job, Hank?
Not so good. You know, they're making a floating gang out of us for a couple of months.
Oh, where are you going to be working?
On that new Harper dam line. We go next week. Yeah, wish he was well enough to come along with us.
I'll be there.
Yeah, well, what does the doc say?
Well, from now on, I'm the doctor. A little more of this doing nothing, I'll be climbing poles that ain't there.
Time for your milk, Johnny.
Oh, I just had a glass of that cow juice.
That was 2 hours ago.
Come on, Junior. Down the hatch.
All right. Oh, how do babies stand that stuff?
Hello, Johnny.
Oh, I was just getting a bottle of beer. Want one?
No, thanks.
Kind of hot tonight, ain't it?
Yeah. Having trouble sleeping.
This stuff might help.
I don't think so.
What's the matter? Something bothering you?
No. Why?
You sure look at her. Oh, I know Hank ain't the easiest guy to get along with.
I'm not complaining.
No, you're not. I never figured you'd stay in harness so long.
How do you mean?
Well, dames like you sometimes get restless. You miss the lights and the noise and the people and things.
If I miss anything, that's not it.
Oh, you know you've made Hank a very happy guy. Why, every day's Valentine's Day for him.
I've tried.
You know, sometimes I get the idea you don't feel like cheering. What's worrying you?
I told you nothing.
You sure?
Yeah. I'm sure.
Well, you can paste this in your little notebook. I'm Hank's friend and yours, too. If there's something wrong, you can always count on me.
Can I?
Sure.
All right. You asked for it. And tell me some way I can get you out of my mind.
What did you say?
You heard me. Tell me some way I can get you out of my mind.
Are you nuts?
I don't know. Maybe I am. Don't stand there looking at me like that. Did I knock you off that pole? Did I fix it so that you'd spend a month here in the house?
Well, listen. I ain't got anything to do with it. I never said anything. Why, I never even gave you a look. I never even thought.
I know that. Things like that just happen. No one wants them to happen. They just do.
For station identification, this is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Edward G. Robinson, George Raft, and Marlena Dietrich in Act 3 of Manpower. And now, here's our young friend, Sally, who looks very pleased about something.
Mr. Ruick, I've got the grandest compliment
For me, Sally? Well, now, that's very nice of
Sorry,
you.
Mr. Ruick. It's for Lux toilet soap.
Oh, why, of course, Sally. Our product gets compliments all the time.
This one's very special, though. You see, my brother Jim's home on leave.
Oh, that nice lad who joined the Navy a few months back?
Yes, and he looks wonderful. So healthy and brown.
Likes it, huh?
You should hear him brag about his ship, Mr. Ruick. Says the food is grand, and kids me about seeing the latest movies before I do. And now I come to Lux toilet soap. When I handed him a fresh cake for his bath, he said, "Say, sis, this soap of yours goes good aboard ship, too."
Lux soap a hit with the Navy, Sally. Well...
Yes. Jim said at the ship store where the men can buy everything from ice cream sodas to their favorite cigarettes, Lux soap is in big demand. Jim said, no wonder, when it does such a swell job of slicking a man up, even by Navy standards. And you know, Mr. Ruick, Navy standards are something.
Yes, Sally, that is a real compliment for Lux toilet soap. And it certainly makes us all feel good to realize that the men in the service get not only the comforts of home, but some of the luxuries, too. Like the latest books and movies and chocolate bars, and even a fine toilet soap. Yes, Lux is a fine soap, with all the quality the Navy demands in everything purchased for the use of its men. It's pure, it's really mild, it gives a generous, creamy, active lather that makes it a perfect bath soap, too. And here's a tip for the thrifty-minded. Lux toilet soap is hard-milled. That means a single cake lasts and lasts, right down to the thinnest sliver. Why don't you take a tip from Uncle Sam's boys who know a good thing when they see it? Let your whole family enjoy this smooth, luxurious white soap. You can, because Lux toilet soap costs so little, especially when you buy it the economical 3 cakes at a time way. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 3 of Manpower, starring Edward G. Robinson, Marlena Dietrich, and George Raft. 2 weeks have passed, and Johnny is back on the job again. They're a floating crew now, working away from home. And Hank is getting lonesome for Fay. In a roadside hamburger stand, he looks with distaste at the dinner he's ordered, but cannot eat.
Now, look at them biscuits. I could punch rivets with them. Oh, gee, I wish Fay was here, then we could have something decent. I'm going to send for her.
Oh, this ain't no place for dames.
But I ain't seen Fay in 10 days. I never was a guy for long-distance romancing.
Well, the company don't like no women hanging around the job.
Well, there ain't no law that says the foreman's wife can't come to see him.
Well, Fay wouldn't like it up here.
Oh, sure she will. I'm here, ain't I? I'm going to wire her to come up on the next bus.
Hey, where's Hank running to?
Wiring his wife to come up.
Ask her if she's got a friend.
I seen the wife. Not bad. How does a gimp like Hank let a dame like that? She graduated from a clip joint. She ain't no bargain.
Listen, can that talk, or one of these days you'll fall off that pole and it won't be accidental.
We wasn't talking to you. We was just making some innocent comments.
Well, tend to your grub while you still got some teeth to do it with.
Don't pop off at me, brother. You're gonna have a mouthful of knuckles.
Yeah, and you'll be minus a hand.
Listen, I don't take that from anybody.
You don't, huh?
Oh, fine there, Johnny. You laid him out like a rug.
Take him up and throw him out of here. It might improve the joint.
Hey, what goes on? What's the matter here, Johnny?
Oh, nothing, Hank. Just a slight disagreement, that's all.
Yeah, it ain't nothing a hospital can't fix. Well, did you sock that guy, Johnny?
Yeah.
Well, this time you was out of line.
Not so far.
What was the beef?
Well, there wasn't any beef.
Well, he must have done something. You don't go around laying guys out for the fun of it.
Lay off, will you? The guy wanted to fight, and he picked me. Forget it.
Well, funny. I ain't got an answer yet. And I guess you grabbed the bus last night, huh?
No, I guess so. Oh, say, I better get my junk out of the shack. You don't want me hanging around with Fay coming up.
Well, you won't mind, will you, Johnny? You know how it is.
Oh, sure. I'll crawl in with one of the other boys. Don't worry about me.
Yeah, well, I'm going down to meet the bus. How about having supper with us?
Nah, you and Fay will have a lot to talk over. Anyway, I got my eye on that dame over at the hamburger joint.
Oh, come on now, will you? Forget that hashlinger. Grab some grub with Fay and me. We'll have a lot of laughs.
Go on, beat it. I got work to do.
Oh, okay. Boy, if this weather don't let up, we'll be working with water wings. See you, Johnny.
Yeah, so long. Hello, Foreman Shack.
Los Angeles calling, Mr. McHenry.
Oh, he ain't here, but I'll take it.
Go ahead, please.
Hello? Mr. McHenry, this is Sergeant Freeman of the Los Angeles Police Department.
Who?
Los Angeles Police. We picked up a girl in a raid on the Midnight Club. She says she's your wife, and we're just checking up on it.
Oh, okay. I'll be in to get her.
All right, Mr. Val, you're out. Thanks. Johnny, how did you find out? Was it in the papers, on the radio, or something? Well, where's Hank? Did he come with you? It was funny the way I got caught. All the time I worked there, I was never picked up. So last night I was only in there a couple of minutes talking with the girls, and all of a sudden the place was full of cops, so I...
So you couldn't stand the smell of fresh air?
Oh, don't!
You had to crawl back into that sewer, didn't you? How often you been doing it? Every time Hank had his back turned.
Oh, Johnny. Oh, Johnny.
Don't turn on the waterworks for me. It don't register.
I wasn't working.
Oh, I had you tagged right the first time I saw you. A nickel and dime dame out to pick up a free ride.
You got no right to.
And that line of hot air you dished out about being in love with me. You really had me thinking about you. Worrying about the way I treated you. Why, I should have known better.
I meant it. Every word of it. You forgot your suitcase. Thanks.
A suitcase? What were you doing with that when you got pinched?
I was walking out. Heading for Chicago.
Walking out on Hank, huh? Why, a guy can pick up a mongrel and feed him. Give him a place to sleep and he'll stick. But not you, huh?
No, not me. Go on, hit me again if that'll make you feel any better. I've been hit before. And harder.
That wasn't anything the way you're going to be smacked. Why, if I ever catch you out of line again, you're going to... Oh, you're going to Hank, just like I asked you.
No, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are. And we're going to forget all about this. Hank's never going to hear about it. You just missed the bus. You understand?
Johnny, what is the satisfaction do you get seeing me caged up with Hank?
You're married to him, ain't you? That's where a wife belongs, with her husband. And that's where you're going. You're not running away.
You still don't get it, do you? I was running away from you. Because you were always around, and I couldn't stand it anymore. Because I was going crazy every time I thought of you. Because I love you. And because you and Hank were friends, I was setting myself up behind the 8-ball again. You think it was easy to walk out? It was the hardest thing I ever did. Now go on and hit me. Hit me.
You're taking the bus. Tonight.
Hurry it up there, will you? They got to shoot the line hard. Okay, on the conductors. Tell them to shoot the juice whenever they're ready.
Okay, clamp in that sky wire.
Oh, how's it going, Hank?
Well, where the devil have you been?
Sorry, Hank. Had some business.
Well, your business is here. The storm's torn out two of the main lines. Come on now, grab your belt to get up that tower.
Hank, I'm quitting.
What?
I'm blowing. Checking out of the crew.
What for? What's the matter?
Oh, I'm tired of being holed up on a maintenance job. This is the longest I ever been in one spot since I was old enough to button my own shirt.
Now, look, Johnny, I don't know what your beef is, but we'll fix it up. The substation needs this line to carry the load. Now, get over to the truck, will you, and get somebody slicker and start climbing. What do you say?
Okay, but when the job is through, I'm quitting.
Attaboy. Now, watch yourself. It's going to be hotter than an electric chair up there. I'm going to the shack and phone them to shoot the juice, so figure the line wire's hot from now on. Hello, give me the substation. Make it fast.
Hank.
Hey. Well, for the love... When did you get in?
Just a little while ago.
Wait a second. Hello, Barney. Hank talking. Yeah, it's okay on that feed. Shoot him hot anytime you want. Okay. Well, gee, honey. Storm held you up, huh? Did you get stuck on the road?
No. I came up on the bus with Johnny.
Yeah, well, how come?
He was on the bus.
Hey, what's the matter with that guy? He just quit on me. Did he say anything to you about it?
Quit?
Yeah, he's walking out. Did he give you a hint? Is he in trouble with some dame or something?
Yes. He is.
So some little mouse finally caught up with him. I knew they'd get him someday. That's all right. I'll fix it up for him. Who is it?
Me.
You? Oh, now, stop ribbon, baby. now, who is it?
I told you, me. I was leaving you, Hank. But Johnny made me come up here.
You were leaving me? Why?
You know I never loved you. I told you that before I married you. It hasn't worked out, Hank. It never will.
Well, why hasn't it worked out? On account of Johnny? Because he was moving in all the time?
It wasn't Johnny's fault. I just fell in love with him.
Oh, you just fell in love? Yeah, I know how that guy operates. Well, what a first-class dope I was. Bringing him into my own house so he could work easier. How long has this two-timing been going on?
Now, wait a minute, Hank. Don't get Johnny wrong. He didn't do...
Oh, no, I ain't got Johnny wrong. I just got him right for the first time.
Hank!
And if you're figuring on going away with him, you better change your plans, because he ain't going to be in condition to go anywhere.
Hank, come back. You don't know what you're doing.
It's running hot up there. Now, watch yourself. Oh, hiya, Hank. Everything's going great.
Where's Johnny?
Up top.
Give me a wrench.
Wrench?
Come on. Give me a wrench.
Hey, what's the matter, Hank? Hey, where you going?
I'm going up to see Johnny.
Hey, listen, wait. Hey, Hank, you can't climb no pole with that leg. Hey, Hank!
Stop him!
What's the matter with that guy?
Get him up there! He's going to kill Johnny!
What?
Johnny! He's going to kill you!
Kill him. One more step. Another one. Kill him. The wrench. Kill him.
Hank, is that you?
Kill him.
Don't come up here, Hank.
Kill.
Are you crazy or something? Get out there. Get down.
One more step. Kill him.
Hank, what's the matter with you?
Now, you can reach him. Swing that wrench.
Hank!
Kill him.
What the? Hank, listen.
Kill him.
Hank, look out for that wire. It's hot.
Kill.
Look out. Get a line up here. I can't hold him. Get a line. I can't hold him. I tell you, I can't hold him.
I seen him fall all the way from the top, over and over.
Oh, cut it out, Cully. Johnny, okay?
Yeah. Where is he?
He's over there. Just about finished, Johnny.
Call the substation.
Okay.
Tell them to have an ambulance over here in a hurry.
It's all right, Hank. It's all right, Hank. I'm here. I'm with you, Hank.
He's coming around with Take it easy, Hank. You're going to be all right.
Yeah. Who are you horsing? This is it.
What kind of talk is that? What are you doing, quitting?
Oh. The game's over. Time to go home. You know, I'm a pretty sudden guy, Johnny.
Yeah, Hank. Too sudden. You looked at the long blueprints.
Hank, it doesn't matter what you think of me. But I want you to believe that Johnny didn't do anything. He was bringing me back. making me come back. Please, Hank. Please believe me.
Sure. I was out of line again, hey, Johnny?
Yeah, way out.
Every time I get tangled up with a dame, I do the wrong thing.
It was my fault, Hank. It was all my fault.
Oh, no. No, you're okay, honey. Johnny, take care of her good like I try to do, will you?
Sure, Hank.
Hey, did anyone yell headache when I was coming down?
Sure, Hank.
Good. I'm glad nobody got hurt.
Hank. Oh, Hank.
Your applause is a command. A command to Edward G. Robinson, Marlena Dietrich, and George Rapp to return to this microphone for a curtain call. Congratulations to all three of them on some stirring acting.
Thank you, C.B. And congratulations to you, sir, on the anniversary which you will celebrate this week. Oh, how does it feel to tuck that 30th year away? A picture making under your belt, Mr. DeMille.
Well, I'll tell you, when the public tells me how it feels about my 30th anniversary picture, Reap the Wild Wind.
Well, we have three gentlemen approaching this microphone who are going to tell you how they feel about your anniversary right now.
Three of your competitors, C.B., with a word to say about those 30 years. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce three of Hollywood's best-known motion picture directors, George Stevens, Mark Sandridge, and E.H. Griffith.
Thank you, George. We're here tonight, C.B., as a committee of the Screen Directors Guild. The members of the Guild decided that something should be done about a man who'd been directing pictures for 30 years.
Especially since there's only one man who's been doing it that long.
As you may have heard, directors as a class are a hard-boiled bunch, and to the best of my knowledge, they've never given anybody anything before, so this is an unusual occasion.
We picked the Lux Radio Theater for this occasion, C.B., because it's right across the street from the site where you made Hollywood's first feature picture, The Squaw Man.
And in memory of those 30 years, we brought along something which George Stevens, as president of the Guild, is going to give you right now. It tells, in some slight degree, what your fellow directors think of you.
It's a plaque, C.B. I'll read the inscription because that tells our whole story. It says, in recognition of 30 years of pioneering in the motion picture industry, the entire membership of the Screen Directors Guild presents this plaque to Cecil B. DeMille for outstanding creative achievement, invaluable contributions to technical progress, and distinguished executive leadership.
This is a very gracious gesture, gentlemen. In these 30 exciting years, I've received many things from many hands, but I've never received anything that I shall prize more highly than this award from the directors of Hollywood, my professional brothers, presented by three fine artists like you, George Stevens, Ned Griffith, and Mark Sandridge. This award means, well, it means more than a great deal. And so, with all humility, I thank you.
All of Hollywood, and I think I can speak for the radio audience, too, wish you 30 more years of success, C.B.
In pictures and in the Lux Radio Theater, too. And in 30 more years, if there's anyone left who doesn't use Lux soap, I'd be very disappointed in the way you're doing the job. Lux soap is a grand product, Mr. DeMille, and I couldn't get along without it.
Well, don't try, Marlena. You're the perfect tribute to Lux soap.
Well, what about next week, C.B.? What's the play?
A magic combination of comedy, drama, romance, and music called The Strawberry Blonde. It's adapted from the Warner Brothers picture, and our stars will be Rita Hayworth, Donna Michi, and Virginia Bruce. The Strawberry Blonde is a story of the gay 90s and the adventures that walked into a dentist's office on a Sunday afternoon. Adventure from the past in the person of the Strawberry Blonde. A delightful play and three exciting stars Don Amici, Rita Hayworth, and Virginia Bruce.
That's a great lineup, CB. We'll be listening.
And we're all looking forward to the premiere of your 30th anniversary picture in Hollywood this week.
And hoping we all get free passes. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. For me, this has really been a night to remember. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Don Amici, Rita Hayworth, and Virginia Bruce starring in The Strawberry Blonde with Jack Carson. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ladies and gentlemen, two fine organizations celebrate their 30th birthdays this month. The Campfire Girls and the Girl Scouts. Thousands of American girls have received training in good citizenship from these two groups. Now their work is more important than ever. So tonight, we give a birthday salute to the Girl Scouts and the Campfire Girls. Marlene Dietrich will soon be seen in the Frank Lloyd production, The Spoilers, to be released by Universal Pictures. George Raft's next picture is the Universal production, Broadway. Edward G. Robinson appeared tonight through the courtesy of Warner Brothers Studio. His next picture is their production of Larceny Incorporated. Heard in tonight's play were Warren Ash as Omaha, Edwin Max as Cully, Griff Barnett as Pop, and Charles Seal, B. Benaderet, Howard McNear, Torrey Carlton, and Frank Penny. Tune in next Monday night to hear Don Amici, Rita Hayworth, and Virginia Bruce starring in The Strawberry Blonde. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Command Performance, USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world.
Command Performance!
Presented this week and every week till it's over there. It's command performance time in the USA, and the big guns of the American entertainment world are set to fire another half-hour salvo of music, comedy, and sport, as requested by you fighting soldiers, sailors, and Marines. Tonight's first letter is from Private Bill W., down in the Caribbean, who says,
Dear Command Performance, I got it all figured out that the next time our big show pops in here, I'll be doing KT duty. But don't worry, because I can peel spuds and listen to Kate Smith at the same time. Get it, buddy? We want Kate Smith.
Well, that's all it takes, Private Bill. So grab another spud and sit back and listen, because here she is, Kate Smith.
Greetings to you, buddies. What do you say? What's new? What'll it be tonight, boys? You're the GHQ. You up there in the flying fortress high in the stratosphere. You with the Jeep. Or the briny deep. What would you like to hear? What'll it be, Leatherneck? Out there stalking our foes. This is a command performance, and whatever you say, goes.
And now for Private Bill down in Caribbean, Kate Smith sings, How About You?
I like New York in June. How about you? I like a Gershwin tune. How about you? I like a fire's high when a storm is due. I like potato chips, moonlight, motor trips. How about you? sounds good book, can't get my fill. And Franklin Roosevelt blues, they sure give me a thrill. Holding hands in the movie show when all the lights are low may not be new, but I like it. How about you? About good books, can't get my fill. And Franklin Roosevelt blues, they sure give me a thrill. Holding hands in the movie show when all the lights are low may not be new, but I like it. How about you? Here's a letter from a Cincinnati boy in the Air Corps who has this to say. What's happened to Henny Youngman? Tall, dark, and crazier than a flock of loons. He nearly killed me in a movie short called Love in Gloom. If you're taking orders from a grease monkey, then this grease monkey says, let Henny Youngman run wild. Okay, buddy, Henny Youngman is opening this week at Lowe's State Theater here in New York City. And when he got your letter, he yelled, when do we start? So here he is, Henny Youngman.
Thank you, and I want to thank the boys in the Air Corps for asking for me. Naturally, they all know me. Flew my own plane for 2 years, then a rubber band broke. By the way, I want to apologize for being late. Boy, did I have a busy day today. I've been down to the Red Cross. You know, I offered them a pint of my blood. They looked at me and they talked me into taking a pint of theirs. Fine doctors they got down there, wise guys. The one that examined me for blood worked on me for 3 hours. First he used a stethoscope, then a fluoroscope, then a microscope. Finally he said, okay, Youngman, we give up. Where'd you hide it? I said, come on, fellas, now cut the clowning out. I want to see the head doctor. Just then he walked in. I said, hey, Doc, what do you have to do around here to donate a pint of blood? He said, wait a minute, I'll examine you personally. And what an examination. Right after it, he slapped me in the face. I said, what's the idea, Doc? He said, when we want hot water, we'll send for you. That isn't all that happened. On the way down here, I bent over to pick up a dime. Some guy jacked me up and stole my rubber heels. Not that I care, mind you, not that I care. You're looking at a man who owns a tire outright. Incidentally, if any of you ladies want to come up to my room to see my tires, lady, you're welcome. Talking about ladies, there's two kinds of women, the pretty ones and the ones I get. I was out with a girl last night so ugly when she ordered a tongue sandwich, the tongue went... Brother, was she ugly. She was a professional blind date. She looked like Tobacco Road on a wet night. 4 drunks looked at her, they took the pledge. Of course, the place for beautiful women is Hollywood. I just got back from there, you know. I was in one picture with Mr. Charles Lawton called The Hunchback of Notre Dame. I wasn't exactly in the picture. I was the guy they shoved up Lawton's back. Must have been pretty good. People recognized me. One woman walked up to me and she said, you know, I saw your picture 4 times yesterday. I said, why, did you like it so much? She said, no, I couldn't find my shoes. But after all, folks, there's no place like New York. I went to see the fights the other night at Madison Square Garden. Ted Collins got me seats. You know, he has connections. From where I sat, the fight was only a rumor. I was up so high, I was getting spirit messages. The usher got me halfway up the stairs. He said, you'll have to go the rest of the way by yourself. From here on, my nose starts to bleed. I was the only guy on my row without a harp. I said to the man next to me, how do you like the fight? He said, what fight? I'm flying the mail to Pittsburgh. Well, it was very nice of you men to ask for me. But I gotta go now, fellas. My wife is waiting for me. Today I taught her how to drive a car. Tomorrow she learns how to aim it. Good night.
Thank you very much, Henny Youngman. Dear Command Performance, says our next order of the evening, Hetty Lamar and Ann Sheridan may be tops with the majority of this man's army, but the voice I'm anxious to hear answers to the name of Queenie. She may not be a sweater girl, but she's the only female I ever knew who didn't give me any trouble. I'd be mighty grateful if I could just hear her speak. Well, Private MJS, thanks to a couple of Columbia Network sound engineers and their recording apparatus, here is your Queenie's voice. And there you have it, Private MJS, the voice of Queenie, the girl you left behind you. And now, in response to the command of a yeoman somewhere in the South Pacific, the popular MC of the famous hit parade sings, "There's gonna be a great day." All right, come on, Barry Wood, and let's hear it.
When skies were dark, came Noah's Ark. Amen. When lions roared, came Daniel's Lord. Amen. Now, Lord, help those who pray, and on Judgment Day, if you believe, he shall receive you. Amen. When you're down and out, hold up your head and shout, there's gonna be a great day. Those angels in the sky promise that by and by, there's gonna be a great day. Gabriel will warn you some early morn, you will hear his horn. Rudy Tootin, it's not far away. Hold up your hands and say, there's gonna be a great day. Gabriel will warn you some early morn, you will hear his horn. It's not far away. Hold up your hands and say, there's gonna be a great day.
Thank you very much, Barry Wood. And now, what's our next letter, Ted?
It's from a Marine down in the Canal Zone, Catherine, and he's wondering whether any new comedians have been developed in radio this season.
Well, that question is best answered by saying, here he is, the star of Duffy's Tavern in his famous characterization of Archie, Ed Gardner.
Okay.
How are you, Archie?
Well, I didn't think I was going to get away tonight after talking on the phone to Duffy. Mad in the hornet's nest tonight, you know. About the ball team. He can't find a guy to replace Two-Top Gruskin, two-headed pitcher, you know.
A pitcher with two heads?
Pitcher with two heads, yeah. Why?
The fella actually has two heads.
Yeah, two heads. This thing will show you what a genius Duffy is as a manager, too, Mr. Collins, you see. Says to Dugan, the shortstop, one day, he says, Dugan, we got a great ball team here, but I'm afraid it lacks color. What's the answer? So Dugan says, color, huh? Well, this may not be it, Duffy, but I think I know where I can lay my hands on a pitcher with two heads. So Duffy says, a pitcher with two heads, huh? I don't know, Finnegan, you think it'd be a novelty? So Finnegan says, well, what if it ain't? You can't pass up a pitcher that can watch first base and third base at the same time. So Duffy says, yeah, it's an angle. What's the guy's name? So Finnegan says, well, his name is McGinnis. Athos and Porthos McGinnis. However, he's called Two-Top Gruskin for short. I suppose on account of him having two heads.
Archie, did you actually see this two-headed pitcher yourself?
Certainly I seen him. I remember the night he first walked into Duffy's Tavern dressed up formal in a tuxedo to sign his contract. Everybody in the joint stared at the guy. So the Two Top turns his two heads to the crowd and he says, "What are you staring at? None of you guys ever see a tuxedo before?" Well, Duffy quick covers the embarrassment, of course. He says, "Waiter, bring 2 beers for this gentleman." So then he turns to Two Top and he says, "Two Top, I'm a man of few words. Report tomorrow morning. There's a uniform and 2 caps waiting for you in the locker room."
How did Two Top get along with the ball team?
Well, not quite as well as you'd naturally expect. You see, we had a catcher, Gorilla Hogan. Great guy, so natural-born catcher. Stood 6 feet 14 inches high, and he squats standing up. A real Bemie horse, you know. Looks like he's just stepped out of a jungle.
Sounds to me like a monstrosity.
Yes, well, fella. Anyways, the trouble starts right off in the first game. You see, the gorilla signals for a fast curve, so the two-headed guy nods one head, and this is very confusing to the gorilla, you see. He ain't such a bright guy anyway. So he throws down his glove, and he squawks to Duffy. So Duffy says, "No, don't get excited, gorilla. Go out there and talk it over with the guy. After all, 3 heads is better than 1. But the gorilla says, "No, Duffy, it's no use. I just got a feeling that the guy ain't quite normal." One of us will have to go, Duffy, and don't forget who owns the baseball. So Duffy had a fire at Two Top, you know, and it was sad the way the lump came up in his throat when Duffy told him he had to go.
What's he doing now?
He's in the Army.
In the Army? But didn't he have trouble getting in?
Well, a little trouble. He was a little too short. But they finally passed him. You see, the doctor examined him and took the report to the colonel. So, funny thing, they kind of looked at the card and he says, "Let me see here. Two Top Gruskin. Eyes, black and blue. Hair, blonde and brunette. Teeth, all and none. Mustache, yes and no." So the colonel says, "This guy sounds like he's got 2 heads." So doctor says, "Yeah." So the colonel says, "Oh." So they took him in.
Well, now tell me, didn't the 2 heads handicap him in the Army?
Well, yeah, saluting was a bit of a problem for him. Left hand and all. But the main trouble was that the one head couldn't get no sweep. You see, they made the other head the bugler.
I gather that he wasn't very happy in the Army, huh?
Well, he wasn't entirely unhappy. You know, a lot of guys in the Army are lonely, but a guy like Two Top always has each other. And the 2 heads helped him in a lot of spots, you know. He was the only guy in the regiment could do eyes right and about face at the same time. And the 2 heads came in handy for publicity in the Army. They used his picture from the neck up. The V for victory. Of course, the big advantage was on payday every month. He'd walk by the paymaster's window and draw $42.
Tell me, how does the Army feed a guy like that?
Well, if they don't, he can always quit and go back to his old job.
And what was that?
Watching tennis matches for Fat Day News.
Thank you, Ed Gardner. And now, boys, I want you to listen to this letter from a soldier. And I mean a real soldier. I can't tell you where he is, but he's doing his bit under a certain general whose name starts out with M.A.C. "I fought in the last war," he says, "and there was a song then that meant an awful lot to me. I'd like to hear it again now. How's about somebody singing a chorus of 'Keep the Home Fires Burning'?" Well, brothers, here is your song, sung by the entire studio audience right here in the theater tonight. Keep the home fires burning. be, somewhere in the far north, we bring you the latest developments in the American sporting scene described by that ace of sports commentators, Ted Husing.
Hello there, fellows. Here's a summary of the sports news to the present time. In baseball, all the clubs are hard at work conditioning themselves for the coming campaigns. The Yankees are so strong, they're again considered the ultimate champions for this year. Over in the National League, the Dodgers have been strengthened by the purchase of Autry, and that practically hands the pennant to the boys from Daffyville. You know, men, that the president has just announced that he's in favor of continuing sports, particularly baseball, as a wartime recreational effort. And in the exhibition games played to date, it's rather amazing that all the clubs are showing mid-season form at bat and the field. In boxing, Joe Louis, who will meet Abe Simon at the end of the month and donate his entire purse to the Army Emergency Relief Fund, continues to prove that he is more than a fighting champion. He has endeared himself to all sport fans by his fight with Buddy Bear for the Navy Relief Fund and by his conduct in the Army. Jimmy Walker said of Joe, he laid a rose on Lincoln's grave. And Joe himself spoke a simple speech at the Garden the other night that made the fans stand up and yell back in applause. You know, nothing else in boxing matters, fellas, but Joe Louis. In track and field, Dutch Warmadam continues his amazing sky-high pole vaulting, and right now, at this moment in San Francisco, he's attempting to clear 16 feet. Greg Rice and Les McMitchell continue their hold on the 2 and 1 mile running championships, but Gilbert Dodds, a newcomer to the big time, is making it hot for both of them, and is the greatest sensation of the year. In horse racing, Al Sabb, last year's 2-year-old champion, has been lacking in speed as a 3-year-old this year, and when the Kentucky Derby comes around in May, some little-known nag is liable to take the run for the roses all for himself. In the $50,000 Widener a week ago, not one named horse of the 17 that raced finished in the money. And incidentally, bad news. Eddie Arcaro broke his arm today in a spill at Florida's Tropical Park. In golf, Lloyd Mangrum, Chick Harbert, and one or two of the others not so well known are stepping on the toes of the famous headliners while stomping through the winter circuit. The Masters tournament will be held in Augusta in April, and Craig Wood, who has dominated each renewal since it began in 1934, should come back out on top again. And that's all the scoreboard shows. So long, fellas.
Thanks, Ted Husing. Thank you very much. And now just listen to this letter, fellas, and hold on to your hats. It says, Dear Command Performance, I'm a lieutenant in the Army, but I'm not a fighting man. Actually, I use lipstick, and I even tint my fingernails and pluck my eyebrows. But don't be alarmed, because I'm a nurse in the United States Army. Army nurses are usually carrying out the doctor's orders, but here's one time the nurse prescribes, and the prescription, Robert Benchley. Well, little lady, here's your wish right now. Here he is, Robert Benchley.
Thank you, Miss Smith. This is a speech that I'm prepared to deliver tomorrow to a group of sailors at one of the naval training stations. Sailors, I would bring you a message of warning, and yet at the same time a message of good cheer. You are about to venture out into the world, and it's high time that you learn something about the facts of life. I hardly know how to begin. Perhaps Dear Harry would be as good a way as any. Dear Harry, you have all doubtless seen during your walks in the country how the butterflies and bees carry pollen from one flower to another. It is very dull. You should be very glad that you're not a bee or a butterfly. You know, someday a bee is going to get hold of a real book on this subject, and from then on there'll be mighty little pollen toting done. If I know my bees at all. Anyway, if you've noticed carefully how the bees carry pollen from one flower to another, you will have wondered what connection there is between this process and that of animal reproduction. Well, I may as well tell you right now that there is no connection at all. So your whole morning of bee stalking has been wasted. For a more practical illustration of the facts of life, let's consider hen's eggs. If you will look at these eggs, you will see that each one is almost round, but not quite. They're more of an egg shape. Now, this is nature's way of distinguishing eggs from large golf balls. You see, Mother Nature takes no chances. Remember that. That's a lesson that all of you could learn. The egg, if I may say so, is not the only thing that had something to do with the hen. Now, the rooster is an entirely different kind of bird. The rooster is very proud and has a red crest on the top of his head. This red crest is put there by nature so that the hen can see the rooster coming in a crowd and can hop into a taxi or make a previous engagement. If she wants to. I don't. But before we take up this phase of the question, for it is a question, let's go back to the fish kingdom. Fish are probably the worst examples you can find. In the first place, because they work underwater. And in the second, because they don't know anything. You won't find a fish in a million that has enough sense to come in out of the rain. Now, the only way a fish can go wrong is through drink or stealing. This makes the fish's life highly unattractive. See, after a time, one will get very tired of drinking and stealing, I'm sure. Well, we've now covered the various agencies of nature for populating the earth with the lesser forms of life. We've purposely omitted any reference to the reproduction of those unicellular organisms which reproduce by dividing themselves up into 2, 4, 8, and so forth, parts without any outside assistance at all. This method is too silly to discuss. We now come to colors. You all know that if you mix yellow with blue, you get green. You also get green if you mix cherries and milk, you know. I had to put that in. The derivation of one color from the mixture of two other colors is not generally considered a biological phenomenon, but it's because the psychoanalysts haven't got around to it yet. By next season, it won't be safe to admit that you like to paint even, you know. People will begin to wonder about you. All of which brings us to the point of wondering if the facts of life are not all a gigantic hoax. A scientist has already come out with the announcement that there is no such thing as 100% male or 100% female. If this is true, it's going to throw a lot of people out of work. I think this just about covers all there is to be said on the subject, or all that we're allowed to say on the subject. But if there are any questions, or even any answers that you want to put to me, I will be in the lobby after the rally, or the rally after the lobby, and you just try and stump me. Shall we? Thank you very much.
Robert Benchley, that was fine. And now for a certain private first class located somewhere in the land of the Blarney Stone, a song as Irish as Paddy's pig and 50 times as beautiful. Rose O'Day. Johnny McCarthy loved Rosie O'Day. She was the prettiest thing. And every night in his sweet Irish way, under her window he'd sing, Rose O'Day, Rose O'Day, you're my billigadooshie, chinamarooshie, balderalda, boom tootie, Rose O'Day, Rose O'Day, you're my billigadooshie, chinamarooshie, balderalda, boom tootie, you're daring, you're darling, you're lovely, that's what I mean when I say Rose O'Day, Rose O'Day, you're my billigadooshie, chinamarooshie, balderalda, boom tootie, boom tootie, boom tootie, boom tootie, Rose O'Day, Rose O'Day, you're my billigadooshie, chinamarooshie, Marusha, Balderalda, boom, tootie, yay. You're daring, you're darling, you're lovely. That's what I mean when I say Rose O'Day. You're my Billy Gadoochie, Cinnamarusha, Balderalda, boom, tootie, boom, tootie, boom, tootie, boom, tootie, yay. A little colored boy down south buried his face in a big piece of Georgia watermelon. A half hour later, he looked up sadly and said, "That's all there is. There ain't no more." Well, we feel the same way about this half hour. Thanks an awful lot for listening. And now this is Kate Smith wishing each and every one of you the best of the best, and saying on behalf of all of us on Command Performance, God bless you from over here. Our hearts are with you over there. Good night, boys.
Command Performance USA is broadcast every week at this same time to the fighting men in Uncle Sam's Armed Forces. It's your show, men, tailor-made to your request for entertainment from home. Let us know what you'd like to hear, and we'll produce it. For this is the American entertainment industry's own tribute to you, the men at the front. Address your request to Command Performance USA in care of the station to which you are listening. So long, buddy.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
My fault, Bob. When they say the Pepsodent, do you have to tell them, old boy? When they say the Pepsodent Show starring Bob Hope.
Am I overdoing it? Tell them when you're going to start, Larry, will you? Are we ready? Are we? The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
Hi, folks, and how are you? If you should ask what's new, we'd say that laughs are here to stay. Bob Hope, there goes your cue.
Ah, thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob New Draft Hope, telling all you men to use Pepsodent, and no matter what number you draw in the lottery, your dentist won't have to put in phony pottery. Well, today they had the third selective drawing. You know, that's the Irish sweepstakes that pays $21 a month if you win. I knew they were going to draw those numbers today. This morning, my goldfish got a letter from a cousin in Washington saying, could I spend the day with you? Those guys are using my house again. Of course, I listened to the entire drawing. I won't say I was very anxious, but that's the first time I ever sat inside my radio. Boy, was I nervous when they started fishing in that fishbowl. I haven't been so nervous since the time Woodrow Wilson picked my number. After a few minutes, I heard them calling a number. The first three figures were the same as mine, but the last one was different, they told me, as they splashed cold water in my face. Skinny Ennis will know quicker than anybody else if his number's called. He's right there in Washington, inside the capsule. And Skinny Ennis isn't half as afraid of being drafted as the Army's afraid to get Skinny Ennis. I didn't register for the first draft because I wasn't 21 years old at the time. Wait a minute. I hate to say this. I didn't register for the first draft because I wasn't 21 years old at the time. Really, I just got this grown-up expression from listening in on my party line. But according to the calendar, spring is almost here. Of course, I'm not allowed to reveal what kind of weather this spring has brought to Southern California. All I can say is if that unidentified stuff that has been falling from an unidentified direction and filling up unidentified streets gets any deeper, many of us unidentified civilians are going to remain unidentified. Finally got through it. But spring is wonderful in California. The birds, the bees, the sunshine, and the wind rustling through the slacks on Hollywood Boulevard. Of course, this spring started off a trifle damp. A trifle damp, that's a California expression meaning I'll handle yours and you handle the bailing can. Still, I guess spring is really here. I saw a young couple walk down Hollywood Boulevard, both wearing slacks, and they were holding each other tightly around the waist. I walked up to them and said, young love, and the fellow said, no, our suspenders are being retreaded. But it's really wonderful now, isn't it? You can take a girl, you can make a date with a girl. I'll get it. You can make a date with a girl and go out for a drive in your car, and as soon as you come to a dark place, you can say, honey, I better park here to conserve my tires. And any real American girl won't slap your face or eject. That blonde I was out with last night must have been a fifth columnist. But the first thing I do these lovely spring mornings is get up bright and early, hop out of bed, and drag my smudge pot after me. This weather's so beautiful it makes some people mad when they have to work. I left a note in the milk bottle, half pint, and the next morning the milkman left me a note. I think you're a little run, too. To the glass. I've got spring fever already. I'm so lazy. When the mailman brought my copy of Esquire this morning, I only met him 2 blocks from the house. And I've been taking my annual sulfur and molasses. In fact, I've got so much sulfur in me, a couple of guys threw rocks at me during the last blackout. I've been taking my annual sulfur and molasses. In fact, I just want to satisfy myself. That's all right. In fact, I've got so much sulfur in me, a couple of guys threw rocks at me during the last blackout. I just don't want the joke to feel lost. And everyone's cheerful these days. Bing Crosby's happy. He didn't have to pay any income tax this year. The government took one look at his income and made him a partner. Skinny Ennis felt so good he went skipping down the street. He didn't see the open manhole. 2 hours later, he came out of a faucet somewhere in Redondo Beach. But I've been very busy these days anyway. I've been working in my garden. I'm planting a victory garden, and even the insects are cooperating. I saw a lightning bug this morning, and he was dipping his caboose into an ink bottle in case of a blackout. I've got a victory garden, but so far the gophers are winning. I don't mind the gophers eating my seeds, but they have to knock on my back door and yell for ketchup. I have a garden of real patriotic vegetables. They died with their roots on. That's the kind you should tell. I have a garden of real patriotic vegetables. They died with their roots on. And I didn't have to dig up the ground myself. I just spread a rumor that there was a rubber tire in there somewhere. And boy, are the insects in my garden tough. I wanted to make sure I didn't have any trouble, so I sprayed my potato plants with arsenic. There were 2 bugs on one plant, but they kept right on eating. Finally, one turned to the other and said, try a bite of this side, Horace. Something new has been added. You want that joke? I'll give you this joke. But I live in a very picturesque part of the valley. There's a steep hill right in front of my house, but once a week the garbage man takes it away. And I planted my garden on the side of a hill. In fact, that garden is so steep the bees have to shift in a second to reach the tulips. This is all cute stuff, you know. Listen closely, because you'll never hear it again. My garden is very conveniently located. I'm only 2 blocks from the main highway, and about every 3 weeks I can always depend on a woman driver thrashing my wheat. While digging in my garden, I broke into a gopher hole. The gopher looked at me for a second and said, I really don't mind your breaking in like this, old man. but you might have had the decency to at least wait until my wife slipped into a bathrobe. And we get a lot of birds around our place, so I put up a scarecrow, and I put one of Crosby's old sport jackets on it, and that jacket was really bright. The next day I looked out, and the crows were sitting around it taking sunbaths. And I only planted one flower in my garden, a rambling rose bush. Honestly, this is such a genuine rambling rose bush that the minute I planted it, the stem set of the rose hit the road bum. And I planted some artichokes, too. You know what an artichoke is. That's an avocado in a zoot suit. Artichokes are those vegetables that you take off the leaves, and they don't taste like much, but when you get to the center, it's time to start on the meat course. I've been taking my annual sulfur and molasses. In fact, I really wanted to dig my garden deep this year, so I got out my shovel and started digging in the ground as hard and fast as I could. After about a half an hour, a worm stuck his head out and said, "That feels good. Scratch it some more." And now we'll hear from Larry Keating. Mr. Keating, if you'll step into the office, old boy.
Every Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush you buy contains a certificate, a cash certificate that gives you an extra 10 cents to spend
for any
item of merchandise you see in the store.
10
cents extra spending money. And you can use this certificate just like you would a dime. Just select any article costing 10 cents or more.
That's enough. All right, that's enough. Here we have. Thank you very much. And now we'll have Francis Langsford and the Six Hits of the Miss singing I'll Remember April.
This lovely day will lengthen into evening. We'll say goodbye to all we've ever had. Alone where we have walked together, I remember April and be glad. I'll be content. You loved me once in April. Your lips were warm and love and spring were new, but I'm not afraid of autumn and her sorrow, for I'll remember April and you. The fire will dwindle into glowing ashes, for flames and love live such a little while. I won't forget, but I won't be lonely. I remember April and I'll smile.
This lovely day will lengthen into evening. We'll say goodbye to all we've ever had.
I won't forget, but I won't be lonely. I'll remember April and I'll
Don Ray is in the money again. Huh? Where's Don? Where's he? Hello, Don. I want you to meet the writer of this song, ladies and gentlemen, Don Ray. Come here, take a bow, Don. Come on, no kidding. This guy kills me. Don Ray, we used to be in vaudeville together. New York all the time, no kidding. He was a hoofer. You know that? Ray, Golden Ray? He still is a hoofer. I just heard the song. No, it's beautiful. You're doing pretty good, brother. You got quite a racket. Don't kid me. I'd like to cut in a little there. Where are we at? Oh, what a unit we had. Golden Ray, Everest Monkeys, And who else was on the thing? We had 4 nice acts. I used to do a fine act, 20 minutes on the stage and 5 minutes to get the hell out of town. It was how they used to chase me, yo. Let's get back to the stuff, huh? And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce one of Hollywood's most talented new screen discoveries, soon to be seen in the 20th Century Fox picture, Rings in Her Fingers, that rising young star, Laird Cregar. Hey!
Thank you, Bob, for calling me a rising star.
Oh, that's all right, but frankly, you look more like a planet that ate too much yeast. Well, how have you been, Lard?
Bob, look at your script. That's Laird.
Look at your mirror, brother. That's Lard.
Just a minute, Noodle Nose. You're not exactly Slim Somerville yourself.
You mean I have a pot tummy, too?
Well, either that's a pot tummy or those bags under your eyes hang awfully low.
Yeah, but I don't compare with you. Yesterday you were walking across Hollywood Boulevard, and a woman driver turned to a friend next to her and said, "These pedestrians are getting smarter every day. Look, they're all traveling in one convoy."
You've got a sense of humor, Bob. That's one thing no one can take away from you, even if they wanted it.
Careful, Laird, or I'll give you 3 uppercuts, 1 for each chin.
That's a nice suit you're wearing, Bob.
Yeah, that's a nice seat cover you're wearing, too.
This suit was made by a custom tailor.
Why is it so baggy in the back?
It's his custom to hang around for payment.
Well, don't look now, but I think he took in a partner. Laird, I must say you're the biggest man I ever saw. Is it because you eat Wheaties?
Well, yeah, Wheaties help a little, but what really gives me the bulk is the bowls I chew for a chaser.
Well, tell me, what do you weigh to the nearest 100?
Well, as a matter of fact, Bob, I just stepped on a scale this morning.
Stepped on a scale? Did you weigh yourself?
Oh, no, that's just my method of giving the government scrap iron.
How much did you weigh when you were born?
Oh, 14 pounds, 8 ounces.
14 pounds, 8 ounces? Boy, that must have been quite an event.
You bet. It was the first time the stork ever came by TWA. I hope you don't mind if I act a little nervous, Bob. You know, this is the first time I've ever appeared on any radio program.
No kidding. How come you picked our show?
Well, it was on my agent's advice. He took me aside and said, "Don't feel bad about this, Laird, but I want you to start from the bottom."
Why, Laird, every week millions of people turn in on this show.
Well, you can't blame them for wanting to go to bed. But really, Bob, it's always been my ambition to appear on a big radio program.
Is that why you came on our show this evening?
Yeah, I figured I ought to have some experience first.
Well, I don't think you realize what kind of show this is. I don't suppose you ever spoke to millions and millions of people all at one time.
No, I haven't.
Well, you certainly have something to look forward to.
Yes, haven't we?
Laird, are you sure you never appeared on any other radio program before?
Quite sure. Although once I received an offer to appear on Hobby Lobby. I wonder why.
Just looking at you, I know the answer. Boy, you must have taken up eating as a hobby to get such a big lobby. You know, it was my sponsor's idea to have you on the program, Laird. He likes you very much.
Why should your sponsor like me so much, Bob?
Well, the larger the man, the bigger the teeth, the more the pepsodent.
Well, I'm glad to be here, Bob. You know, 2 years ago I was starving.
You sure made up for lost time. Tell me, Laird, how'd you ever get in the picture?
Well, I started in vaudeville with my brother, and we had the greatest act in the business.
Well, what'd you do?
Nothing. But my brother has 2 heads, and he was the only guy who could sing the Hut Sut song and Rose O'Day at the same time.
I'll bet even his asthma has rhythm.
Then I started clicking. I just finished making my 5th picture a few weeks ago.
Even his asthma had rhythm.
Then I started clicking.
I wish I would.
I just finished making my 5th picture a few weeks ago. It's called I Wake Up Screaming.
Say, what a wonderful title, I Wake Up Screaming. Where'd they get that title from?
It was suggested by a guy who got out of the wrong side of the Sunset bus. The picture was called I Wake Up Screaming in some states and Hot Spot in other states.
Say, isn't that strange? A picture with 2 titles?
Oh, no. What about your last picture?
Well, you mean Louisiana Purchase. That's all it was called.
Don't read the reviews much, do you?
Only normally where I take ads. But about Hotspot, Laird, who's in the picture besides you?
Somebody real nice, Bob. Betty Grable.
Well, I've had Dorothy Lamour and Madeline Carroll in my pictures.
Really?
Sure, look, I'm toasted on both sides. But I saw you play the psychopathic detective in Hotspot, Laird. What a chilling, haunting thing that was. Honestly, your performance kept me from sleeping nights.
Well, that's funny. Your performances have the opposite effect on me. You never were in a mystery picture, were you, Bob?
Oh, sure, the Ghost Breakers, and was that eerie. You should have heard those frightened screams in every theater it played.
Yeah, those ushers must have got pretty scared, all alone there in the dark.
They were never alone, not as long as I had a pass.
I thought I had a really wonderful role as a detective in Hotspot, though. At the end of the picture, I poisoned myself. Isn't that wonderful?
Well, what's so wonderful about it?
You do it. See how much fan mail you get. But I became so interested in being a detective. Now I do real detective work as a hobby. For instance, in the short time since I've known you, I can tell every move you've made.
Well, will $5 and half the tires keep you quiet? Say, you worked on a picture over Paramount, too, didn't you, Laird?
Sure. This Gun for Hire.
This Gun for Hire?
Yeah, Bob, your sponsor was over on the set all day yesterday hollering, "I'll hire it. Who's got it?" The leading lady in the picture is Veronica Lake.
Boy, that Veronica Lake is really something. That's why I hung around your set the other day.
You certainly didn't make much of an impression on her when I introduced her.
Well, I did feel kind of self-conscious.
Well, that's only natural, Bob. Meeting one of the Lakes would embarrass any drift.
Dave, you've appeared in pictures with a lot of big stars, haven't you?
Yeah, I have.
Well, don't get in a picture with Crosby. He'll throw a saddle over you.
I've already appeared with Tyrone Power, Victor Mature, and Paul Muni.
Tell me, Laird, how do I compare with Tyrone Power for looks, Victor Mature for appeal, and Paul Muni for talent? Well, are you going to answer the question?
No, you keep the $64.
Say, Laird, I saw you in the Fairmont lot the other day. Why didn't you drop in on me?
Well, which is your dressing room over there?
Well, you know where the star dressing room is.
Yeah?
Well, you know where the number 2 dressing room is.
Hmm?
Well, right between them, Paramount hung a doily over a rat hole, and it's mine.
By the way, Bob, what picture are you working on now?
Oh, I knew you were going to ask me that question.
No, I shouldn't. You put it in capital letters in my script.
Well, I just finished making a picture called My Favorite Blonde, and you should hear my producer raving about it. Yesterday he said, gee, what a romantic couple they make, Carol and Hope. Carol and Hope.
Yeah, you and Earl do look well together.
Not Earl Carroll, I mean Madeline Carroll.
Madeline Carroll?
Yeah, she's my leading lady. We play all the love scenes together.
Poor kid. I didn't know she needed the money so badly.
Wait a minute. Madeline goes for me. If you don't believe me, I'll show you the marks from the whip and the chair. You know, it's swell. It's swell working with her, though. There's one scene where Madeline takes me in her arms, she looks in my eyes, and then she presses her lips against mine.
Oh, and I thought I was in a hot spot.
Madeline likes me. At first, she even let me keep my dressing room next to hers.
Then what happened?
Ringling Brothers took back the cage. Laird, you saw the picture. Do you think my work in Favorite Blonde is an improvement?
Bob, it ranks as one of the 10 most original, imaginative, and creative performances of the year.
Gee, who were the other 9?
The guys who wrote this script.
Laird, in case you don't know, I draw people to the box office.
Oh, I'll have to admit you're great for the box office, but why don't you get him in the theater? It holds more.
I haven't got that many relatives. Did you have a tough time breaking into pictures, Laird?
Oh, yes. I used to go over to the 20th Century Fox studio and sit around in the casting office. I always used to sit in the same chair. The big directors and producers would walk by, always see me sitting in that same chair, and then finally I got my big break.
What happened?
The floor gave way and I fell into the cellar. Then I remember I used to stand in front of the Brown Derby all day and watch the big celebrities go in and out.
Well, you must have seen me occasionally.
Yes, Bob, I did. Gee, I'd be standing there and a big, shiny limousine would sweep up to the curb. Then you'd step out with a beautiful girl and you'd tip your hat and say, "And what time shall I pick you up, madam?"
You know, I'm still a member of the Chauffeurs Union.
I know. I've seen your pictures.
You know, you're lucky you broke into movies when you did, Laird. It's much tougher now on fellas who come into California trying to get into pictures.
Why is it tougher on fellas entering the state now?
Well, they have to avoid stepping in all those Douglas and Lockheed bear traps at the border. It was a lot easier when I arrived back in 1939.
You arrived back in 1939?
Yes. Why do you seem so surprised?
Well, from the talk I've heard, you haven't arrived yet.
Oh, Oh, what's public opinion? You know, I'll never forget those days. You know, when I got here, Los Angeles was a city.
A city? Well, what is it now?
According to my radio, a big riveting and welding school. But I'll never forget my first year in California. I astounded everyone. Everyone was amazed. My first performance broke all records.
Yes, I remember. How many grapes did you pick an hour?
Listen, in spite of everything you say, I've become a big success. I'm popular. You've seen me at Hollywood previews, and you've seen how the autograph fans surround me, haven't you?
No.
You know, Laird, old boy, you aren't quite earning your money here.
When I first arrived in Hollywood, I was ambitious to be an actor.
So was I.
And gee, when I finally became recognized as an actor, it was one of the happiest moments in my life. You'll realize what I mean someday, Bob.
Wait a minute, I'm an actor, ain't I? What do you think I am, anyway?
Bob, aren't you kind of leading with your chin?
Yes, I guess I'm always leading with my chin.
Yeah, but I'll bet your nose always gets there first anyway.
Well, it comes in handy for measuring the gas in my tank. But when you were getting... when you were getting started, I bet you found everybody here in Hollywood is very friendly toward a newcomer.
Yes, Bob, everybody's been very friendly toward me, except you.
What do you mean, except me? What did I do?
Well, the first time I walked into Paramount, I slipped and fell, and you yelled, "There goes the Normandy again." Do I look like a big ocean liner?
Frankly, no. I can only see two of your decks. But you've certainly come up fast, Laird. Most actors spend half their lives getting started. How old are you, anyway?
25.
25? Gee, I wish I could turn back the clock a couple of years and be 25 again.
If you did, you'd be out of a job.
What do you mean?
When you were 25, Bob, they didn't have radio. Say, just how old are you, Bob?
Why, I'm 26. Do you believe that?
Sure I do. Now watch him sail. He thinks he's got pushover.
No, I don't. There's too much to push. But I really am just 26.
If you're really that young, you've certainly got a lot of lines in your face.
Well, I haven't got so many lines in my face, Laird. What makes you think I have?
When we were walking along the street last night, a cop stopped you and said, "Got a ration card for that retread?"
Oh, he was joking, Laird. He knew my face was really just regrooved. But, Laird, I want to congratulate you on your fine performances and welcome you as a new star.
It thrills me to hear those words,
It
Bob.
really does, huh?
Yes, I'll never forget. When I was a little kid, I heard you make that same speech to George Arliss.
It wasn't George Arliss at all. It was May Robeson in slacks. You must have really had a struggle to make a living when you first came out here, Laird.
Yeah, I never knew where my next dollar was coming from. What a desperate feeling.
And now you're working for me.
Same feeling. And I'll never forget those early days. There I was, starving, literally starving to death. How long must I go on enduring this torture, this endless agony of doubt and hunger? Day upon day, night upon night, the clutching, strangling fingers of starvation always in my throat, driving me mad, mad, mad! Boy, I'm going to give this show class if it kills me.
Keep that up and it will. But I'm glad to see you getting along so well now, Laird.
Thanks, Bob, but I'd still like to have your kind of money.
Well, if you're really interested, I'll have my brother print you up a batch.
You mean he prints counterfeit money? Does he do a good job?
Good job, Laird. After you use my brother's money for a while, the real stuff seems phony. But how does it feel to be successful?
Wonderful. You don't know what it's like to be able to eat 3 meals a day.
Yes, but you shouldn't do it at one sitting.
I remember the day I got my first paycheck. I went into the Brown Derby and ate everything they put in front of me.
You must have run up quite a bill.
Yeah, they charged me for 10 lamb chops, 3 chickens, 2 steaks, and a busboy who disappeared between courses.
Well, tell me, Laird, do you like living in Hollywood?
It's kind of expensive for me.
What do you mean?
On windy days, I have to hire a ground crew.
You do look like Gary Cooper with an overdose of helium gas. Hey, what are you doing for defense, Laird?
Oh, I've been putting in a little time over at Lockheed.
Really? Which shift are you?
Oh, I don't actually work there. I just snoop around. You know, since I appeared in Hotspot as a detective, I've gone in quite a bit for amateur criminology. I'd like to work on a good crime case right now. Haven't you got a dead body around here?
Come on out, Skinny. He saw you.
What on earth is that, Bob?
Why, that's Skinny Ennis. He leads the orchestra in this show.
How can he lead an orchestra when the man is dead?
Go argue with the union.
How's he managed to walk around all these years?
Well, as long as he keeps paying his dues, his local refuses to bury him.
I'd like to meet him, Bob.
Well, Laird, I'd introduce you to Skinny, only I'm a little peeved at him. The other day I saw him with a beautiful girl, and I asked him to introduce me to her.
What happened?
Skinny said, nothing doing, brother. With guys like you around, I intend hoarding my sugar.
Well, that Skinny sounds like a regular ladies' man.
You're right, Laird. Skinny sure has a reputation with women. Did you ever hear the Wolf of Wall Street?
Yeah?
Well, Skinny's the gopher of Sunset Boulevard. Chicago. I'll call Skinny over. Hey, Skin, I want you to meet somebody. Come here.
Okay. Well, I'll be doggone. I thought they were going to send the Japs out, not bring Owen Valley in.
Now, wait a minute. I may be big, but I'm not as large as all that.
That's me.
Oh, no?
But I guess they're looking around. You're the first celebrity in Hollywood that, give me the straight line.
The man on the guided tour has to point to with all fingers. Now, wait a minute. I may be big, but I'm not as large as all that.
Then I come in. Oh, no. You're the first celebrity in Hollywood. I may be big, but I'm not as large as all that. Oh, no, you're the first celebrity in Hollywood that the man on the guided tour has to point to with all 5 fingers. Nice joke.
Man, I don't know whether he's fat or not, but I'm going to write a letter to Washington, D.C.
What for?
I'm going to get Leon Hennis to put a ceiling on white meat.
Washington, D.C. Wait a minute, Skin. This is Laird or Mr. Krieger.
Bob, you don't mean you must mean Ann.
Laird, this is Skinny Ennis.
Have you notified the nearest of kin?
Now, wait a minute, fat stuff. I'm going to get good and sore. I'm going to get good and mad. And you know what's going to happen?
What?
I'm going to get my head bashed in like I always do.
Oh, this is very interesting. Very interesting. A talking corpse.
Laird, I've been trying to tell you, Ennis isn't dead.
Can you prove it?
Certainly. Feel his pulse.
Okay. Don't feel a thing.
Doggone it, my corpus is lying down again. He wants me to put him on his swing shift.
Hi, you're a little fella.
He ran out of air in the middle of the line. He tried to get through before his lung collapsed.
What's with the switch off? You know, Skinny, you're small enough to be a jockey.
Skinny was a jockey in a race once, Laird, and he was doing great, too, but coming down the stretch, the termite broke his leg. Skinny's a pretty active guy, you know.
Why? What's he do besides lead a band?
Well, when Sherlock Holmes says, quick, Watson, the needle, Skinny's the needle. By the way, folks, you should see these two guys standing next to each other. They look like the needle in the haystack.
What a funny-looking needle Ennis makes. He's the first needle I ever saw was pointed at both ends.
Quiet, you. Man, you're so fat, I bet the Army uses your underwear for pup kins.
Yeah, you're so thin you probably use a bottle of 7-Up for a bathtub. You probably have to wear 4 overcoats before you cast a shadow.
Yeah, you're so fat you probably sleep in twin beds that are kept in separate rooms.
When does a normal guy get a chance to read a line? You shouldn't be so hard on the poor kid, Laird. Anyway, he isn't such a weakling. Skinny, show him your muscles.
Okay. Just a minute. I got to run home and get them.
All the silly ideas. Okay, run home. While you're there, get mine, too, will you, Skin?
No, I can't get over that guy, Ennis. I'd like to have a yo-yo with him on a string.
Hey! Just a minute, blubber boy. You can't talk to Ennis like that. You can't talk to Ennis like that. Now, put up your fist. Now, take off that padding.
That isn't padding, that's muscle.
Well, then you can talk to Ennis like that. I'm not afraid of you, Krieger. Why, I can tear you to bits. I can wipe up the floor with you. I can beat you to a pulp. Oh, shucks, Bob. I refuse to continue.
Why, what's the matter, Skin?
What if I get to believe in this stuff?
Well, we have nothing to worry about, Skin. I've got a book home that says stout men aren't strong. Well, I'll let Laird squeeze my hand as hard as he wants to.
You sure that's what the book says?
Sure, I got the evidence in black and white. Go ahead, squeeze.
Okay.
Well, now I've got evidence in black and blue.
Let me show you how it's done, Bob. Watch me shake hands with this guy. Watch me shake hands with him.
Okay, here's my hand.
Okay, here's my hand.
When you get through with it, will you mail it to my house?
Take picture of this thing, and somebody else will take it out later.
Somebody else taking my place. Somebody else now shares your embrace. While I am trying to keep from crying, you go around with a smile on your face. Little you care for vows that you made. Little you care how much I have paid. My heart is aching, my heart is breaking, for somebody's taking our place.
Somebody else is taking my place. Somebody shares your embrace with it, while I am trying to keep you from crying. You go around with a smile on your face. Don't you give up
for vows that you've made.
You don't give up.
Little you care
Not a trifle.
how much you have paid.
Baby, I'm so broke.
My heart is aching.
For me.
My heart is breaking.
Oh, my. Somebody's taking my place.
I shall read. I want to tell you how... Thank you. Once again, we resume our reading of Bob Hope's story of his life, They Got Me Covered. As our scene opens, Bob Hope has just discovered that some crook has stolen the spare tire off his auto. He and his pal, Skinny Ennis, immediately rush over to the nearest police car and...
No use, Skin. We'll have to buy one.
Say, Bob, how do you know somebody stole your tire?
How do I know? I've been riding around all day on 3 retreads and a thank you note. Gee, Skin, that was a very valuable tire they stole.
Hey, who you kidding, Bob? That tire was so thin when you went formal, you wore it for a girdle.
Yeah, but it was a little too tight. I'm the only guy in Hollywood with Goodrich Silvertown engraved on his stomach.
Bob, did you have your license number burned in on that spare tire?
Yes, Skin. I had my license number burned in on that tire.
Was it above or below where it said, see Louisiana Purchase?
It was below it, Skin, right before it said, and for goodness sakes, use Pepsodent.
Bob, I was sentimentally attached to that tire, too.
Why, Skin, it wasn't even your tire.
Well, I know it wasn't my tire, but many a ride I took inside of it holding my finger in the leak.
Gee, I wonder who could have stolen that tire.
Was it insured?
No, it wasn't insured.
And it couldn't have been you. Hey, what are you going to do for tires?
Well, Skin, I just read about a guy who made a tire out of wood and nailed it on his wheels. He only drove it 5 miles and he had a blowout.
Oh, Bob, how could he get a blowout with a wooden tire?
Termite burped.
Gee, how'd they ever happen to steal your spare tire in the first place?
I can't understand it. I had my trusty watchdog in the trunk so they couldn't get at it.
Well, gee, didn't he bark when they tried to get the tire out?
Nope. Now he's just sitting there counting his money.
Well, Bob, why don't you forget about your car and ride a bicycle? Everybody else is doing it now.
Yeah, I tried to ride a bicycle yesterday along the path in the park, and I met another guy riding a bicycle along the path in the park.
What happened?
We both had our tonsils out simultaneously. Hey, Skin, I've got to get a tire somehow. Let's try to steal one right back. There's a car over there. Okay. Here, I'll take the tire off while you raise the car. Ready? Here goes.
Oh, well, the weather's getting too warm for me to be wearing arms. Oh, we'll never get another tire, Bob. You should have kept the old tires in a better place.
Well, I used to have it very well hidden. I dug a big hole in my backyard and I buried it there.
What happened?
One day my dog dug it up and said, "Egad, I've seen strange bones before, but this is ridiculous."
Doggone it, that's just what he said when he dug me up.
Say, Skin, I've got a newspaper. Let's look through it and see if anyone's advertising tires for sale.
Okay. All right, Bob, give me the paper. I'll look through it. Ah, shut up, you.
What happened?
Superman just sneered at me.
Wait a minute. Look at this ad in the paper. Look, dear Mr. Hope, if you want your rubber tire back, come to Swampwater Boulevard and we'll give it to you. P.S. Don't bring a friend or we'll give it to him, too.
Hey, what else does the ad say, Bob?
Says, if interested in buying this tire, come to the Black Spider Auto Court, corner of Blood-Curdling Avenue and Street. See, these are the people who stole my tire. I'll call up the cops and send them right over there.
Hello, this is police headquarters.
This is police headquarters?
Yes, competition.
I want to talk to a policeman.
Lonesome, eh?
No, I want to talk to the chief of police.
Well, I'm your man, Professor Colonna, chief of police, defender of the law, chairman of law and order, motorcycle cop, traffic officer, upright preserver of the peace. And remember, if I ever catch you speeding the wrong way on a one-way street, I'm a sucker for a $5 bill.
Colonna, so you're the chief of police now. Well, this is Bob Hope.
Before we go any further, Hope, did you put a slug in the phone to call me?
Well, yes, I did.
Work fine, don't they?
Colonna, how'd you ever become chief of police?
Getting too big for the junior G man.
Professor, what makes you act this way?
Well, I'll confess I never told this to anyone before, but you see, I was born in Azusa, and I was supposed to be born in the heart of Hollywood.
Well, how come you weren't born in Hollywood?
Store couldn't find parking space.
Well, listen, Colonna, I need your help. Some crook stole my tire.
Crook stole your tire? Can you give me a description?
Certainly. Painted white on one side, contains 32 pounds of air, very well greased, and about half worn through.
What kind of clothes was he wearing?
Colonna, I want action. You're the chief of police, and there's a $50,000 a month tire racket going on in the city. It's a calamity. What are you laughing at, Colonna?
I'm the head clan. Well, don't worry, Hope. I just captured the biggest tire thief in the country. We found him standing over a man who had been shot holding a smoking revolver. We've questioned him for 3 weeks, and at last he's going to talk and tell us who murdered that man. Okay, Joe, who was the murderer? I love that southern drawl.
Colonna, have you got a screw loose in your head?
No, it's just my upper plate that rattles like that.
Well, stop fooling and go with me to get my tire back.
I can't do anything for you right now, Hope. I'm over here working on the case of the missing ear.
The case of the missing ear? Who do you suspect?
Folding door on the Glendale bus. This case was brought to my attention by the Cross Red.
Colonna, you mean Red Cross?
Cross Red.
Red Cross.
Okay, just cross on the red and see how quick you'll need the Red Cross. Now, hold on, I hope I'm fourth degreeing a man here.
You're third degreeing a man, Colonna.
Fourth.
Third!
This is the fourth, Hope. We're putting firecrackers between his toes.
Look, Professor, stop all this fooling. I've got to find my stolen time. I'm going to Swampwater Boulevard to check up on that ad I saw in the paper. You come as soon as you can. Come on, Skin. We'll have to go to Swampwater Boulevard by ourselves. Gee, Skin.
Yeah, Bob.
We've been walking through this swamp for hours. We've left civilization behind us.
How do you know?
No Abbott and Costello pictures.
We're getting close to where we want to go, Bob.
Yeah, here's the place, Skin, the corner of Blood-Curdling Avenue and Street. And there's that house up there in that patch of woods. Gee, it looks dark and creepy. You go first, Skin.
No, you go first.
I'll toss up a coin. Gee, it didn't come down.
No, it didn't come down, did it?
Who was that?
Morgenthau. He gets around, doesn't he?
Hey, I don't like this swamp. I'm frightened. Look at the goose pimples running up my back.
Skinny, don't you mean up and down your back?
Shucks, no. My back there's only enough room for one-way traffic. What was that?
Why, that's just an owl, Skinny. No real American would be afraid of an owl. No American would be afraid of an owl.
Why does an alien go to register?
Why, Skinny, you're not scared, are you?
Well, you know my red corpuscle?
Yeah?
Just call him Whitey. I'm leaving.
Now, wait a minute, Skin. You can't turn back now. You a man or a mouse?
He's a man.
Who said that?
A mouse.
Oh, come on, Skim. This is just an old swamp. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Okay, but let's keep walking fast. I'm afraid of this swamp.
Pardon me. Did you call me?
No.
Did you call me?
No?
Well, some dope keeps calling me and I can't get a wink of sleep at night. Tell him to shut up.
Okay, what's your name?
Chloe.
Hey, let's get going here, Bob.
Skinny, I don't know whether I heard something or if it was my imagination. Thank goodness it was just my imagination.
Hey, Bob, look at that little girl over there.
Say, that little girl must be lost. Little girl, what are you doing in the swamp?
Oh, I'm just walking home from an automobile ride. My mommy done told me. My mommy done told me. That's what I get for not listening to the old bat.
Well, come on, Skin. We got to keep walking through this awful swamp.
Are you scared, Bob?
I don't know whether I'm scared or not, but I just buttoned my coat to 3 goose pimples.
Gee, look, Bob, there's a flock of vultures flying around.
Well, what are you worrying about?
Well, look at them. They're all holding their claws up in a V for victory.
Come on, Skin. The house is right ahead of us.
Man, this place is haunted.
What makes you think this place is haunted?
My rabbit's foot just put its arms around him and started singing, I don't want to walk without your baby. Gee, there it is. What a spooky house.
Yeah, look at that sign over the door. Through these portals past the bravest man in the world. Hey, Skin, where are you going?
To the servants' entrance. Hey, Bob, you knock on the door.
No, you knock, Skin.
Well, what do you know? My knees did it for me.
Come in. Pull up a wreath and sit down. My name's Krieger.
Are you the owner of this house?
Oh, goodness, no. I'm just the butler.
The butler? Well, where's the owner?
You see that pile of freshly dug earth over there?
Yes.
Well, that ain't a victory garden.
Say, Butterbulge, I'm skinny in it.
Well, come inside. We can put you away with the others. Oh, don't worry, there's plenty of ice. I'll tell my wife you're here. Oh, Mrs. Mortis.
Your wife's name is Mrs. Mortis?
Yes, we're Mr. and Mrs. Krieger Mortis.
Krieger Mortis, that's an eerie sort of name.
You're right. It is eerie. Nosy.
Look, mister, we saw an ad in the paper.
Ah, yes, wonderful thing, papers. You can wrap bodies in them. I have the Daily Ghost right here. Shall I read you the Whither Report?
This is too much. I'm scared. Skinny. Stay close to me. Get closer to me, will you?
Bob, for getting closer to you, we'll both be wearing the same underwear.
You think there's room enough in there for me, gentlemen?
Now, look, are you the fellow who took my tire?
Yes, I am, but there's a story that goes with it. You see, Superman was up in my attic bleeding to death. So I grabbed the tire off your car because I needed a tourniquet for his wrist. I ran to the attic and there...
Gee, this is interesting.
Come in, I'll tell you more.
Oh, it's not that interesting.
Hey, Bob, what do you make of this guy? You think he's nuts?
Of course I'm not nuts. I'm just the same as you are.
Then why's that foam coming out of your mouth?
I chew Lux.
What do you think of this guy?
Well, either he's crazy or he's putting on a wonderful act to convince his draft board.
Say, it's a little chilly here. I feel frozen.
Well, why don't you go down to the morgue and thaw? When I pulled that one on my wife, she gave me a slab in the face. She said it was the first time she'd ever slabbed a slum. I'll pull my wife again. She's having tea. Took an extra lump of sugar.
Hey, there's something going on in here. What's cooking?
If we have the right size pot, it'll be you. Why are you staring at me? Stop staring at me. Stop it, I tell you. Everywhere I look, eyes staring at me. Eyes. People think I'm mad, but I'm not mad.
No, you're not crazy.
Of course not. Even if my body is made of pure glass.
His body's made of glass. Hey, mister, let me see.
Skinny, this guy is crazy. He only thinks his body is made of glass. It's not made of glass at all.
sprained my ankle. You know, there is a streak in my family.
Yeah, there's a streak in my family, too, and if my feet have their way, it's going to be me.
You know, you remind me of my dearest friend. Of course, he hasn't been dead as long as you.
Now, wait a minute. You can't intimidate... You can't scare me, brother. You think I am a dope? Answer me. Do you think I'm a dope? No prompting from the audience.
Hey, Bob, look at that. Gee, what an old, odd-looking clock.
Yes, we've had that clock here for 40 years. 40 long years.
Isn't this a silly way to spend a lifetime?
Yeah, it sure is.
Who asked you, stupid?
That's strange. I thought I felt someone breathing on my neck.
What's so strange about that?
I have no neck. By the way, what are your names again?
Well, I'm Bob Hope, and this is Skinny Ennis.
Pardon me. Change the menu for dinner, dear. We'll have 1 ham and 1 spare rib. Now, I want you to meet my wife. I'll call her.
Well, why'd you clap your hands 4 times?
Well, she's flying in on a broomstick from deep in the heart of Texas.
No, I'm not, dear. I'm right upstairs. I'll fly right downstairs on my broomstick. Darn it, how do witches do that?
Hello, madam.
Hello. My, what a lovely job of embalming.
Madam, at this point, I have only one word to say to you. Let me out of here. Let me out of here.
So you're his wife?
That's right. Oh, say, Dagwood.
Yes, Blondie?
I can't seem to find Baby Dumpling. Have you eaten him? Oh, well. Never mind. Never mind. I'll show these gentlemen into the living room. Won't you stay for dinner? We'll have roast pig.
Dear, Mr. Hope and Mr. Ennis will be with us for a while. Why don't you go upstairs and prepare the guest slabs? And why don't you go up and change your clothes, fellows?
You mean I have to change my clothes?
Yes, you came in with a zoot suit with a reef pleat, and you'll leave in a loud shroud with a wood snood.
Skin, we ought to get out of here. I wonder where Chief of Police Cologne is.
Hey, look, there's his police car coming up the road. He's heading right for the house.
Let him give me a ticket. Well, Officer Colonna, so you finally got here.
Yes, Hope, there's been complaints that a strange man is annoying women on the other side of town.
And what are you doing on this side of town?
Decided to change my territory.
What a phony chief of police you are, Colonna. If you're chief of police, where's your badge?
I'm getting it next week. I haven't sent in my box top yet.
Colonna, I'm warning you, you're flirting with danger.
Ah, yes. Lovely dish, isn't she?
Who, may I ask, is this mustached moron?
Aye, sir, I'm Inspector Sherlock Colonna of Scotland Yard. Gee, I bet I'd be terrific on a dramatic program, wouldn't I? No, I guess not. Well, I know who you are. I know who you are, Blubber Battle. You're Laird Krieger, the man who stole Hope's tire.
Oh, you think stealing a tire is something? I'll have you know that over the weekend alone, I killed 59 people.
This guy talks like a woman driver.
I'll have to arrest him, Hope. This guy has confessed he's killed 59 people. But don't worry, I've got him handcuffed now. Come along with me.
I won't walk. How are you going to get me to the police station if I won't walk?
I'll carry you to jail on my shoulders. Get on. Hope and I will carry you to jail on our shoulders.
Get on.
Get on. Hope, Ennis, and I will carry you to jail on our shoulders. Get on. Get on. Well, then, should we say not guilty?
Colonna, I don't think Krieger stole my tire either, despite his confession. Why don't you search around the house for other suspects? Go out and keep your eyes peeled.
Okay, so long.
Gosh, that Colonna must really be a great detective.
A great detective. Listen, Skin, he was 4 years old before he found his toes.
Gentlemen, come with me and meet some of our other guests. Look in this room.
What is everyone saying about me? What is everyone saying about me? I can't understand what they're saying about me.
Who is that?
Rose O'Day.
Beato Night, listen, never mind all this. I came here to find out who stole my tire.
I can't stand it any longer, I tell you. I've confessed. I just can't stand it.
Did you really steal Hope's tire? It means 5 years in prison.
5 years. In that case, I guess I can stand it.
You know, I've lived with my husband 27 years, and you know, I'm beginning to suspect he's just a little bit odd.
Yes, he is a little bit odd.
A little? Why kid ourselves? He's so nuts he should be in a penny machine. Don't you think it's a terrible thing for me having a crazy husband?
Oh, it's about even.
Hey, Hope. Observe my wife closely. Don't you think she acts very strangely? I have an idea she's nuts.
What makes you think she's nuts?
She spent all morning powdering her nose in front of the mirror.
What was so strange about that? No mirror?
No nose.
No joke.
Gee, Skin, I'm scared, but I'm glad Inspector Colonna's here, too. It's nice to... Hey, wait a minute. Since I've been here, my wallet's been stolen, my watch is gone, and my money and ring is stolen. Even the gold fillings from my teeth are missing.
Ah, yes, I've been a busy little bee, haven't I?
Colonna, haven't you been working on my case?
Yes, it's all solved, Hope. I have a written confession here from a rabbit.
A rabbit, Colonna? It's impossible for a rabbit to steal a spare tire.
It is?
Yes.
Lie to me, will you?
Colonna, I thought you were looking around the outside of the house for clues.
I am. Here's some more footprints. I'm examining them now. The man was 5'11", and he wore a size 7 and an 8 hat, and he carries a gold watch.
Colonna, you just saw his footprints, and you know all that? How was that possible?
Peeked in the back of the script. Let's look at these footprints again. Yes, the man was tall. He was about 180 pounds, and he lost his eyeglasses yesterday.
Well, how do you know he lost his eyeglasses yesterday?
Footprints lead right into a tree.
What are you doing now?
I'm searching the swamp all around the house.
Well, be careful, Colonna. There's alligators in that swamp that could take your legs off with one bite.
Nonsense, Hope. These are my old stamping grounds. They are now my old stumping grounds. I hope I'll advise everybody to get out of this house. Right in that corner over there, there's a bomb time.
Colonna, you mean right over there's a time bomb?
Bomb time.
Time bomb.
Didn't have time to finish that one, did we?
Hey, Bob, I'm getting scared of this place. Let's get out of here. I'll bet you this is one of those haunted houses where you open the door and a body falls out.
Oh, nonsense, Skin. I'll open this closet door and nobody will fall out. I'll bet you $1,000. Watch. Will you take a check?
Oh! What was that?
Ennis just saw a dead body that fell out of a closet.
Ah! What was that?
The dead body just saw Ennis.
Let me out of here. Let me out of here.
No, Skin, let's stay and see this thing through.
Oh, I'm so glad you say. I just know you generous gentlemen will drop something in my little daughter's bank.
Piggy bank?
No, blood bank.
Some people think we're mad. Insane, crazy killers. You know, some people are right.
I wonder where Colonna is now.
Hey, Colonna, have you got any clues yet?
No, but don't worry. I'm a regular bloodhound. I'm down on all fours, sniffing the carpet like a bloodhound. I'm tracking him down just like a bloodhound.
What was that, Colonna?
Met another bloodhound.
Mr. Hope, I'll show you how to handle Colonna. Oh, Colonna, my sweet, come here. I've got something for you.
What is it, my darling?
Hubby dear.
Who's that?
Hubby dear, stack him up with the others.
Colonna, speak to me. Oh, what have you done? What have you done? You've killed my little chum, Colonna. Poor Colonna's dead.
Yes, he's dead, but if you really miss him, I can communicate with the spirit world and you can talk to him.
Oh, yes, please hurry and contact the spirit of my poor dead pal, Colonna.
Silence. Oh, spirits in the great...
Tell him.
Oh, spirits in the great beyond. I summon you. Spirits, talk to me. Oh, spirit of Colonna, come here. Female impersonator. Colonna, come here. Call for Professor Colonna. Speak to me, spirit Colonna.
Hello, Joe. What do you know?
Oh, it's the spirit of my pal, Colonna. Where are you, Colonna?
Oh, I'm up here in heaven. It's a swell place. All the sugar you want.
That's swell, Kelowna. How's chances of my getting into heaven when I die?
Not so good. Not so good, Hope. They know all about you up here. Up here, they know how you underpay your cash. They know how you whip your writers whenever you want exercise. They know how you told Skinny Ennis you'd fire him if he didn't get you a date with his girlfriend. They also know about the time you hid those hungry moths in Dorothy Lamour's sarong.
Gee whiz, how could they find out all those intimate things about me? Kelowna, did you say anything about me up there?
Ah, yes. I've been a busy little blabbermouth, haven't I?
All thanks for the memories. Folks, every bond you buy will keep them on the fly. And every stamp makes freedom's lamp shine brighter in the sky. And thank you so much. And thanks for the memories of every cent you gave. Perhaps a life to save. You lift the nation's banner that much higher on the wave. And thank you so much. Folks, production must climb a steep stairway. Bonds buy tanks, guns, and planes for our airways. Help the boys fight our battle in their ways. Keep pitching in. Begin to win. Next week, folks, we'll be back at the same time, broadcasting from Camp San Luis Obispo. With the same gang, and with us as our guest will be Patsy Kelly and Bob Hope. Thank you, Larry Keating. Good night, everyone. Good night. Come in.
Larry Keating speaking from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
As our case opens tonight, your district attorney and Harrington are seated at a council table in a hot, stuffy courtroom. They've been impatiently awaiting the return of a jury who have spent many hours deliberating a verdict. Word has come that this verdict has been reached. Spectators have filed into the room. The judge has returned to the bench. Finally, a side door is opened, and the jury returns. Silently, they enter the jury box. An air of tense excitement grips the court as the clerk calls upon the foreman of the jury to rise. In droning tones, he asks, "How say you? Do you find this defendant guilty or not guilty?"
We, the jury, find him not guilty.
Oh, Chief, did you hear that?
Yes, I heard it.
Oh, what a swindle.
I don't understand it.
Why, a bunch of 10-year-old kids that know Stanley committed that murder.
I thought we had everything we needed on this one. But evidently there was a reasonable doubt in the minds of the jury.
A reasonable doubt? Oh, look at Stanley grinning all over the place.
He should be. He'll never be as lucky again.
Oh, look at... Hey, he's coming over here.
Oh, yes.
Hiya, Mr. D.A.
Hello, Stanley.
Ain't you going to congratulate me?
For what?
For winning the Duke.
You still done that killing, Stanley?
Ain't how the jury call it. That's what they pay off on. See you later, boys.
Oh, brother, how could they let that punk off?
I don't know. One thing is certain, though.
What's that, Chief?
This merely postpones Mr. Stanley's engagement with the chair.
How come?
He's a professional killer, and he'll continue to be one. The next time we pick him up, we'll make it stick.
Oh, Chief.
Yes, Harrington.
Did you see the morning papers?
You mean the account of the trial?
Yeah, they certainly blasted that verdict yesterday.
Yes, I know.
They took particular pains, though, to point out that it wasn't your fault.
Well, unfortunately, that isn't much consolation.
No.
Excuse me, Chief.
Yes, Miss Miller?
There's a Mrs. Clark in the outer office.
Yes?
She was one of the jurors on the Stanley case.
Oh, does she want to see me?
Yes, sir.
You know, what about?
Well, I don't know. She said it's important.
All right, have her come here.
Yes, sir.
Wonder what this is, Chief.
Don't know.
You remember Mrs. Clark?
Oh, yes, of course. How do you do, Miss Clark? And this is Mr. Harrington.
How do you do,
Mrs. Clark?
Sit down, won't you?
Very well.
Sit here.
Now, what can I do for you?
Well, I have something to tell you. It has to do with the trial.
Yes?
I feel that there's something very suspicious about the verdict. That's why I came here.
Yeah, you better get your pad and pencil, Miss Miller.
I have it right here. I'll take this down, Chief.
Thank you. And just what are your suspicions, Mrs. Clark?
Well, in the beginning, most of us believed that Stanley was guilty of the murder. But there was one man especially who insisted he wasn't. And, well, he had a lot to say about it.
Yeah, who was that?
Mr. Taylor, he was the foreman.
Yes, I remember him.
He insisted that Stanley was innocent.
And what did he base this on?
Well, he never would give a reason. Just kept saying he knew he wasn't guilty.
Well, how did he get everyone else to come around to his way of thinking?
Well, the first change came when we were taken out to lunch the second day. This Mr. Taylor sat with two other men on the jury. And when we returned, well, they had changed their vote to not guilty.
Did they give any reason for this change?
No. These two men were more or less leaders. Their changeover gradually influenced most of the others, and finally by the third day, another juror and myself were the only two who were for conviction.
Well, what made you both switch?
Well, at dinner time, this Mr. Taylor sat with the man who was siding with me. Whatever went on there made him change his mind.
So after dinner, you were the lone holder?
Yes.
And then you finally just gave up?
Oh, no.
No?
Well, I was prepared to stand my ground to the finish when I received a message from an attendant. It was about my son.
Yes?
It said he was coming home on a final furlough before going overseas, and he'd only be in town overnight.
And, of course, you wanted to see it.
Yes. And besides, by this time, all the others agreed he wasn't guilty, so I voted with them.
Well, I can understand that.
But the message wasn't true, sir.
What do you mean?
My son called me this morning from camp. He knew nothing about it.
Hey.
That's really what convinced me I should come here.
Well, I'm certainly glad you did, Mrs. Clark.
Do you think that Taylor guy had anything to do with the phony message?
I don't know.
Well, I think we should try to find out. I'd like to have a talk with this man, Taylor. Find out where he can be located, Harrington, and bring him in for questioning.
Hiya, Mr. Butler.
Well, hello, Stanley. Wondering what happened here.
I kind of did a little celebrating last night.
I sort of figured you would. Come back to the office.
Okay.
You hungover?
Yeah, a little bit.
I have to fix that.
Swell.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
Sit down, kid.
Okay.
What'll it be, scotch or rye?
Oh, shot of rye, do good.
Right.
I want to thank you, Mr. Butler.
For what?
For the fix.
You mean the verdict?
Yeah.
Well, you killed a guy for me. The least I could do was rig a jury for you. Yeah. Drink up.
Thanks.
That should ease the pain.
How did you ever do it?
What?
Swing them jury guys. The way that DA piled up points on me, I figured I was cold.
Told you I'd take care of things, didn't I?
Sure, but even him up, he said I didn't have a chance.
He just didn't know the score, that's all.
What was it again?
I owned the foreman.
The little fat guy?
Well.
How come?
Well, he was in a pocket, needed dough. I just took care of him.
What about the others?
Well, I used a kind of a smart maneuver there.
How do you mean?
Most people, somewhere in the past, have got something they'd rather not have brought up again.
Yeah?
So I had a checkmate on a jury, dug up enough on 3 of them to turn a little heat on it.
Well, how did you get to them?
Well, it seems that there's a waiter in the joint the jury ate in who happened to be a friend of mine. Guy I'd kind of done favors for.
Oh.
I sent a note through him to the foreman giving him a rundown on these 3 guys on the jury, so he went to work on them.
You really operate, Mr. Butler.
That's my business. Anything can be fixed, kid. You just got to know how, that's all.
Well, you've done a swell job. And just to show you I mean that, the next killing you want done is on me.
Right in here, Mr. Taylor.
All right, all right.
Chief, you remembered this fellow?
Yes, of course. Hello, Mr. Taylor.
How do you do?
He wasn't too happy about coming over here, Chief.
Naturally. I've neglected my business enough serving on that jury.
Well, I'm sorry, but this is quite important. Sit down, please.
Very well.
Harrington, did you explain to Mr. Taylor why I wanted to see him?
No, Chief. I thought you could do that better than me.
All right.
Just what is this all about?
It has to do with a verdict reached by you and your fellow jurors yesterday.
Yes?
We have a report from a woman named Clark. She served with you.
What about?
She seemed convinced that several of the jurors were pressured into changing their views on the case.
Well, that's ridiculous. Why, that woman...
Why, Mr. Taylor, why don't you wait till you hear the whole thing?
Very well. Go ahead.
She also believed that you were the one who exerted this pressure.
Why, this is fantastic.
She named 3 specific jurors who were influenced. We're trying to contact these men now to substantiate her story.
Well, I must tell you right now, sir, this is the most libelous thing I have ever encountered.
You deny the charge?
Completely.
Look, Mr. Taylor...
Just a minute. I think I see behind this whole thing now.
What do you mean?
Wouldn't it be possible that having lost the case, you are now looking for some excuse to justify it?
Oh, hardly.
Well, it certainly appears that way.
Now, just a minute.
Oh, wait, Harrington.
Yeah.
I called you in here, Mr. Taylor, to acquaint you with the charge that's been made. Frankly, I intend to investigate it thoroughly. So I advise you to remain available for further questioning.
May I see you for a minute, Mr. Butler?
Oh, come in, sir. What are you doing here?
Something has come up. I had to talk to you.
Wasn't very smart of you to come here.
I had to.
Well, what is it?
I've just come from the district attorney's office.
What are you doing there?
He sent for me.
What for?
A woman on the jury has charged that I was responsible for the acquittal.
So what?
She implied that I exerted pressure.
How would you know?
Well, that isn't the point, Mr. Butler. The fact remains the charge has been made. The DA said he's going to make a thorough investigation.
Okay, let him investigate.
But if those men I influenced should talk...
Well,
I have a reputation to think of, Mr. Butler. I'm a respected man.
Sure.
You've got to do something. You have to help me.
Look, Taylor, nothing's going to happen.
How do you know?
Just take my word for it.
I'm sorry, that isn't enough.
No?
No. I demand a guarantee of protection. The same protection you gave to Stanley.
You demand it, huh?
I most certainly do. Don't forget, you have as much to lose as I have.
How do you figure that?
Well, you were responsible for my swaying that jury.
So?
If the district attorney were to find that out, you'd be in this thing, too.
How do you figure the DA would find out about me?
Well,
You, Taylor?
Possibly. Yes.
That's very interesting. Who's that?
Hey, Stanley.
Come in. You get company.
Ah.
Remember him?
Yeah, the jury guy.
That's right. He's got trouble.
What's the matter?
The DA smells a fix.
I've just come from his office.
He's worried. Afraid I won't take care of him.
Why?
I don't know. He says if he falls, I fall too.
Oh, I didn't exactly say that.
That could mean a new trial, kid.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
We can fix that, though.
How?
Remember that favor you owed me?
Huh?
You promised me one on the house.
Oh. Well, what are you going to do about this, Mr. Butler?
I'm taking care of it.
How?
Show him, Stanley.
Right. Hey, it's good to be working again.
Excuse me, Chief.
Yes, Mr. Levy.
Here are typewritten copies of all the testimony we took.
Oh, fine. Put them right on the desk.
Yes, sir?
Well, that should be just about all the evidence we need against Mr. Taylor.
Yes.
And all three of the jurors said they were willing to repeat this testimony in court.
I know. One thing puzzles me, though, Chief.
Yes, what's that?
How did Taylor find out these things about the other three jurors?
Well, I'm certain he didn't.
What do you mean?
I think it was passed on to him by someone else.
You think he was just acting as a stooge for Stanley?
No, Stanley wouldn't have been smart enough to fix the jury either.
Then who was it?
I'm afraid I can't answer that. But I felt right along that Stanley had someone higher up behind him who was trying to save his neck.
How do you know?
Well, he's a professional killer. He commits murder for profit. Whoever his client was on this killing we tried him for could very easily be the one who helped him.
And also the one who dug up the pasts of the men you just talked to and bought them with it.
Yes?
Well, I should think he'd be as important in this thing as Stanley is.
He definitely is. However, we still have to learn his identity.
Hi, Chief.
Oh, come in, Harrington.
Right.
I'm trying to locate you.
How's down at headquarters?
We talked to those three jurors. All of them admitted finally that Taylor had influenced them to vote for acquittal after he had threatened to reveal some damaging fact in their past.
How do you like that?
It's okay.
I want you to get Taylor over here at once.
Well, there ain't much chance of that, Chief.
Why not?
His body was found about half an hour ago out in Fairview Park.
Oh.
And laying next to him was a cop with 2 bullets in his chest.
Oh, Mr. Butler.
Hiya, Sam.
I've been waiting here most of the morning for you.
Why?
I run into a little screw-up.
What do you mean?
Can I talk to you?
Sure.
I took Taylor's body out to dump it last night, just like we planned.
Yeah?
I bring him to Fairview Park. I park the car. Come out. Just as I planned him, there turns up a cop.
Oh, fine.
He throws one of them what's going on here routines at me.
Yeah?
While he's in the middle of it, I put 2 slugs in him.
That wasn't very smart.
What else could I do? Had a stiff with me, remember?
Shooting cops is bad business, Stanley. What'd you do with Taylor's body?
I dumped it beside the car.
Are you kidding? Oh, that's great.
Well, what do you mean?
Why don't you put a label on it?
I don't get it.
The DA is going to mildly suspect that you killed Taylor anyway. Just figured he'd never get any proof, that's all. Well, finding that cop beside him is something different. They'll turn the whole force loose on you, kid.
Ah, that's okay.
It ain't with me, Stanley. I got a piece of this thing, too.
Well, what do you want I should do?
Well, you better go under.
Oh, now, look.
It's the only thing to do till the heat's off anyway.
Oh, I was just starting to operate.
You do like I say. You go under, and fast.
Where's the chief, Miss Miller?
Oh, he's been over at Taylor's office doing some sort of an investigation on him.
Well, what good does that do now?
Well, he believes that Taylor was acting for someone else when he fixed that jury.
Sure he was. For Stanley.
No, Harrington. The chief believes there's someone above Stanley.
Above? Who?
Well, that's what he's trying to find out.
Yeah, well, I hope he gets something.
Yeah. Any word on Stanley?
Not yet, but there's a pretty healthy search on for him.
Mm-hmm. How's the policeman?
The one who was shot?
Yeah.
I just checked City Hospital. His condition's about the same.
I see. Has he regained consciousness yet?
No.
Well, if he should die, then there's no way of proving that Stanley did the shooting.
That's right, unless we come up with some new evidence. Oh, hi, Chief.
Hello.
Oh, how'd you make out, Chief?
I think I found something.
Good.
Was this in Taylor's office?
Yes.
Well, what is it, Chief?
Well, I did a pretty thorough check on his business affairs.
Yeah?
A representative of his bank worked with me.
Uh-huh.
I learned that he'd had a good deal of financial trouble lately. He owned several small enterprises, and they were all heavily mortgaged.
Yeah?
These mortgages were held by a man we're all familiar with.
Who's that?
Mr. Joe Butler.
What? The fixed guy, huh?
That's right.
How did Taylor get mixed up with him?
Oh, Butler has many legitimate investments, and these were some of them.
Oh.
Just before the trial, these mortgages were canceled.
What, you mean called off?
Yes, and there's no record of Taylor having paid.
Well, that sounds like Butler made a deal with him, Chief.
Yes, Miss Miller, it certainly seems that way.
Well, that sure looks like the tie-in, all right.
Yes. Oh, any word on Stanley?
No, not yet.
And how is that cop?
He's still unconscious, Chief.
Were there any clues at all on the thing?
Just two, the bullets and some tire tracks that were found. Police lab is working on both of them.
I see.
What are you going to do on this Butler angle, Chief?
I intend to pay a call on him.
When?
Right now.
Sit down, Mr. Deary.
Thank you.
Ah, this is a real surprise.
Really?
Yeah. What's in your mind?
Murder.
Well, it's okay for openers. Got anybody in mind?
Now, this murder has already been committed.
Oh.
The body of a man named Taylor was found this morning out in Fairview Park.
How was he?
I believe he was a business acquaintance of yours.
Taylor?
Yes. You held several mortgages on some of his enterprises.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I remember the guy. I'm sorry to hear about that. How did it happen?
Well, we believe a man named Stanley was responsible.
There's one I don't know.
I think you do.
Another business acquaintance?
He could be. Stanley is a professional killer. Taylor served on a jury that just acquitted him of murder.
Why should he want to kill somebody who acquitted him?
Well, Taylor was bribed to swing that acquittal.
Oh.
It's my belief the bribing was done by you.
Very funny.
I didn't intend it to be.
You know, you legal guys kill me.
How's that?
Everything with you is deduction, ain't it?
Oh, this is more than straight deduction.
You ain't have proof?
I will have.
How?
Whoever got rid of Taylor's body ran into a policeman in the park.
Yeah?
He shot the policeman.
No kidding.
But fortunately for us, he didn't die.
The cop?
That's right.
Well, that is a break.
He's in City Hospital right now. Still unconscious.
Uh-huh.
When he comes around, he should have an interesting story to tell.
Yeah. I'd like to hear it.
You will.
Army. Oh? Yeah, just a minute.
For you. Thank you. Hello? Oh, yes, Harrington. What's that? I see. Yes, fine. Well, I'm glad you called. Right. Goodbye. And that was another report on the officer who was shot. The doctors believe he'll be well enough to talk tomorrow.
Good.
I'll get in touch with you again after I've heard his report.
I'll be waiting to hear from you.
This is Ford.
Thanks.
Calling Dr. Chansamino. Calling Dr. Chansamino. Dr. Chansamino. Report to emergency.
Okay, copper. This time it takes.
Put on those lights, Harrington.
Right, Bob. What is it? All right. Stanley, drop that. Let go of me. Yeah, drop it.
It's good work, Harrington. Put the cuffs on him.
Now, here is your district attorney.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think the first thing I should tell you is that Stanley was tried again on the charge of first-degree murder, and with the evidence we gathered, we made it stick this time, and he paid for his crimes in the electric chair.
Yeah, and that little visit was long overdue, Chief.
Yes, Harrington, it was.
Chief, I think you should tell the device you used to trap him.
Well, it was really a desperation measure. You see, the call I received from Harrington when I was in Butler's office was a report that the police officer had died. I knew that his death just about eliminated any real chance we might have to pin the murder on Stanley. Feeling that Butler was working with the killer and also knew his whereabouts, I trumped up the story that the policeman was recovering. I hoped this would goad them into getting rid of him before he could talk.
Which it did. We spent most of the day in that hospital room waiting for Stanley to show.
He didn't know that the body in the bed was a dummy.
Oh, with the lights out, he couldn't tell.
You forgot about Butler, Chief.
Oh, yes. Well, Mr. Butler has been sent to prison for a long term for his part in the affair. You see, Stanley thought Butler had double-crossed him with a hospital story, so he implicated him in the killing.
Well, that's what usually happens, isn't it, Chief, when thieves fall out?
Yes, it is. Thank you, and good night.
The names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were Jay Jostin in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeden, and the author was Jerry Devine.
Following is transcribed.
The Treasury Star Parade, starring Amos and Andy. Produced under the personal direction of William A. Beecher, with David Brookman and his chorus, Gaylord Carter at the organ, and a special presentation for the Treasury Department by two of the most beloved characters in American life, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll, as Amos and Andy.
Did you call me, honey?
I didn't know you were standing there, Daddy.
Well, this is not your daddy. This is the Sandman speaking, notifying you official that tomorrow is almost here and it's high time that you are sound asleep.
I'm trying to sleep, Daddy. When is Mama coming home?
Oh, Mommy is going to a Red Cross meeting tonight, honey. She'll be home soon. Now, say your prayers, darling.
I did say 'em, Daddy.
Oh.
I even set 'em a day ahead for tomorrow night.
Oh, you did, huh? Well, close your eyes, honey. Growing children need a lot of sleep, you know.
I won't talk anymore. Daddy,
Well, what is it this time, honey?
when will Uncle Andy be here?
Oh, not for some time yet. Now, don't you worry about it. See, I don't have to leave for the defense plant until about 11:30 tonight.
I like Uncle Andy. Is he really my uncle? Or is he like Uncle Sam, everybody's uncle?
Well, now listen to Papa, Adela. I promised your Mama that you'd be asleep by 9 o'clock.
Can I stay up till Uncle Andy gets here? Can I, Daddy?
Well, now, it's getting late, honey, and now...
Oh, I bet that's him now. I bet it is.
Yeah, well, I'll answer the door. This is earlier than I was expecting, Andy. You get back in bed now, honey. Well, come on in, Andy. How is you there, son?
Fine and super fine.
Yeah, you was early, ain't you?
Yeah, I is early. I figured on stopping by to see my gal, Cecilia, on my way over. Then I remembered that I got this appointment to watch Arbadella, and I didn't trust myself.
How you mean, Andy, you didn't trust yourself?
Well, you know how that lovey-dove stuff is, Amos. You get so busy holding some gal's hand that you forgets all about the hands on the clock.
Yeah, you're right about that.
And when you start that mooning and spooning, why, the march of time done slow down to a waltz.
Yeah, really, waltzes around slow, don't it?
I know you'd be worried, too, if I was late, because I know that you got to get to work at that defense plant on time.
Yeah, 11:30 I'll leave you.
So I just say to myself, I say, quote, Andy, Cupid can wait, unquote.
Cupid can wait, yeah. Well, sure is nice of you, Andy, to help me out like this tonight.
Oh, it's nothing, son, nothing at all. Oh, say, by the way, I met a fella at the hamburger stand tonight that's got a brother flying in the Air Force.
Oh, sure enough?
Yeah. He done read me a letter that his brother writ from way down in Panama. This right here is the envelope it come in.
Oh, he give you the envelope as a souvenir or something, huh?
Well, I asked him if I could have it.
Yeah.
I heard you say one day that your little girl has got a stamp collection, and I figured that maybe she'd like to have it.
Oh, wait a minute, Andy. I think Arbadella is still awake. We'll show it to her. Come on. Yeah. You still awake, darling?
Oh, hello, Daddy.
Well, look what Uncle Andy brought you, honey.
What, Daddy?
It's a stamp. A stamp from Panama.
Yeah, for your collection, Arbadella.
Panama? Oh, will you please get my stamp album for me, Daddy? It's in Mama's drawer.
Yeah, she got a fine collection, Andy.
I already have a few stamps from Panama, but I think this is a new one. Thank you, Uncle Andy.
Oh, you is welcome, honey.
Mommy says that stamps are good to collect. She says that stamps tell the story of the world.
Yeah, they sure does.
Well, here's your stamp album, darling.
Thank you, Daddy. Now, let's see. Where did I put in the Panama stamps?
Well, I'll turn the pages for you.
Yeah. Say, look at there. That's an awful pretty stamp right there. That orange-colored one, look at that.
Which one, Uncle Andy? Oh, you can't get those now. It's from Czechoslovakia. And that's not even a country anymore.
That's right.
Yeah, what is this fancy one here? That one there that say Belly Q on it or something?
Well, that's from Belgium.
Yeah, this whole page here, Andy, is Belgium stamp.
Yeah, wait a minute. How can this one here on the bottom be a Belgium stamp? It's got a swastika on it. You has got this on the wrong page, Arbadella.
Mommy says lots and lots of stamps have swastikas on them now. When a country is defeated, the invaders don't print new stamps. They just print the swastika on top of the old stamps.
Yeah, guess that's on account of the paper shortage.
Here's a pretty one right here, Andy. This one is from Holland.
Yeah. Well, look at that. It got a windmill on it.
And behind the windmill are the dikes.
The which?
The dikes, Andy. You remember the dikes? It had a lot about them in the newspaper.
Oh, yeah, sure. Them is the things that the Dutch opened up and flooded their land, so the invasion would be slowed up.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. My, look at there. Sure is a lot of country has been gobbled up.
Yeah, sure is.
Mommy says there's 14 just counting Europe.
Hey, Amos, look at this one.
What's that?
It's a Poczta Polska on it. Poczta Polska. That must be a secret code or something.
Mommy told me that one was from Poland.
Yeah, that's right. I remember Poland, yeah.
Uh-huh. But it looks more like American to me, except for the funny words on it. That picture in the middle is Mr. George Washington.
Yeah, that's who it is, all right.
George Washington. Yeah, who is these other two gentlemen on the sides?
And their names are underneath. I can't read them, though.
Let me see. This one is P.U. Pulaski, and this one over here is Koskis.
Oh, I know about him, man. That's Kosciuszko. He was a famous Polish general who helped out the United States during the Revolution.
Amos, is you been reading books or something?
No, but I learned about Kosciuszko when I used to drive a taxi cab, Andy.
Yeah, well, don't tell me that this here whoever it is, was a passenger of yours.
No, but there's a street in Brooklyn named after him.
Oh, how you know they didn't name him after the street in Brooklyn?
A man told me. One time I asked the man why they gave that street such a long name, and he told me the whole story, and I never forget it. He said that one time Kosciuszko befriended America, and America has always felt a debt of gratitude to Poland.
Yeah, and before things is over, America is going to show them what gratitude is.
Yeah, certain people in this old world is going to find out that you can build a wall big enough around the country to keep the people from getting out, but you can't keep a wall going up and big enough to keep liberty from getting in.
Will our American stamps ever have swastikas on them, Daddy?
Well, that all depends, darling. If we win this war, free men everywhere will have their own stamps, their own flags, and their own religion.
If we lost the war, would they let me keep on collecting stamps?
Well, if enough of us collect the right kind of stamps, darling, the war is not going to be lost.
Oh, which kind should I save, Daddy?
Well, I wasn't going to say nothing about this, Arbadella, because I wanted to surprise you and Mama. But I got the right kind right here in my pocket. Here it is.
Oh, yeah. That's them defense stamps I've been hearing so much about.
Yeah, I got 31 of them. that's $7.75 worth. Now, when I can build that up to $18.75, why, we can get a bond.
Yeah, I think I'll get me one of them books.
Me too, Daddy. I can put my other stamps away until after the war. How long will the war be, Daddy?
Well, nobody can tell you that now, darling. But every one of these defense stamps anybody buys will help make the war shorter. Well, now, Andy, if you go out in the living room and turn on the radio, I'll tuck Arbadella in bed.
Okay. I'll see if I can get the 10 o'clock news. Good night, Arbadella.
Good night, Uncle Andy.
Well, honey, sleep tight, my darling.
I will, Daddy.
Now, when you get up in the morning, be sure and wash good behind your ears like Mama say. And if you want anything, why, just call Uncle Andy.
I will.
Good night, sweetheart.
Good night.
Any news on the radio yet, Andy?
No, but a funny thing, Amos. There's a program on here now all about what we was talking about. All them invaded countries and everything. Listen to it, son. They is playing the Greek national anthem now.
His Highness King George of Greece has promised...
The glory that was Greece is not dead. It only sleeps. The spirit of Grecian freedom will be reborn, and out of the darkness and pestilence, my people shall rise again.
Ours the victory, all hail.
The Philippine National Anthem.
Love my own, my native land. Philippines, my Philippines, to thee I give my heart and hand. Philippines, my Philippines.
His Excellency, President Quezon of the Philippines.
Today, my country squirms beneath the heel of Japanese aggression. But my people have not lost their courage. We know that the beacon which shall guide us to liberty will spring not from the rays of the rising sun, but from the torch in the statue in the harbor.
Philippines, my Philippines.
The Czechoslovakian National Hymn. President Banish of the Czechoslovakian Republic.
Wherever a man lets freedom perish, there a part of that man himself lies dead. Part of your freedom died the day that Czechoslovakia fell. More of it died with each succeeding Nazi victory. What's left of freedom anywhere can live only if you win this war.
The President of the United States, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, has said,
For many years, in my private life, I have been a stamp collector. I have added many valuable and rare stamps to my collection. However, the most recent addition is the one which I prize more highly than any of the others, the Devent stamp. It is the one stamp in the world, the value of which will not be determined by its rarity.
The one stamp in the world, the value of which will not be determined by its rarity.
The one stamp in the world, the value of which will not be determined by its rarity.
One stamp in the world, the value of which will not be determined by its rarity. America, America, God shed His grace on thee, and from thy good will
Yes, sir, and get your share of them, because war savings bonds and stamps are the most valuable items in the world today. They represent your share in liberty, in democracy, in freedom. Your share in the four freedoms. Freedom of speech and religion, and freedom from want and fear. Have you answered your war bond quota call? If you haven't, do it now. It calls for at least 10% of your total income invested in war savings bonds and stamps. 10% or more of every dollar you earn. Remember, every dollar you invest in war savings bonds, you are investing in the future of your country. It's your country. Keep it yours.
Hollywood, California, we present Gene Herschel in another Dr. Christian story called Washington Had His Delaware. Brought to you by the Cheesebro Manufacturing Company, owners of the trademark Vaseline, and producers of Vaseline Petroleum Jelly, Vaseline Hair Tonic, and other Vaseline specialties. Here's a message to Mrs. America about a very important personal problem, the state of Mr. America's scalp and hair. If you find yourself brushing dandruff scales off his collar, or if his hair seems stiff and dry and won't stay in place, then watch out. These are the danger signs of dry scalp. Do you know any man who has these symptoms? Do him this favor. Tell him about Vaseline Hair Tonic. Or better yet, buy a bottle for him and get him started with it right away. Vaseline Hair Tonic is different and especially good for dry scalp. It supplements the scalp's own oils and gives the hair a natural, well-groomed look. And the treatment is so easy. Just a few drops of Vaseline Hair Tonic rubbed on every morning and a thorough Vaseline Hair Tonic massage before each shampoo. Yes, Vaseline Hair Tonic does the trick the way he wants it done. It comes in convenient shaker top bottles at 40 and 70 cents. Our play begins late one afternoon in a little cottage across the railroad tracks where Dr. Christian is calling on Mary Ann Smithers. Mary Ann is only 17, but she and Dan Smithers were married more than a year ago. And now...
And I want you to come to see me regularly from now on, Mary Ann. Remember, it's very important.
Oh, but, Dr. Christian, how can I when I don't know where the money's coming from to pay you?
Oh, that's my worry, not yours. Your job is to keep as well and as cheerful as you can for the next few weeks. Then after the baby is here and you're strong again, we can talk about bills.
But it might be more than we could ever pay.
I've never yet charged a patient more than he could pay, Mary Ann. I'm certainly not going to start with you.
But, Dr. Christian, you don't understand. Dan's working now, but it's only part-time. Oh, you know how things are at the factory. He's likely to get laid off any minute.
And he's just as likely to begin working full-time any minute, too. Mary Ann, you and Dan are very young. You're smart and ambitious. You have your whole life ahead of you. You and your baby. Why, Mary Ann, I'm surprised at you. What are those tears for?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just can't help it. Everything's so terrible.
Terrible? Why, Mary Ann, you told me you and Dan wanted this baby.
Oh, we do. Honest, we do. Only...
Only what?
Oh, Dr. Christian, Dan's changed.
Changed? You mean he doesn't want...
No, I guess he still wants us to have the baby all right, but... Oh, he's been listening to things. Folks have been talking to him, and he says now we shouldn't have children we can't support. He says a man hasn't a chance anymore, and it's the government's fault.
Who talks to him like that?
Oh, he hears it at the meetings they have down in Briggs Hall every night. There are some men here from out of town. Oh, the leader's named Meggs. And they just stir everybody up, Dr. Christian. They keep telling the boys they aren't getting a chance, that the old ideas are out and the world's got to be made over. Things like that. I hear Dan and my brother Curly talking after they come home.
Curly lives here with you?
Yes. Oh, he's a nice kid, but he's only 16. And you see, Dr. Christian, he doesn't know any better. Dan and Curly act as though this man Meggs was some sort of a hero.
Young men at that age usually do have one.
Well, they shouldn't have Meggs. You see, Doctor, when Dan and I got married, he was earning good money and everything looked fine. And then things got bad and they started laying men off.
Yes, lots of places I've had a hard time to keep open, but they agreed to keep things going so that there'd be at least some work.
I know. At first, Dan thought they were being awfully fair. We used to plan how to get along on half wages till things were better. And Dan figured out all sorts of ways of making extra money.
That's the spirit.
But he don't do it anymore, Dr. Christian. Sometimes he frightens me. He's so bitter. And he won't talk to me about things anymore. It's all because of those meetings. I know it is.
What makes you think that?
Well, Dan never says anything, but Mrs. Harris told me they've been trying to get some of the boys to just quit and go to Chicago with them.
What for?
Nobody seems sure. Mrs. Harris thinks they're just out-and-out gangsters. But, well, how could she know? Anyhow, they keep after the boys all the time, telling them what fools they are to stay here and only work part-time and get such poor pay and...
And do the boys believe it?
Some of them do. Why, Mrs. Harris said that 6 of the regular crew that used to board at her house quit and went away somewhere last week.
I'm glad you told me about it, Marianne.
You see, I don't mind being so poor now. Why, Dan's going to be somebody someday. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a factory of his own or anything. You know, Dan ain't just common. He's proud, Dan is. Why, he told me once he hoped the baby'd be a boy to sort of, well, carry on the family for him. And
yes.
Oh, I'm awfully scared. Dan isn't bad. You know that. He never did a wrong thing in his life, but when I think how he used to be, believing in everything and happy, and then listen to him now.
Oh, young fellows are likely to get funny ideas sometime, Marianne. I know. I was pretty wild myself once.
You?
Oh, yes, I was. You see, Marianne, there's a time in a young man's life when he's sure he's been selected to battle the world alone and single-handed. He's just got to fight, and if you don't give him something worthwhile to fight for, why, the chances are he'll start fighting against the first thing that comes along.
Oh, Dr. Christian, maybe that's what's happened to Dan. It makes him awful mad when I beg him not to go to those meetings, but Dr. Christian, he don't belong there.
Marianne, will you make me a promise?
I'll try.
Promise me you'll stop worrying about all this.
Oh, but
I know, but when you argue with Dan, it just makes it worse.
Why should it, if he loves me?
Because through circumstances which he himself couldn't help, Dan's income has been cut in half. Well, it makes him feel inferior, cheap. Right now, when he particularly wants to be taking good care of you, he feels that in your eyes he's a failure.
Oh, he's not.
I know. But I'm telling you how he feels. That's why he goes to those meetings and talks loud. We've got to find some way of giving him some real importance again.
Oh, if he'd only get his job back.
That would help. But I like to make Dan so sure of himself he could lose any job without it affecting his faith in himself. Let me think about it, Marianne. In the meantime, take good care of yourself.
I'll try.
Come in the office next week. Well, I'll be running along.
Oh, listen. Who's that?
It sounded like the front door. I'll see.
Dan, what's the matter? Are you sick?
Yeah, I'm sick, all right.
Well, what is it? Is it your cold?
No, it isn't my cold.
Well, you've got a doctor right here. Let me prescribe for you.
I haven't got anything you can cure, Dr. Christian.
Oh, but Danny, what is it?
Oh, forget it. Sorry to come busting in here this way. I didn't know you were here, Doc. Well, I'm sort of upset.
I stopped to see Marianne. See, she hasn't been coming to my office as she promised, so I came to see
Well, she won't be coming anymore either, so I'm afraid you've wasted your time.
Oh, no, Dan.
Do I understand you're discharging me from the case?
Sure. That's what I'm doing, Doc. Firing you.
Oh, but Dan, why...
Why? Because we don't accept charity, that's why. Because I can't afford to pay you enough to take care of my wife. To bring my kid into the world. Because we live in a country where a fella can't be straight and earn a decent living. And so I'm broke. Do you get it? Flat, stony broke. I haven't got a plug nickel in the world, and I just got fired.
Sorry, Dr. Christian, but I think it's a dangerous experiment.
It's a very dangerous situation, John.
I realize that. That whole gang that hangs around Briggs Hall is a bad element. For the safety of River's End, it should be broken up.
That's what I expect to do with it.
Yeah, but Dr. Christian, we've got reason to believe that the men who are holding these meetings are preying on the discontent of youngsters who are out of work to recruit them into a life of crime.
I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah, and you talk about putting these young toughs into a pageant. Well, you might as well go out to meet a roaring lion with a lollipop.
Well, I wonder if anyone has ever tried that. You know, it just might work.
Well, I'm afraid somebody else will have to try it first. You know, I don't like lions. As mayor of River's End, I don't feel we ought to turn them loose in our streets.
I'll keep them off the streets, Mayor. I promise you. Seriously, John, I need your support in this. I want to make the George Washington birthday pageant something River's End will always remember.
Oh, but you can't do it. People simply will not get excited about patriotic celebrations these days.
That's because they aren't handled right. John, a double-sized dose of good old-fashioned patriotism is just what this town needs.
Well, I'm afraid I don't see it. There's too much real trouble in the world these days for anybody to care much about Washington crossing the Delaware.
They might care if they realized what he stood for.
What do you mean?
I mean that too many people don't know the first thing about our own country, or what it cost. We've been brought up to think of Washington crossing the Delaware as if he was going to a picnic. In school, all we got was a story about the wonderful success of our valiant forefathers. You would think all the colonies ever had to do was say, boo to England.
Now, don't go attacking our ancestors.
Attacking them? I want to glorify them. But I want to tell the truth about them. I want to tell the story as it really happened. About the hardship, the defeats, the absolute despair. Washington fighting the British, trying to recruit and maintain an army. A weary, discouraged man with a shilly-shally in Congress, which was afraid to call its soul its own. I want to show men who think things are dark and discouraging today what went into the founding of this country of ours.
Well, Dr. Christian,
I think it's time we stop complaining about life isn't as soft as we'd like to have it. It wasn't soft in the winter of 1777 either. Men were cold and hungry. They thought they were licked, that the stand of independence had come to nothing. But they went on fighting just the same.
Yeah. You're right, of course.
There's a lesson in it. If we can get those youngsters to see it. I'm going down to talk to Dan Smithers.
Dan Smithers? Why, he's the worst of the lot. He and Curly Myers, they hang around all the time with that man Meigs.
I know. That's why I think it's time to give them a new hero. I've got a theory about it, John.
Well, you usually know what you're doing. I'll help you organize this pageant, but... Dr. Christian, just where does Dan Smithers fit into this picture?
Dan? Oh, he's going to play George Washington.
And so the curtain comes down on the first act of our Dr. Christian drama, Washington Had His Delaware. During intermission, we want you to hear what this young housewife has to say.
I do my own housework, and I enjoy it. But I must say that dishwashing 3 times a day is one of the easiest ways to get rough, chapped hands. Mine got so sore I asked my druggist what a housewife could do about it. He said, Mrs. Wells, I'll solve that problem of yours for just 10 cents. And he handed me a jar of Vaseline jelly. Well, it simply does wonders. The soreness and roughness have disappeared, and the little cracked places healed rapidly. Yes, the 10 cents I paid for that jar of Vaseline jelly was a sound investment.
There are 3 good reasons why Vaseline jelly is so effective in relieving irritated skin conditions. First, it is absolutely pure and free from all harsh or irritating ingredients. Second, it forms a protective film which helps keep infection out when the skin is broken. And finally, it soothes, softens, and lubricates the irritated skin by supplementing the natural skin oils. So follow the example of millions of families who keep Vaseline jelly always on hand for daily use and for first aid. Act 2 of Gene Herschel's Dr. Christian story. The scene is the high school auditorium where preparations for the pageant have been busily going forward. We look in on a quiet corner of the stage.
Marianne doesn't mind because you're away so much for rehearsals, does she, Dan?
No, she's all excited about this. She's coming to the show. And, well, the money you're paying me helps a lot just now, Doc. I don't see how what I'm doing is worth it, but...
You've been splendid with the younger boys, Dan. I think this pageant is going to be very important to River's End, and I couldn't have managed it without you. Now, shall we run through this scene of yours again?
Okay.
Good.
Just wait till I take another look at my lines. You know, Dr. Christian, it's funny. A few weeks ago, I'd have said there wasn't anything in the world could make me get mixed up in a thing like this. A show with costumes.
Oh, you mean you never wanted to be an actor?
Oh, it wasn't only that. It was all this patriotic stuff. I always thought it was a lot of baloney. Drummer boys and Liberty Bells and Washington crossing a river standing up in a rowboat.
Oh?
I was pretty sore at America. But I've learned a lot about this country I never knew before.
Didn't you study history in school?
Oh, sure, but... Well, do you know, Doc, till I began to learn this part, I never thought George Washington was a real man.
Didn't you?
No. I thought he was just sort of a stuffed shirt.
Face on a postage stamp, eh?
Yeah. Gee. Now when I look at what he had to put up with, well, knowing all those things makes you feel different, don't it? About the United States and governments and everything. When you figure how hard it was to get it started, and what we went through to get free.
There's no other freedom in the world like our American freedom, Dan. It's a good thing for us all to remember when things doesn't go just the way we want them to.
Yeah, I suppose.
All of us like to talk about our sacred heritage of liberty. But if you're hungry and out of work, it doesn't seem to mean much. Just a lot of words.
Uh-huh. I know.
But there are some places where you can be hungry all your life and never have a chance to do anything about it. It's not like that here. Liberty in America means the right to have a chance to use the stuff that's in you to get somewhere. It means the right to think no as well as yes. It means the right to use your brains if you have them, to be somebody, to do things for yourself, Marianne, and this baby of yours. When you think of it in that way, it begins to get important. Worth holding on to, putting up a fight for. Just the way Washington and his men fought, even when they were cold and starving and sure they were defeated. It's a lot bigger than any personal problem, Dan. It's the biggest thing in life.
Yeah. Well, let's do the scene.
All right. Now, let's begin where Washington is dictating his report on the Battle of Princeton. Now think about this, won't you, Dan? You're George Washington. You're responsible for the lives of the entire American army. You set out to build a new nation. Your men are half frozen, starved, out there in the dark. You know your forces are greatly outnumbered. You're desperate for yourself, for your army, for your country. But you're a man, not a quitter. You don't squeal or resort to underhand methods when fate seems against you. You don't rave to conquerors about your hardship. Now, you sit at your desk, shivering. You're dictating to a young lieutenant. Go on.
I have the honor to inform you that since the date of my last from Trenton, I have removed with the army under my command to this place. The difficulty of crossing the Delaware on account of the ice made our passage over it tedious. Tedious. Can you tie that? I am moving to Morristown, where I shall endeavor to put my men under the best cover I can. Hitherto we have been without any, and many of our poor soldiers quite barefoot, and ill-clad in other respects.
Well, that's very good. What's the matter, Dan?
Oh, nothing much. I was just thinking. You know, when you come to look at it, a lot of stuff some people try to tell you today is awful un-American. Gee, George Washington must have been a great guy.
You know, I'm always a pushover for a thing like this, and then I get stage fright so bad. Oh, Joe, please don't forget to give me my cue. It comes right after the second tableau.
Relax, May, relax. I'll remember it all right. Say, where's Dr. Christian?
Well, he's putting the boys through the Declaration of Independence scene again. Just as soon as he finishes, we're going to start the dress rehearsal.
Why, this is going to be a swell pageant.
Yeah. You wouldn't think the kids up our way would go for this, would you? Oh, look, those boys haven't got the buckles on their shoes.
Well, where are they, do you know?
Oh, Judy Price has got them.
Well, I'll go and call the roll and make sure everybody's here.
Okay. Oh, Dr. Christian.
Yes?
Where's Judy Price?
Oh, she'll be here in a minute. She had some work at the office.
I'll bet she'll be glad when this is over.
Well, I think we're about ready to start. Is everybody here?
Well, Joe just went to check up. Oh, no, here he comes now.
Cast complete, Joe?
Everybody's here but Dan Smithers.
Dan? Funny he'd be late.
Yes. Well, we can't very well go ahead without him. Anybody see him?
Well, Jake Mullen said he saw him up near Briggs Hall a couple hours ago.
Briggs Hall?
Yeah, Meggs was having some sort of a meeting.
Joe, are you sure?
Well, that's what Jake said. He said Curly Myers was there and a few of the older fellas.
I see. Well, he'll probably be along any minute now. Be sure everybody else is ready.
Yes, sir. Come on now, you kids. Everybody backstage. Backstage, everybody. Come on now, move on there.
Well, Dr. Christian, I thought I'd come down and have a look at your dress rehearsal. Judy tells me everything's going splendidly.
Seems to be all right, John. We've got more than half of the boys from the north side of the thing, and they're having the time of their lives.
Ah, that's fine. You know, I owe you an apology, Dr. Christian, for being so skeptical about this in the beginning. It was a great idea.
I hope so.
Hope so? There isn't any doubt about it. Everybody in town is interested in it. And you've got that gang of young hoodlums from the north side right under your thumb. Using them in the revolutionary scenes was a stroke of genius.
Was it?
Well, it's completely broken up that gang that used to hang around Briggs Hall. You know, I heard today that Meggs is leaving town.
Meggs? Leaving town? When is he going?
Oh, any time now. When Dan Smithers walked out on him, I guess he knew the game was up. Oh, how soon are you going to start?
Oh, right away. We're just waiting for a couple of people.
Well, if it's Judy you're waiting for, why, here she is. Hello, Judy. What kind of a leading lady are you late for a dress rehearsal?
I'm sorry. Dr. Christian, I've got something to tell you.
Yes, Judy.
Mary Ann Smithers just sent one of the neighbor boys up to tell me that
Yes, Judy.
that Dan didn't come home for supper.
Oh, he's probably over at the lunchroom. Send somebody
No.
over.
Oh, I hate to tell you this, Dr. Christian. I didn't want to believe it, but some of the boys saw him and
So what, Judy?
saw Dan Smithers get on the 6 o'clock train for Chicago.
Chicago?
Yeah.
Dan? Oh, I don't believe it, Judy. Why, tonight's the dress rehearsal. Dan wouldn't go off like that.
But he had. Meggs and his crowd took the train at the junction, and just as it was pulling out, the boys saw Dan run down the platform and swing onto the last coach.
Judy, were they sure?
I guess they were, Dr. Christian.
So Dan went to Chicago with Meggs, after all. Well, Judy, we'll have to find a substitute quickly.
Oh, Dr. Christian, that isn't all. Mary Ann Smithers needs you.
Needs me? Why?
She went all to pieces when she found out about Dan. You better go to her right away, Dr. Christian.
Oh, of course, Judy. Will you
I'll take charge here. I'll get Mary Hewitt to read the George Washington part, and I'll put him through a full rehearsal. Then we'll have to find somebody tomorrow to jump into Dan's role. We can rehearse all day tomorrow. It'll be all right.
Will it?
Of course it will. Ah, Dr. Christian, please don't look like that. It was a wonderful idea. Just because Dan Smithers is a crazy young hothead is no reason for you to blame yourself. You did everything you could.
Yes, I did everything I could. But do you know, Judy, sometimes I think I'm just an idealistic old fool. There now, Mary Ann. Just lie quietly and rest.
Dr. Christian, where's Dan?
Oh, Dan will be back. Don't you worry. I'll go to Chicago and get him myself if I have to.
But how could he go that way?
Now, you've been very brave, Mary Ann. You've got to keep right on doing it. First thing, you must get some rest. I'll send Miss Hawkinson to make you comfortable.
You know, I like Miss Hawkins. She's the first nurse I ever had.
Yes, she'll take very good care of you. I'm going now, Mary Ann. But I'll see you again this afternoon.
This afternoon? Well, what time is it?
Oh, it's almost morning. Goodbye, Mary Ann.
Goodbye.
Judy, what on earth are you doing here?
Oh, I came up after the rehearsal. I've been out here ever since helping Miss Hawkins.
You're a great girl, Judy.
Is Mary Ann all right?
Yes, she's all right, Judy. Only her heart's broken over Dan.
He ought to be shot.
I don't understand.
I don't know why you had to pull me off that train. It was my own...
And another thing, I don't want Mary Ann to know anything about it, Curly. Do you understand?
Why, Dan, what?
Why, Dr. Christian, what are you doing here?
I'm making a professional call, Dan.
But what? Oh, gee, Doc, I have a lot of things to explain to you. This is Curly, Mary Ann's brother.
Well, we just got back.
I was awfully sorry to leave you in the lurch tonight, but I know my part, Doc. I'll be all right even if I did miss the rehearsal. And, well, I just had to go.
Had to go where, Dan?
Had to go after Curly. Oh, gee, what a night. You see, Doc, I was coming home from rehearsal when I met some of the fellas at the hall, and they told me Curly was going off to Chicago with Meigs. Well, Meigs is no good American. So I think fast, and I know Mary Ann will be fit to be tied when she hears that. So I beat it all the way to the junction and just catch the train. And sure enough, there's Curly, the sap.
What's my own business?
Oh, keep quiet. You're not old enough to have any business. I had an awful time getting him to come back, Doc. Meigs wasn't going to let him go at first, and I had to, well, argue a little.
Is that how you got that black eye?
Yeah, but you ought to see his. So then we got off at East River and hopped a freight.
Oh, that's where you were.
Yeah. I wanted to get him back without Mary Ann finding out about it. Say, Doc, how come you're here this time of night? There isn't anything wrong, is there? There isn't... Mary Ann, she...
No, there isn't anything wrong, Dan. Not anything at all.
Well, then what... Doc, you look awful funny. Has something happened? Dr. Christian, tell me.
Yes, something has happened. I'd like to be the first one to congratulate you, Dan. You're the father of a son.
What? I'm... You mean while I was away, I got a kid? Well, Mary Ann, she's...
Mary Ann is fine, Dan.
Come here.
Dan?
Mary Ann. Oh, gee, honey, I never dreamed. I had to go and get Curly for you, baby. Bring him back.
Get Curly? Is that where you were?
Yeah. I didn't mean to go away from you. I thought you wouldn't know. Oh, Mary Ann, I'm awful sorry.
Oh, it's all right now, Danny.
What the...
Dan, look. Here, I'll lift the blanket.
Well, I'll be... Oh.
Isn't it wonderful?
Yeah.
And Danny, Dr. Christian's got a job for you. With Mr. Meek. At the awning, Mr. Meek. At the awning, Meek.
He has? Oh, gosh, Doc, a job.
With steady pay and a chance to work up. If you're good.
Oh, don't worry about me, Doc, ever again. I've found myself.
He's a fine boy, Dan. And a good American, too. Born on Washington's birthday. What are you going to name him?
Well, I got a name picked out, sort of, in my mind, but, well, I don't know what Mary Ann will say about it.
Why, I'll say anything you do, Dad.
Well, then, on account of his birthday being today and the pageant and everything, do you think it's all right if we call him George?
And the curtain comes down on our Dr. Christian drama starring Gene Hersholt in his most famous of all roles, the country doctor. Mr. Hersholt and the cast will be here to greet you in just a moment. Meanwhile, I have a word to say about the products that make this program possible. Next time your hands get rough and sore, you'll be glad you had the foresight to get a supply of Vaseline jelly for your medicine cabinet. For Vaseline jelly forms a protective film which helps keep out germs and dirt. It softens the irritated skin by supplementing the natural oils. Best of all, it promotes rapid healing. So just to be on the safe side, in case of minor burns, cuts, or scratches, be sure you use Vaseline jelly. Pure enough for baby skin, pure enough to eat. So look for the trademark Vaseline and ask your druggist to introduce you to Vaseline borated jelly, Vaseline carbolated jelly, Vaseline camphor ice, and Vaseline lip ice. Pure Vaseline jelly is the base of all of them. The cast of tonight's play included Rosemary DeCamp as the popular Judy Price, secretary to Dr. Christian, Richard Quine in the role of Dan Smithers, Jerry Moore as Mayor Hewitt, Ann Morrison as Mary Ann Smithers, Florence Hallop as her friend May, Frank Beelan as Joe, Lester J. as Curly, and our star, Gene Hersholt, as Dr. Christian. Dr. Christian, what kind of story have you selected for us for next Tuesday night?
Next week, I think I'll tell you another story about Mara, Dick Foster's seeing eye dog. He's a beautiful dog and has brought freedom of action and peace of soul to our beautiful blind girl. I think the story will give you a real lift, and so I invite you all to listen again next week at this same hour. Until then, I'll say good night.
Don't fail to listen to Gene Hershol's Dr. Christian story next week. It is called Puppy Love and is sure to give you a pleasant half hour. This is Arthur Gilmore bidding you good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. We're headed for Tomahawk Basin. Oh, Silver!
Leadville was on the western rim of the Tomahawk Basin. The main street was lined with cafes, and on Saturday night, all the cowboys from the surrounding country came into town to celebrate. The townspeople were used to fights and gunplay, but on the night the Tomahawk Trail crew returned from Clarksville, the violence reached a new high. A burly cowhand called Wolf was the leader of the crew, and when the bartender of the Last Chance refused him a drink...
I had enough, huh? Why, you mangy sawed-off coyote. Nobody's going to tell me that and get away with it. Come on, boys. Let's take the place apart. In less than 10 minutes, the Last Chance was a wreck.
Then Wolf and his men moved on to the next cafe. But the sheriff and a group of hastily appointed deputies met them at the door.
Where do you think you're going?
We're going inside.
You're going to mount your horses and hightail out of town, pronto.
Hey, listen to him. Wearing that tin badge makes him think he's tough.
First one that moves stops left.
He wants to play.
I mean it. Get out of town or you'll end up dead or in jail.
How about it, boys?
Get him! What are we waiting for? Slap leather, Sheriff!
Pull it through here. It's the boss, Ben Steele.
Quiet down, boys.
What's going on here, Sheriff? Your men have just wrecked the last chance, Steele. Now they want to start on this place.
Is that right, Wolf?
Well, we're just having a little fun, boss.
Isn't my idea of fun. You're fired, the whole lot of you.
What's that?
You're fired. You pick up your pay and your war bags at the ranch. Head back to San Antonio where you belong.
You can't get rid of us that easy.
No.
Your foreman promised us we'd be kept on.
That's what I intended to do. And I've got my regular crew, and I can get along without you. You're not the kind of men I want at the Tomahawk.
I'm warning you, Steele. You better change your mind.
Not a chance.
So you want us to go back to San Antonio?
I don't care where you go, as long as you leave the basin.
Sure, we'll leave the basin. Shut up! First we go to the ranch and get our money. After that, you follow me. Nobody ever got away with double-crossing Wolf Garnet, and Steele won't be the first. Remember that.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto were camped in the wooded hills to the west of Leadville. Toward morning, the masked man stirred in his sleep. And then when Silver whinnied, he sat bolt upright.
What is it, boy? Are you awake, Tonto? Do you hear anything?
You put ear to ground. Hoofbeats, that right. Many men riding hills.
I wonder if it could be a posse.
Tonto not know.
There haven't been any rustlers or Indians around the basin. You'd better follow them and find out.
A good idea.
Here, Silver.
Here, Scout.
The great white stallion and the paint trotted to their masters. Quickly, the Lone Ranger and Tonto saddled them. Before they were mounted, the thunder of hoofs had died away in the distance. It was a dark night, and the faithful Indian had some trouble in picking up the trail. Once found, it was hard to lose, though, and they followed into the hills. At last, the Lone Ranger raised his arm in a signal to rein up. The sound of many voices reached their ears. Dismounting, they led their horses through the trees to the top of a rise. Below them, they could see nearly 100 men. Some of them were gathering firewood. Others were setting up a rope corral for their horses. At last, a campfire flamed up through the night, and as the Lone Ranger and Tonto watched...
Their fire's getting brighter. I can see their faces now.
That's Wolf.
Yes, and all the other men from the Tomahawk that Breed hired in San Antonio. Wonder why they're camped out here.
Them gunmen and them plenty bad.
We'll ride to the Carey Ranch, Kimosabe. Jim may be able to help us out. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto held their great horses in check until they had put a safe distance between themselves and the camp. Then Silver and Scout were given free rein, down from the hills, over the rim of the basin, across the level rangeland. As they thundered to a stop in front of the Carey Ranch, Jim Carey himself opened the door and walked down the steps to meet them. They told their story of the men in the hills, and Jim told them of the fight between Steele and his men in town.
The Wolf threatened to get even, Jim?
That's the way I heard it. Serves Steele right for hiring a flock of gunmen.
They turn to rustling or attack the Tomahawk Ranch. You and all the other small ranches will have to help round them up.
Help Ben Steele?
Yes, you've got to.
When he's trying to drive us out of the basin?
For your own protection, Jim. Wolf and his gang may start with the Tomahawk, but they won't stop there. Your ranch is closer to the hills. So's the Bar M and the Circle Dot.
I can't persuade Aldrich and Jenks and the others to help Steele. You know what he's done. He stayed inside the law, but he's just as much a crook as Wolf. That dog eat dog, I say.
It won't stop there.
Masked man, this is one time I can't string along with you.
You'll regret it.
That can't be helped.
I was hoping that you'd at least go to Steele and tell him where Wolf is. Warn him that he's in danger.
I won't set foot on his land.
And it's up to Tonto and me.
If it was anybody else, it'd be different.
We'll see you later. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Steady, Silver. Steady, boy.
Hold, Scout. Hold, fella. It get light now.
Yes. There's no one up yet, though.
Steele not like you, Kimosabe. Better have gun ready.
He won't try anything when his men aren't around.
Who is it?
Open up.
You? What do you want?
This is a friendly call, Steele.
Friendly? You'd like nothing better to see me in jail.
That's true.
Hey, what do you mean?
I don't like the way you've been fighting the small ranchers. There's something in your past you'll never be able to live down. You were one of the leaders of the Black Arrow.
That isn't so.
It can't be proved, and for that reason, I'd never make the accusation except to you. But in spite of all that, I'm willing to call a truce.
Is that so?
Right now, you're staying within the law. But there are men around here who won't.
Who?
Wolf and the others you fired last night.
They've cleared out.
They didn't go back to San Antonio. We can show you where they're camped in the hills.
Mind your own business, man.
What's that?
I can take care of my cattle on my range, and I don't need any help from you.
Well, that's the way you feel about it.
That's the way I feel. You and me are enemies, see? You'll never get anything on me. But if you keep on trying, you won't live long.
We understand each other, Steele. Adios.
And keep away from my ranch. The next time you set foot on it, you'll be shot as a trespasser.
Steady, big boy.
Come on, Silver. Get him up, Scout.
What's the matter, Kimosabe?
Him make Tonto plenty mad.
We found out something. Easy, boy, easy.
Crook.
More than that. There wasn't any surprise to him that Wolf and his gang were camped in the hills.
That's right.
Steele may have arranged everything. The fight in town and firing the men. All of it.
Why him do that?
We'll have to wait and see, Tonto. Come on, boy.
Get him up, Scout. This way.
Yes, Tonto, but it's dark. They can't be seen back there in the trees.
They're cattle, too.
Driving about 20 head in front of them.
It's Wolf.
I recognize his horse right away. Those are tomahawk cows.
Ah.
Well, that's the beginning.
Well, we follow him?
No. Steele doesn't want our help, but he's sure to want the sheriff's. You'll have to be in Leadville tomorrow morning, Tonto. Things are going to happen.
As Benjamin Steele reined up in front of the sheriff's office the following morning, he dragged a hide from his saddlebag and carried it into the office with him.
Morning, Sheriff.
Howdy, Steele. What's that you got?
I'll throw it on the floor so you get a good look.
Oh, a hide.
One of my cars.
Yeah, I can see the brand.
There's more to see. Scratch the message in the hide with a knife. Look close.
What's this?
I'll read it for you. It says 300 tonight. Back tomorrow for 1,000.
What's it mean?
Rustlers. They killed one cow, skinned it, then drove off 300 more. They'll be back tonight for 1,000.
Wolf.
Wolf and all the rest of those guns shooting hombres are fired. They're out to get even.
The nerve of them, saying they'll be back again tonight. I'll round up a posse and go after them right away.
Won't work, Sheriff. There's no telling where they're camped out.
We can't let them get away with this.
You save your posse for tonight. I got a lot of men working for me, but I got a lot of land. I can use every man you can find.
Yeah, that's the idea. We'll lay low and wait for them.
Get out to the ranch as soon as it's dark.
Kino, Steele. You can expect us.
Just as Jim Carey rose from his desk that night and started for bed, he noticed his daughter Abby looking out the window.
What are you looking for, Abby?
Nothing.
That must be his middle name.
I don't care. I'm worried. I don't like Ted riding the range at night when there's rustlers on the loose.
Well, maybe he's got back from the bar M already.
That's impossible.
Well, he could have gone straight to the bunkhouse.
Without saying good night to me?
I'm not saying it's likely, but he could have.
I almost wish he had. Be home safe anyway.
Well, the boy had a lot to talk over with Aldrich. He might even stay the night.
Then he should have told me before he...
What's the matter?
Sky over to the west. It's a funny light. Moon couldn't be rising so late, could it?
It's already set.
The bar M's over there. The hills are beyond.
Well, don't let your imagination get the better of you.
Oh, here's Ted riding up now.
Yeah.
He looks to be in an awful hurry. If we didn't know those rustlers were going out to steal cattle tonight, I think that...
Jim.
It is them. You can see it in his face.
Wolf and his gang?
Yeah.
Where are they?
The bar M. I'm going back there. You've got to get the sheriff as fast as you can.
The Lone Ranger you ought to get.
Oh, he's already there. He and Tono got there a little ahead of the gang, and they helped us fight him off. Now he's helping Aldrich fight the fire.
That's what we saw, Pa. Fire.
Hurry up, Jim.
Right.
Keep back from that wall, Ted. He'll be coming down in a minute.
Yeah, you saved the house anyway. Here comes Jim with the sheriff and his posse.
Nothing more to do here. We can start after Wolf. Here, Silver.
Which way did they go?
Tonto follow the trail. He'll be back here any minute to lead us.
Kerry said you knew where the camp was.
They may have changed it.
Here comes the engine now.
Hold, Scout. Hold down, hold.
Which way, Kimosabe? Straight into the hills?
No. Them start that way and make big circle to south. Them right for Kerry Ranch.
My place?
Hunter not know. He not follow him all the way. But him think so.
Kerry, what about your daughter?
She's there all alone.
Come on, we've got to get after her. Look out for that wall. Let's go, Silver.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
Silver! Away!
Curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. As the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and the sheriff's men raced across the plain, their first sight of the Carey ranch came from a pinpointed light. Carey identified it as a lamp set in the living room window, and hopes sprang up that the outlaws had left the ranch house alone. But when they reined up in front of the door...
I hope there's so many horse around here.
Yes, Tonto.
Abby, are you all right? Abby! Why don't she answer?
There's your answer.
It looks like a cyclone's hit the place.
Abby, where are you?
Look, here's a note on the desk.
Auxiliary coyote. What's he got there, masked man?
Let him read it.
We've taken your daughter a prisoner.
No.
Don't try to follow us or she'll die. We want $10,000. Get it together pronto. We'll send you word in a few days where to take it.
Let me see that.
A ransom note.
Steele's behind this.
What makes you say that?
He wants this ranch. How can Carey raise $10,000 without selling it?
I can't.
But Steele and Wolf Garrett, you're making them out to be partners, and that just don't make sense.
Yes, it does.
He had me get a posse together to catch Wolf.
He made sure that nearly all the men in the district were riding his range tonight. The outlaws attacked the Bar M. That drew Carey and his men away from here, and Wolf circled back to take the girl a prisoner.
That's just the way it worked.
But you can't prove any of that.
Not unless we catch Wolf.
I won't let you try to.
You're afraid for your daughter?
Sure I am. You can't blame me. I'm going to follow the instructions in this note to the letter. I'll raise the $10,000, even if I have to sell out to Steele. And when I get word from Wolf, I'm going to pay off just like he says. Now listen, none of you are going to interfere with that. You can't go after Wolf until I get Abby back. Do you understand?
Jim.
We won't do any good to argue.
I'm not arguing. I understand how you feel, but where's Ted?
Ted? Well, he's gone. He must be outside.
I wonder about that. Otto? Did Ted come out here?
Yeah, that's right.
Where did he go, Kimosabe?
Him get on horse right off that way.
For the hills.
The young fool. He heard what the note said. What right has
Don't
he got?
blame him too much. You can't expect him to think twice at a time like this.
What the note said?
I know it did. He thought if only one man went after them, they'd never find out, and there might be a chance of rescuing Abby. The same thought came to me.
He's no match for those crooks.
You're right. But Tonto and I know where their camp is. We've got to let us go and get him and bring him back before they take him a prisoner, too.
Go to it. Get him quick so he can't mess things up.
Come on, Tonto.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto followed the trail left by the outlaws and Ted until they reached the rocky ground at the beginning of the foothills.
Steady, boys. Steady. And the trail's gone.
It's plenty dark and plenty hard to follow.
I know you could do it if you had more time, but...
Kimosabe, how Ted follow trail?
That's true, he couldn't have. When it came to the end here, he must have ridden on, desperate, hoping to find them someplace.
Oh, it's plenty dangerous.
There's only one thing for us to do. Head straight for their camp.
That's right.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
When the Lone Ranger and Tonto reached the spot where they had seen the outlaws before...
Easy, boy, easy.
Go
on, Tonto. Another proof that Steele and Wolf are working together. He warned him we knew where the camp was.
Ground plenty soft around here. Plenty men. It's easy to follow where them go.
Even at night? It's up to you then, Kimosabe. That's our only hope.
The trail led farther and farther into the tangled hills. At last, just as dawn was breaking, they came to the opening of a canyon nearly half a mile wide. Here, Tonto dismounted.
New trail. It come from east.
Is it maybe the outlaws last night?
That's right. Them turn here and go into canyon.
It narrows down as it goes on.
Tonto know this place. Walls of canyon come close together. Only room for one man to ride through. Then canyon open into valley. The high wall all around.
Only room for one man at a time to enter the place.
Plenty good hideout.
I want a closer look at it, Kimosabe.
Here, boy. Come here.
It sounded like Ted's voice.
Blackie.
And that clump of trees over there. Come on, son.
Get him up, Scout.
I'll stand steady. Oh, if I can only grab hold of the stirrup, maybe I can.
Ted.
The masked man in Tonto.
Easy, boy. You've been wounded.
Yeah. I guess I must have fainted.
Tonto fixed it.
Well, I'm all right now. Couldn't have been much.
Hit left shoulder. He bandaged it up here.
What happened, Ted?
I don't know. Just riding along here, and something hit me. I heard the shot. Blackie bolted into the tree. That's all I remember.
Must have been one of the gang they left behind to guard the trail.
I didn't see anybody.
They came this way. Are you strong enough to ride?
Sure thing, once I get in the saddle.
And that'll do for now.
Now, we're going on. I want to look at this canyon. Because I'm pretty sure we'll be coming back here soon.
Isn't there any chance of getting Abby away from them?
We can't let ourselves be seen. You know what they threatened?
They wouldn't dare.
I'm afraid you're wrong. Human life means nothing to them.
Then maybe we better ride straight back to the basin.
We'll be careful. But when the ransom is paid, there'll be a showdown. Here, I'll help you into your saddle.
Meanwhile, in the outlaws' camp, Wolf was cutting the ropes that bound Abby hand and foot.
About time you took these things off me.
That's right. It's morning. Time for you to cook us some grub.
What?
You're the cook.
I am not. I wouldn't fix any grub for you crooks to save my life.
You mean that?
You can't scare me.
All right, you don't eat yourself. We tie you up again. Think about it some. Aren't you hungry?
All right.
That's better. Fire's already going. Hop to it.
Have one of your men bring me some water.
The spring ain't far. You get it.
Oh, the lazy no compost.
Never mind the talk. Move.
Abby started toward the spring where Wolf's horse was drinking, and as she walked, a plan developed in her mind. She looked toward the opening of the valley. The guard was dozing, and as she neared the spring...
They're all half asleep, even Wolf. It's worth a try anyway. No, boy, don't go away. Steady. Have to stand up on this rock. Steady, boy. Get up there. Get up.
This is far enough, Kimosabe.
They're opening up ahead.
Gosh, but it's narrow.
Quick, there's someone coming. Behind the trees.
Oh, no, wait, masked man. It's Abby.
Ted, ride on with her. Back to the basin. Get the sheriff.
Oh, those outlaws will be coming after
They can only come through the opening one at a time. Todd and I can hold them inside the valley.
They're covered from rock.
Ted, I can't stop it.
Don't try. Keep riding. Get up there, Blackie. Get up. Get up.
Ammunition, Kimosabe. Here we go, then. That valley's a fine hideout, but it's a fine trap, too. Come on, Silver. Get him up.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto urged their mounts toward the narrow opening of the valley. There they dismounted. Silver and Scout were ordered back out of danger, and the masked man and the Indian took cover behind the rocks. Just in time. Wolf had ordered half a dozen of his men into the saddle, and now he rode in front of them toward the opening. The morning sun flashed from the six-shooter in his hand. The Lone Ranger took careful aim. The Lone Ranger's bullet found its mark, and the six-shooter dropped from Wolf's hand. The outlaws reined up. They were unable to see who was holding the pass against them, but Wolf was determined to win his way through. He ordered the others to open fire. The bullets whined past the masked man and the Indian, but they stood their ground. Only when the outlaws started forward once more to the open fire. Another gun dropped from a nerveless hand. Once more, Wolf and his men were forced to rein up. Again they charged. Again they were turned back. Again and again. All through the morning, the Lone Ranger and Tonto held the pass. Later that day, Jim Carey swallowed his pride and rode to the Tomahawk Ranch. Benjamin Steele was waiting for him.
Sit right down here and state your business, Carey.
You know what my business is.
It's a sad thing about you, Dottie.
If you thought so, you wouldn't be smiling.
I always believe in looking at the cheerful side of things. You'll get it back, of course.
I hope so.
Of course you will. Didn't I hear the Lone Ranger and Tonto went after him?
They went after Ted, but none of them have come back.
Oh, it is too bad. Do you suppose Wolf and his men have killed him?
I don't know. One thing's sure. Nobody else is going into those hills. I'm going to follow the instructions in that note to the letter.
You mean pay ransom?
Yes.
That isn't wise. Honest men shouldn't give in to outlaws.
You do the same thing in my place. Only you wouldn't have to sell your ranch to raise the money.
Are you going to have to do that?
I won't bother to answer that. My land and buildings are worth $5,000. My cattle's worth another $15,000. You offered me $2,000 for everything once. There's no sense in doing that again because there's no sense in my selling unless I get 10.
I understand.
Well?
And I'm prepared to be generous.
You'll?
I'll give you 10,000.
You can afford it. You'll probably get a split from the crooks.
Are you suggesting that Wolf and I are partners?
You can take it or leave it.
I'd order you out of my house. But I still sympathize, so I'll ignore your remarks. As a matter of fact, I have a bill of sale already made. I just sign here, Carrie, and I'll give you the money.
Hand it over. We'll get this over quick.
Here's the pen.
Oh, don't.
Abby!
Don't sign that paper. They told me what you were up to.
How did you get away?
I watched from my chance and took it. The Lone Ranger stopped them from coming after
What's
me.
that?
He and Tonner are holding back the whole gang. But the sheriff and his men are on the way to help. Let's go after them.
I've got something to attend to first. Here, Steele. Here's what I think of your bill of sale.
An hour later, the Lone Ranger and Tonto were relieved by the sheriff's men, and the masked man and the sheriff discussed ways and means of capturing the outlaws.
They don't realize you're here yet, Sheriff. But when they do, they won't try to get out. It's going to be a siege.
We're ready for it.
Can't have much food in there.
Are you sure there isn't some other way out?
Tonto says no. They'd have found it long before this, if there were. Well, I hope that Wolf will tell us the truth about Steele when we finally get him in jail.
Him or one of the others?
Wolf's the leader, and Steele wouldn't trust more than one man.
What's up?
Here comes Ted. What is it, Ted?
They want to surrender.
Are you sure?
Yeah. We yelled to them. There were more than 100 men out here, and we could hear them arguing about it.
Doesn't sound like Wolf to give up.
I think he's dead.
What's that?
Well, there was a shot, and after that, we didn't hear his voice.
Killed by his own men.
They won't admit it, though. They'll say one of our shots got him. I didn't say you could prove it. Well, we'll send the whole bunch of them to jail for 20 years anyway. Tell them to come out one by one and reach for the sky while they're doing it. Kino. I'll go there with you.
Kemosabe. There's Steele. Him rides this way.
Yes, I see him.
It's plenty bad. Wolf get shot.
There might be others who can tie this plot up to Steele.
Him smile.
Oh there. Oh there. Howdy, nice man. Did a wonderful job holding those crooks the way you did. And did you hear the news about Wolf?
Yes. He was the only one who knew about you. Is that it?
Yes, he was the only one. You can't beat my luck.
Luck has been known to change.
Yours better not.
Just be careful, Steele. Your first mistake may be your last. Steady, big fella.
Yep. Hold him, Silver. Hit him up, scout.
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Come along the Melody Roundup. Bill Boyd, men, and I'm here to take you to the heart of Missouri's rolling Ozarks for your Melody Roundup. There's a mighty pleasant place in those green mountains, and some mighty pleasant people waiting to meet you. So if you're ready, let's go down to Shady Valley.
Well, folks, we're going to start things off today by taking a little wagon ride with Cowboy Joe Randall and the Buckeye Four. So jump in the back, because Joe's climbing into the driver's seat, and the old covered wagon rolls right along.
The covered wagon rolled right along, while the pioneers gave out a happy song. Sue and Pappy did the driving, Mammy cooked and kept them thriving, and the covered wagon rolled right along. Rolled along, and the covered wagon rolled right along. We left Kentucky on the 10th of May. Pappy said, I'll see that we eat every day. Mammy, you just grease the skillet. If we need some food, I'll kill it. And the covered wagon rolled right along. Rolled along, and the covered wagon rolled right along. We crossed the reservation of the Sioux, while the Indians stood and watched us passing through. Not a redskid there took rifle, while old Pappy held his rifle, and the covered wagon rolled right along. Rolled along, and the covered wagon rolled right along. We met the law one sunny afternoon. Said someone stole a cow, we'll have him soon. Mammy said congratulations as she covered up the rations, and the covered wagon rolled right along. Rolled along, and that covered wagon rolled right along. At last old California came in view, and we realized with hardships we were through. Ma and Sue are lucky creatures, Pappy's making western features, and the covered wagon rolled right along. Rolled along, and the covered wagon rolled right along.
Thank you there, Cowboy Joe. Well, look who's here, Naoma Crawford. Hiya, Naoma.
Hiya, Billy.
Say, have you got a good song for the folks today, Naoma?
I sure have. It's called The Lonely Trail. It's a lonely trail when you're traveling all alone. It's a lonely trail when you're just a rolling stone, with a lonely star to guide you, and a lonely heart inside you, like a ship without a port to call your own. It's a lonely trail when you haven't got a friend, and the road before you never seems to end. But I wouldn't mind life's trouble if I was only traveling double. It's a lonely trail
when you're traveling low. I could only travel double. It's a lonely train when you're traveling all
alone. All right there, boys and girls, make room now for Eddie Burke. Doggone, here he comes, flying in the old barn. Here, Eddie's got his banjo this morning, too. Eddie, what do you say we warm things up a little bit with Somebody Stole My Gal?
Billy, I've got a riddle for you.
Why, that's fine, Si. Let's have it.
Why can't Hetty Lamar get in the same telephone booth with Santa Claus?
Well, I don't know why. Why can't she?
Because there ain't no Santa Claus.
Well, Si, if you bring any more riddles like that around here, no telling what's going to happen to you.
Say, Billy, ain't there no Santa Claus? Huh?
Why, sure there is, Jackie. But right now, you stop worrying about that and start singing.
We're pals of the plain, through sunshine or rain. I pipe my pinto and me. Though far may we roam, the prairies are home. I pipe my pinto and me. O'er lonely rocky trails, old pinto never fails. My pipe's my company, and we never disagree. Pals of the plain will always remain. My pipe, my pinto, and me. Trails, old Pinto never fails. My pipe's my company, and we never disagree. Cows of the plain will always remain. My pipe, my Pinto,
Hey, Billy, Si was just telling me that he really owns a general store and that you just work for him. Is that right?
What? Say, Si, what made you tell the girls that?
Oh, I guess I'm just the devil-may-care type who just goes around saying anything.
Well, you just step up here and tell the girls who's the most honest and the nicest and best-looking storekeeper in Shady Valley.
Well, by gosh, Billy, did you sell the store to somebody?
Oh, I give up. Girls, what are you going to say?
Don't touch it, Billy. Don't touch it. When I was just a tiny tot way down in Tennessee, I kept my mammy on the spot, looking after me. Not fool with this, not fool with that, just a messin' all about. And when I'd grab Pap's Sunday hat, my mammy dear would shout, "Now don't you touch it, better leave it alone, don't touch it. Hey, hey, you'll catch it, mark my words, when your pappy gets home, if you don't mind what I say." When Pappy'd miss his Sunday hat way down in Tennessee, he'd fuss and cuss and cuss, and then start to look for me. Then pretty soon I'd have a date down in the old woodshed, and with remorse I'd meditate on what my mammy said. Now don't you touch it, better leave it alone, don't touch it. Hey, hey, you'll catch it, mark my words, when your pappy gets home, if you don't mind what I say.
Well, it's time to saddle up and hit the trail. But your friends from down in Shady Valley will be around for another Melody Roundup real soon. This is Armed Forces Radio Service.